Welcome, champions. How's everyone doing today? Okay, let's hop in and say hi to Virgil. How you doing, Virgil? Cat 2 wants out. I was showing him because he was already fussing to get out. All right. Gotta let Cat 2 out 1 second. Okay, we've got Cat 1 being kind of brave. She hasn't shown any signs of leaving her little bed yet. Usually she goes and hides before too long. Today we've got the DPS tier list for idle champions. Ought to be an interesting one. Depending on how long that goes, we might sink our teeth back into Final Fantasy II for a little bit. Good day to you, Void, and how's everyone doing? Parada, Rack, Shashakins, Cinderex, Baila, Parada, if I didn't say, I did say you already, I think. At any rate, how y'all doing? Broken Duke frustrated you so much that you've invested a lot of currency into his, yeah, they'll fix that. That's definitely going to be something they're going to look at, because that clearly an unintentional, oh, Binwin, not Duke, oh. We're gonna switch it up. We usually go to the Wii theme a little too frequently, so I think we're just gonna have some lo-fi in the background today. Let me know how the volume is with that, if you need it up or down. Actually, I'm gonna even turn it a little down on my end to right about there. Then I can maybe turn it a little up for you guys. All right, doubled his item level. Yeah, so we're going to be diving into a DPS tier list. It's going to look a little different than the overall tier list. There's a few things that will change with it, as some of the DPS are more than just a DPS, and that heightens their rank on the overall tier list. But being just a DPS tier list, some of them are going to be moved around a bit. You still have hope for Binwin. Uh-oh. It must be like... Oh, I do have the wrong one up, actually. Hold on. There we go. Yeah, so we'll look at a couple things. 2 times 0 is still 0. Yeah, I was watching a few things I want to cover before we dive into the tier list. I was looking through old VOD stuff, just because I have to go through it, edit stuff, and, you know, yada yada, etc, etc. And man, I really do, when the hours start getting later, even early on, I start just words all over the place. One that really cracked me up was on the Final Fantasy II stream. It's the first time we announced the Discord, which, if there's anyone here who has not joined the Discord and wants to, exclamation Discord in chat. But I was talking about the Discord, and then leaning into just the outro, and I was saying, I was trying to say, if you have a Prime sub just sitting there, think about throwing your Prime sub at me, but I called it a Prime Discord, and I don't know why that one killed me. Yeah. Bear with me as I always say the wrong thing. Oh, man. Still can't taste my coffee. Sad. Maybe a hint. Just a hint. Yeah, so... Discord Prime, the newest flavor of sports drink. That wouldn't surprise me, actually. Legendary Dismantle allowed you to put some legendaries into Binwin. Oh, sin. That is the greatest sin. Doing it live is always hard, just ask them cam girls. You put Binwin in F tier, so we're used to it. He belongs there for the overall. Will he climb for the DPS exclusive? If he does, it won't be much. Yeah, also... There was someone kind enough to gift a sub, Cass, the other day, and I realized I didn't have my what do you call it? TTS set up for that. That is all set up now. Not that anyone should gift, but I thought I had that all set up, and apparently I didn't. But we can hop into talking about DPS for idle champions. So what are we looking for when we're talking about idle champions DPS? We are looking at their scaling. How do they scale their damage? Because obviously, if you want a DPS, you want them to be able to have good damage. We're going to be looking at their availability. If you're going to invest in a DPS, you want them to be available as much as possible. We're going to be looking at, I guess you would just call it their formation. How restrictive is their formation and what makes them take off? Is it easy to do? Is it hard to do? Etc, etc. Well, he does more DPS than a gold champ, at least on a good day. Not that anyone should give, dude, this is not the approach. I told you, I'm really bad at that. If you want to support me, subs are useful. They don't actually pay me all that much, but it helps grow the channel, right? But, yeah, I don't mind advertising the Prime sub, because if you have Amazon Prime, it's free. You know, I'm not really asking you much if you're just sitting on a Prime sub. But for you to spend real money on me, that's a rough one. Formations are being considered means the hope for Dahani is not to drop to F. Dahani won't drop to F. Since her rework in the season, she puts up better numbers than a fair amount of DPS. She still deals slightly more damage and is a little less restrictive. That's true. How many more subs to make Beth Jezos to finally get you at least a few dimes? I actually don't know. I haven't looked into that in a bit. I think we might have... Yeah, I don't know. We don't need to spend time looking into that right now, though. But Binwin is a dwarf, and that must count for something. It would if there were more dwarfs to synergize with him, and he didn't rely exclusively on other shorties to scale his damage. But let's go ahead and take just a quick look at the actual tier list. I think, yeah, that's not going to work for the way this is set up, so we'll probably have to go... Not there. Not there. Where is it? Where is it? There it is. We'll probably have to use this one, which is okay. You guys can see most of it. I can't really move it around. But yeah, we have all the DPS clumped up here. Oh yeah, that face. Yeah, no, that was not the one I meant to click. That was a jump scare. Forget Dirge human feet, we need more dwarf feats. We have a few. Let's see. I think that needs to go down just a little bit. Yeah, so also a few things to note. Let's actually hop into the game real quick. A few things to note as was being talked about in the Discord. Currently, Ravengard is kind of broken, and not in like a good way, actually broken. And that if you take his Legacy of Ravengard, he's actually not getting people the full 4 stacks. And that's unfortunate. I still have familiar set up. So for the sake of this, yeah, let's just get out Egbert. So you can see Dirge is counting for Dragonborn, Sork, and Absolute Adversaries right now. And with Ravengard's Legacy, we should be at 4. However, we are at 3. It's a 38. Let's make sure I wasn't wrong, though. Yeah, even the stacks, it is just straight not working. So they'll fix that before too long. Report that if you know how to report that, so they can get their eyes on it. Yeah, that's unfortunate, as that's his whole kit. I have a feeling it has to do with the familiar update, though, because if you look at the changelog, fixed a bug where familiars weren't always attacking the current enemy. I've noticed that was messed up since this event, so it's probably tied to that. They'll get it worked out, though. No code, Infinite. No code around here. I don't have friendships with anybody. I'm a lone wolf. New feature, Duke doesn't like Will anymore. I mean, a bug after patch, how unusual. Yeah, that's making games for you. He disowned his son. But yeah, so I think we should also cover a few things. How do you do, Infinite? Welcome, welcome. We should go over some of the basics, I guess, because I do still see people asking, you know, the difference between additive, multiplicative, pre-stack, post-stack. So we could cover that real quick, because that does matter, especially with DPS, because DPS who have some form of pre-stack are often valued higher than others who don't, and for good reason. You know, when we're talking about pre-stack, a lot of DPS who are often considered as Warduke, is Krond, and we'll explain what their pre-stacks are when we specifically talk about them. Because we'll briefly go over the kits of the DPS so we understand who we're talking about. Let's cover it from worst to best. It makes sense number-wise. A lot of them are pretty equal. There's no code, but peeps, you should know that Tyredack was the one to negotiate the epic CNE giveaway. That's false. You guys can pretend that. I can't claim that. Man, these songs are getting loud for me. I gotta turn it down even on my end. So anytime I have music that's loud for me that I've turned down in OBS, I keep feeling like I have to scream over it. Yeah, so let's see. I mean, we can get Binwin out here since Binwin has been a topic of conversation of late. Let's go for Scream Stream. So, I guess we could cover additive and multiplicative just with Binwin here. So you can see with his extra damage, Binwin gains extra damage when champions adjacent to him kill enemies before Binwin's next attack. Or is it non-adjacent? Yeah, not adjacent, my bad. Shows the unyielding rage. Oh, sick, Binwin. So yeah, this will stack up additively. Or wait, now it's multiplicatively. Hold on. I read additive. Was I wrong? Okay, I'm wrong there. Oh no, this is additive. Here we go. Wow. We're already off to a great start. So you can see this is just going to add itself, right? Every single time this stacks up, you're just getting an 668 plus, right? We're adding it to itself. However, multiplicative, like with Tallest and Faerun, every time we get a stack, it's multiplying with itself. So right now, it's getting a post-stack multiplier here, so it will be, and that's going to be, we're going to lean into post-stack, then pre-stack as well. So let's get a few more to scale this up. So you can see it's going to be this 200% times the 200% times the 200% times the 200% instead of just compiling addition, right? Or some shorties here. The only problem with doing the lo-fi for me is I don't know what the songs are, and I like to hum along with my autism. I like to know what I'm humming to. So yeah, you can see only 3. Wait, does Merylwyn not count? Oh, she's an elf. She's just a short elf. Wow, I thought she was. Wow. Whenever, like, her and Diana, and who's the other one? There's another one when I look, oh yeah, Imoen. When I look at them, I don't think they are what they are. I think they're a shorter race. He'll count as gnome with his feet. So yeah, you can see 8,000. That is not what 200 plus 200 plus 200 plus 200 would be. That is 200 times 200 times 200 times 200. So multiplicative will always be better than additive, right? But now there's the conversation of pre-stack versus post-stack. Tallest and Faerun is a post-stack multiplier, meaning any bonus you get to this formation ability, it's going to this post-stack multiplier, meaning we add up whatever the ability is, then multiply it by its post-stack. A pre-stack, you're actually affecting that first number. So when you have a multiplicative pre-stack, you're scaling up this 200% instead, and then that's all multiplying together, reaching higher numbers than you could otherwise, right? So that's someone like Krond or Warduke here, where Krond has survival of the fittest, where he scales with people who are strength or evil, and that's affecting the pre-stack. We're not at 200% no more, we at 8E4, and that's all multiplying together to give him an E16 right now. So we reach much greater heights when we can affect that first number, that pre-stack, and then multiply them all together. First humans, now elves. Hey, it's me. It's me, Imoen. Imoen isn't a halfling, but she gives off that energy. She really does, every time I see her. So yeah, that's a quick little breakdown of additive, multiplicative, post-stack, and pre-stack. Ideally, what you're looking for is something like survival of the fittest. Something that is multiplicative and pre-stack. Because that way, you're able to affect that base number and make that all multiply with itself. That's how you get bigger numbers. So when we're talking about someone like Binwin, he has at least a multiplicative buff. However, it's on the smaller side and it's restrictive. That's what makes Binwin not so great. Tyredack halfling confirmed. I mean, depending on who you ask, 5'11" is kind of a shorty. But I am 5'11". It's me, Parthenax. Party snacks. Man, I need to play Skyrim again. So yeah. As far as a DPS tier list, let's hop back over there. I need to, it's this one. Yeah. Oh, for those of you who wonder why I have it in full screen but not, or like max resolution but not in full screen, for some reason, I forget what update it was. When you go full screen and alt tab, at least for me, it'll lock up. I don't want the game to lock up in the background. Oh, quick little jump scare. Apparently F is the hotkey for this. I didn't know that. Yeah, so let's take a look at the list now. I'm in the Final Fantasy. That's not supposed to be there. Woohoo! Displaying, there we go. Bald. So yeah, we'll probably at least start with the core champions, if nothing else, right? There's actually a fair amount of DPS. Wait, Rosie is a DPS? Yeah, I mean, that's kind of a question mark, but yeah. You know that voice actor from the English dub of Mario in the Mario games also voices Parthenax? I feel like that's one of the things I did know and forgot. Or you're lying to me, but I feel like I did hear that before. It's me, Parthenax. So yeah, the first DPS you'd run into, the DPS Tier List. How you doing, Sinister? The first DPS you're gonna run into is lae'zel. Now remember, we are ranking a DP. Well, you know what? Okay, let's get a few things out of the way. One, we're gonna get to Artemis, right? But he's ranked in the overall DPS list, or the overall champion tier list, as S, exclusively being a DPS. He's gonna make it to the S tier no matter what, as the best scaling DPS in the game. We can talk about him still, but we know that's gonna happen, right? That's no one's clinging to their seat waiting to see where Artemis is gonna get ranked. The D in DPS stands for Dak. I thought it stood for something else. This isn't a full Tyredack, is it on that list? Am I a DPS? I usually am. Well, I'm either a tank or DPS in MMOs. Rarely am I the healer. I'll take that spot sometimes, but not my cup of tea usually. I keep wanting to click the Final Fantasy. That's what I've been clicking so often lately. Dirge is also S in the main list, only on DPS. Yeah, I mean, he'll probably get that as well. I expect a little bit of fight on that one, and then I'll stand my ground, though. So, something to note, though, as we do have this Worm Slayer celebration going on, where you can get Warduke for free, who is a DPS and will be ranked decently high. Krond Claim the daily chest on 4 different days during this to get a skin and just unlock him. So if you don't have Warduke yet, you can get him for free while this is going on. Be sure to claim at least 4 of these chests. Claim them all, though, while this event is going on. Warduke is, in my opinion, a good starting DPS. I don't think he's the perfect one to lean into as a permanent choice, though a lot of people do, and that's not a bad thing. There is one important thing we're talking about when we say availability, though, and that is for your chosen DPS to be available not only for patrons and everything else, but especially day 1 trials. If you have a DPS you're investing your time and money, in-game currency on, you want them to be available for what you're doing. And day 1 trials is particularly important because you want to be able to push your day 1. You want to have your maximum damage possible on your day 1 of Trials of Mount Tiamat. So in my opinion, it is very important. And unfortunately, Warduke does not have every single day 1, but we'll get to that. Warduke looks like he's wearing Arkan's bones. Hold on. Let's see here. that face does look kind of like Arkan, doesn't it? Because he's got the same, ridges, right? Hold on. I mean, yeah, it kind of does. Not a duck skin F tier event. He already has a duck skin, though. He's got the duck. Oh, the duck's on sale. Uh-oh. They know what they're doing there. Oh yeah, let's turn this into a Final Fantasy stream. We might. We're in the middle of a Final Fantasy 2 run. If we finish early enough, we'll be diving back into Final Fantasy 2, picking up where we left off. You gotta buy it. We'll see. We'll see. I might. Unfortunately, I don't use Warduke that often. I would. If he had two champions I would have invested in over Artemis, if they had at least day 1s, is Krond and Warduke. I actually really like both Krond and Warduke. They're just not available where I need them. However, there is something to be said for Warduke over Artemis and Krond, and that Warduke is still currently available for Elminster. And that is actually important these days. But, lae'zel. Now remember, we're going exclusively based on his damage potential. Typically, you'll use lae'zel for gold find. However, early in the game, you might be using lae'zel as your DPS, as he's the first DPS you naturally unlock. But what is his kit like? Let's just cancel day 1 restrictions, thanks C&E. I could understand that for day 1, right? It's the most important day to at least complete and get your DPS check for whittling down Tiamat. Oh, and with the Worm Slayer, do keep in mind, you do have the Legendary Dismantle active right now. For a week, if you were waiting on the Legendary Dismantle for some reason, it is currently active. It won't be active for another 3 to 4 months, right? So, get on that if you were waiting for the Legendary Dismantle. You get Charisma restriction every time. Dude, I get Wisdom restriction almost every time. I can never use my Briv and it pisses me off. Every time, I swear. I didn't this week, though, thankfully. But I would say 3 out of 5 times I get the Wisdom restriction. So, what is lae'zel's DPS? He has 2 options here. Increase the damage of lae'zel for each good or neutral champion next to him adjacent. This is multiplicative. And then increase the damage of lae'zel for each epic equipment on champions in the formation, but this is additive. So, as it's additive, I believe it's additive anyway. Yeah, stacks additively. So Master of Tuner's never going to pop off crazy, but Master of Disguise is multiplicative, and you do generally start with a lot of good/neutral people. I can't use Celeste because that's who I lock out, so we'll just pick Donner, who will be in her place as what would be good. And yeah, Naeli. So you could surround him pretty early, and then 5, you get Calliope, who is good as well. So just with the core champions, you can easily get him adjacent to 4. And a lot of times you'll have 4 slots to work with. So in my case, and again, I have bloated item levels compared to a lot of people at 30k-ish plus. It really tapers off for formation abilities like these, but we're looking at an E9 and an E7. So he does have 2 buffs. Needs to be surrounded by 6 neutral or good champions with as many epic items in the formation. After that, it's just good buffers, right? Yeah, and that's to be said for, you know, any, and we'll just slot people for their legendary equipment. Or, not legendary, but epic. As they all have epic equipment, so that will scale up Master Tuner. But again, it didn't go crazy because it's additive. Any additive formation ability is going to reach a soft cap, where you've kind of reached a peak where no matter how many more you add, you're kind of going to remain in the same spot. You'll see, I was at E7 before, I'm still in the E7 range, even after slotting like 5 more people full of epic gear. Additive stacks taper hard. And that's why you at least want multiplicative when you're looking at formation abilities. So we're looking at a E9 times an E7, because separate formation abilities will at least be multiplicative together like that, right? It's only the scaling that's additive with Master Tuner. So we're looking at an E9 times an E7. Which, I mean, that's what, total? An E14, right? That's quick maths in my head, I'm probably wrong. But seeing people with 30k on Evergreen makes you feel like a beginner, even though you're playing this game since release. I mean, where are you at, though? You gotta be getting somewhat close. Unless you, I mean, how often did you pick it up, though, too? But yeah, there's people far exceeding where even I'm at. Again, I like to say, like, might I be like in the top 5, maybe 1% of players? Sure. But there is like a tier above me that I can't even reach, you know? Just recently, yeah, scripting definitely is huge. It really is. But yeah, so at certain thresholds, those item levels on Evergreen just don't matter that much. Yeah, at a certain point, you reach, again, a threshold where it's like, okay, that's what it provides. And again, availability. We haven't used this scene in a minute. We might not look at the availability of everyone just to speed things along. But when we're talking about lae'zel, he is at least available for every day 1. So as a DPS, that's at least handy. But he won't be available for Elminster. All core champions, Evergreen champion. Well, not Evergreen, not all Evergreen. All core champions, though, will not be available for Elminster. So he'll never be there. And he doesn't have the constitution for Vajra. Does he have a feat for it? No. So yeah, I mean, honestly, his availability isn't terrible, but we're talking, in my case, a maximum of an E14, which you'll see isn't that crazy. It does outscale a lot of other DPS, though, surprisingly. But he's not going to reach crazy thresholds. E14, yeah. So, as far as where we're going to rank him, he does have good availability as far as the DPS goes. But his scaling's not crazy. But we'll see scaling as we go and kind of rearrange from there. I really need to open the tier list first before I switch. And for the sake of, I mean, we'll just say he doesn't because he always locked in trials. Yeah, for a lot of people, he will just be locked in trials anyway. But we are ranking exclusively on what they are as a DPS champion in this list, not all those other factors. He has two formation abilities. One is additive, one is multiplicative. I think in the grand scheme of things, he's probably going to end up in high D, maybe low C, but we can start with him in C and just see, and just see where things go, right? We got to remember what his scaling is as we talk about other champions. It's not crazy. He doesn't get affected by item levels the greatest, and that's another reason you might. Not if you lock and Mako's first. Very low C. Like I said, either high D or at the end of C, more than likely. And we'll see. Again, we got a lot of more champions to go through. So we'll save Ashara, because out of the core champions, Ashara is probably the best DPS. So let's move on to Delina. Keeping in mind what we were just talking about with scalings and how they work. And, why do I have these? Man, here, let's, real cool. Well, I don't want to spike the damage. 4 casts. We'll do the hide all familiars. Boosh. I like clicking them one by one. I don't know why. Sue me. Oh wait, I need to go to 8. Octopus head. And we won't really, unless it matters, we probably won't go over their specializations. We've done a full breakdown multiple times of every champion. If you want to know something in particular, let me know in chat and we'll look at it. And unless it matters, right? In some cases, it really does matter which specialization you take. But O tier for Octopus. I don't think we have an O tier. At least Binwin would be B. Wait, what? You like making tier lists for the champions' names. Bruner goes in B, Celeste goes into C. That would be something. Yeah, Binwin would be B in that case. That's about the only case. Are we there yet? Are we where? So yeah, increase the damage of Delina by 50% for each time she attacks up to a maximum of 10. That'll just cycle as it goes because it maintains for 10 seconds and then rinse repeat. It is a multiplicative stack, but it's not going to stack crazy. It's a light buff with a cap of 10, right? That's not going to scale super hard. You can see she's about to get to 10, and in my case, that's an E6, almost an E7. So nothing crazy. But she does have Spell Bombardment. Increase the damage of Delina for each champion in front of her, and then an additional for each Heroes of Baldur's Gate. So let's set up a formation of what that might look like. Let's put the Baldur's Gate in the tier, or in the column that's not going to be in front of her, so we can stack those up as well. See, I'm even humming Mario while this this plays. I don't even know if you guys can hear this song. It's probably a little quiet. This is good for chill music, but I like having more oomph in the background for stuff like this. What am I doing? Right. A reverse tier list or tallest dwarf tier. Who is the tallest dwarf? I wonder if it's Puent. I don't actually know, though. A Wardu tier list. Dwarf DPS tier list. Oh, wait, Caddy has a feat. No, yeah, Caddy blows Binwin out of the water there, if that's what we're going for. Yeah, let's get her absolute maximum in this formation we can for that. Just to showcase it. Who am I forgetting? I know Nerys. Baloth. I always think of, what is it, Shadow of Mordor, how they would introduce the orcs. I always read his name like that. Baloth. I don't know why. Probably the autism. Krydle we already got. Minsk. Shandy. I might have to change the music. I need some. Why did I go Melf? I need something more oomph. Imoen. Good call. I moan. Sorry. Actually, we should put Krydle in the front. So, that is what her affiliation would look like, with as many in front of her as possible. So, we're looking at an E12 there. Now, granted, we're at 16 stacks. That's only when you have her affiliation slotted, right? Because her affiliation will count to both for in front of her and as part of her affiliation. And remember, it's the damage of her for each champion and for each Baldur's Gate. So this is the absolute peak we can make it in this formation without restrictions. Budokai OST has the tracks you seek. ASMR time. There's an ongoing joke that I'm going to do regardless of how many people who hate it in Final Fantasy II. And every time we use a keyword, I always have to go, Wild Rose, or whatever the word is. I think it's funny, and you can't stop me. You're cooking stop. Sorry, Rack. Oh yeah, who was it? Was it you, Parada? I think it was you. Did you say was it your girlfriend or your wife that always gives you dirty looks because you listen to me on speaker? Was that you, Parada? Yeah, your girlfriend? Dude. Oh, I'm gonna get you with that one of these days. Somehow, I'll plot something. Warn you next time your fiance nearly walked in. All you people with girlfriends, fiancés, and wives, man. D tier for Del Taco. Oh, Dark Warrior. You're making me... Never mind, never mind. I think you know where I'm going to go with that, of all people. But anyway, so we're looking at... let's also look at what... Let's say you couldn't use a fair amount of the Baldur's Gate crew, right? So her peak was E12 with this. Now let's just throw in people. The maximum in front of her that can be, to show how drastically different it can be. So if we didn't have the Baldur's Gate crew available, we're looking at an E9. So an E9 to an E12. Not terrible, not great. Honestly, without the Baldur's Gate crew, she's pretty much dead on par with lae'zel, right? We're looking at an E9 times an E6. As far as that goes, man, my brain ain't gonna work good today. Yeah, that'd be like an E13, right? So slightly under, but if she had the E12, she'd be slightly over. So she's right in that range with lae'zel. And as far as availability goes, we'll try to jump through the availability stuff. And maybe it shouldn't matter until we get someone who actually has a good kit, right? Because all things considered, these kits aren't great. However, she does have all day ones. Maybe that's what we'll look at more than patrons or anything like that. Dreadnought Canoe. We should just go say the line Bart whenever the keyword in Final Fantasy II has to be said. Throw in people, puts in two of the worst champions immediately. I mean, we weren't looking to scale her damage. But yeah, so all day ones. I mean, at least there's that. So yeah, I really do think she's very similar to lae'zel. I think she gets better than him, but not much, right? Wherever he goes, she's just going to be slightly ahead of him. Thank you for the follow, Luna. Hee hee. How you doing? Thank you for the follow. So let's hop over there. I did it this time. Can I get the right scene? Hey. I really think at the end of the day, wherever they both go, they're going to be really close together. And she's going to be just ahead of him. In the overall tier list, lae'zel belongs above her simply because of his gold find. Yeah. So they're probably both going to be at the low C or the high D, wherever they end up, but they'll be close. You like Delena's attacks? It's too bad she sucks car exhaust. It's a shame that the Evergreens are kind of bad since many of them are lore characters. Yeah, there is one core champion we'll get to in a second that's actually pretty decent in my opinion. But yeah, as far as like Delena, lae'zel, and now we'll talk about Makos, not great. And Makos might take a bigger hit than most people expect. Let's dive into Makos. That's not where I wanted to go. Yeah, so let's clean the map. Get Makos. He is as basic. He is as basic as they come. That's so funny that got blocked. Yes, Makos as exclusively a DPS kind of sucks balls. They did make him a little better at one point, but not like better. I probably gave him more praise than he deserved for it. Minsk and Crux are decent. Crux is really good. Min's questionable. But yeah, so Makos, when you choose a specialization, and this is one of those that does matter, you're either making him a support or a damage dealer in gold find. So if you are using him as a damage dealer, you want Dark Luck. Makos deals more damage, not those non-adjacent to him. So that's how you make him a DPS. However, that's all he gets. He does scale it up with Eldritch Alchemy, so we'll look at his max, but right now we're looking at an E8. That's it. Remember, lae'zel and Delena both had at least another multiplier. Whether it was additive or not, it's still another multiplier that got him up to the E12 to E14 plus range, right? Like Delena's max would probably be an E15, I don't remember, but in that range. He's just sitting at an E8. So let's look at how you scale it. It's either evil or warlock champions, but it's an additive stack. That needs to be multiplicative for him to get anywhere. But we'll look at its max. We'll get out a bunch of evil, because evil teams are fun. Look at my cat. This is probably the longest she's not gone and hid. I hope she's getting used to it. That'd be nice if she just hangs around. She always hides by now. Kitty. At least he doesn't need good neutral or Baldur's Gate. That's a bonus. I mean, but he does need evil. So it's kind of close. Oh yeah, Viconia is evil. Yeah. Don't know why that took me a minute. We'll just throw Krond out there. We'll look at that later. What? Hello? Eve. Okay, so look at that. He's getting a whopping 1000% out of it. He doesn't even have a gear slot for it. Eldritch Alchemy needs to be multiplicative and have a gear slot to scale it for it to matter at all. Unfortunately, it has neither. So, with a full team of evil, he's at an E9. From an E8. Woohoo! So that's his absolute maximum. Honestly, yeah. your head, yeah. Petition a Cato tier list above Artie. Cato, like my cats? What do we... I mean, a my cat tier... Wow. A my cat tier list, that was a tongue twister for me. There's two options. And technically speaking, only one of them is my cat. So, you know, I'll have a little favoritism there. He's one of the worst gear in the whole game. Yeah, he's damage of Makos, right? So even if you use him as a support, he's got 2 self-damage multipliers. One for all champ damage, Dark Luck, which is the main source, but no way to scale it hard, you know? No, just a... Oh, I see. So yeah, he's going to be ranked pretty low as far as a DPS goes, right? He has more utility outside of just being a DPS, but again, we are ranking people based on being a DPS. The only reason to level his gear is for Trials of Tiamat, yeah. He's an insta-lock for a group in Trials of Mount Tiamat, and he can be used as a support in some scenarios. And if you utilize his gold properly, you can make that work well. However, we are looking at DPS. And as far as DPS goes, he's icky poo-poo garbage. His absolute maximum at 30k item levels is an E9. No other multipliers. That's poop garbage. I really do think he actually unironically belongs in F. As far as a straight up D, his availability is good though. Hold on. Maybe he'll breach into lowest D. I'll kind of leave that up to you guys, maybe. Either lowest D or highest F, right? He does at least have availability. That's not the right button. Because pretty much all tieflings have really good availability. It's kind of a theme in the game. But Makos in particular... Well, actually, no, he doesn't. Hold on. Never mind. Yeah, he's F. I thought he had better availability than that. Wait, what? Yeah, no, he's locked out of 2 day ones. Screw Makos. Hold on. Wait. I actually didn't... I thought he had better availability than that. Wow. All right. Let's head back to the game. Yeah, so, his dexterity's poop. And his wisdom's poop. He's locked out of both of those. And he has no way to scale those. So yeah, as exclusively a DPS, Makos is Garbo. Just remove his DPS take. Well, but then, you know, he still works with Artemis in rare times. We want him to have a DPS take for Artemis, you know. F for getting F'd in the A, kind of, actually. I thought he had better availability than that. Yeah, he's, exclusively as a DPS, he's poop. We still have 2 more core DPS, so let's look at them. These 2 are the better of the core DPS, in my opinion. You have Arkan, who is your first introduction into not necessarily having a formation ability. I guess I just need to show it this way. I guess I should have shown it through the through these specializations. But he has a way to scale other formation abilities. So then you have to go down to the math of how much is he increasing every formation ability that's coming in, and that's what's giving him his strength. Those are dark times. I think Arkan's not bad. He's not the best, but he's not bad. So you instead work around positionals now, because he scales up. I already took it down. He scales up. Arkan receives at a higher rate based on his gear. All positional formation abilities received by adjacent champions that don't already target him. They were arc times sin. The puns. Arkan always look good to you on paper, but someone else in the formation is always getting a higher bud. That's a little weird. Usually, are you positioning it correctly, right? He has to not be receiving it. So it can get a bit more confusing than someone like Artemis. Because like with Spurt, let's say we have Spurt here. If he's anywhere here, he's giving the buff to Arkan, therefore Arkan is not receiving it. We need to make sure Arkan is not receiving the buffs. And then with someone, we'll even go like lower buffer, so Brunner. So now, a lot of times a good way to set up Arkan is to look at someone else and say, okay, I'm going to buff that person. And you position them in a way where he's adjacent to them, but not receiving the buffs. Back in the day, I used to do it with Caddybury, right? I would say, okay, Caddybury receives her positional buff. Let's put her adjacent to Arkan and get every buff I can specifically on her instead. So we'd go, Calliope buffs everyone in front of her. We put her in the same column as Arkan, so she's not buffing Arkan, but she is buffing Caddybury. Spurt is out of range to buff Arkan, but is buffing Caddybury, etc., etc. So we'll set up something just real quick. I don't want to use you. We'll use Crux. Crux is fun. So like Crux, we'd put in the same spot. Arkan was played by Joe, has a +1 on the tier list, yeah. Very true, very true. Put him right next to Spurt while Spurt is in the second spec. Yeah, that or put him outside of the 2 slot range. And yeah, you could put someone like Makos adjacent to him. So he's not non-adjacent, Set it up like that. We'll stick with the core champion theme as much as we can, actually. So she only buffs people behind her. She only buffs people 2 columns behind her. Let's see here. Wow, that's only good, though. Does he observe good? It doesn't matter. We won't mess with that right now. We'll go with, what we will say one big knock against him is his affiliation. Oh yeah, back row, you're right. We'll just go Kent then. Doesn't matter. You're right. Good day, how you doing, Caius? We're not playing Final Fantasy, so here's Caius. Isn't this basically just the main tier list with everyone that isn't DPS knocked out? Kind of. For example, real quick, we'll show up, not show up, but show Caius. For example, Makos is getting a hard slam into the F because he's locked out of 2 day ones and he has 1 singular buff. Like, he's a lot higher in the overall, but he's gonna get knocked when we're talking specifically DPS. Rules, do you mean rules of just this list? Ideally, we're looking at scaling. Then we're looking, I did not forget about a core DPS. We're talking about Ashara last, if that's what you're talking about, Rack. And we're looking at availability, and we're looking at how restrictive their formation is. Oh, Minsk, we'll cover Minsk too. That's fair. And Jamla, yeah, no, well, they're both poop. I should have covered them before Arkan, though. You're right. But yeah, you're right. But I got wrapped up in talking about Arkan. I want to just set up a... Yeah. Ooh. Well, what we can do is do this and do Fen. We're not going to do that. And I mean, that's good enough right now. You can see Arkan's getting the bud for me because we have positioned him in such a way. We have 1 more slot. I don't want to think about this for too long. Well, let's just see where Tatiana's gets placed. That's good. And we'll put that in that column. So like Jim and Birdsong get knocked down by virtue of buffing other people. We'll get into that when we get to them. Because there is that question of, well, they are better served as a support for another DPS. However, their pre-stack is still really good. So we'll still have to look at them, right? And Birdsong is another option, yeah. All of those three are definitely a different topic of conversation we'll get to. But, so yeah, he does set My Bud when set up properly. And he does have okay scaling. That does add the limiter of formation, or positional formation abilities. But that's pretty open these days, and that's where a lot of formations have to lean these days, is in positionals. This is not an ideal setup for Arkan by any means. However, a huge downside to Arkan is his affiliations. He doesn't really have synergy with Force Grey or Dark Order. In fact, Dark Order is only Arkan, Krull, and Torgar, and Arkan needs positionals, and Krull and Torgar don't offer any. It's weird. I don't get it. Something needs to happen there. They get knocked down not because of buffing people, but because they don't buff themselves as much. No, not necessarily Jim, Birdsong. They actually do buff themselves the same. That's why their multi-purpose is they can either buff themselves with that DPS or offer that great buff to another DPS to make it even better. But they still get good buffing for themselves. We'll get to them when we get to them, though. Force Grey has no synergy with anything. I mean, yeah. It's a bummer because some things buff unaffiliated, and now Arkan is locked out of that too. Yeah. As far as his availability goes, I believe it was decent. Availability goes up and down for me, as you can see with me forgetting Mako's sucked balls. Yeah, he's got every day one. So again, that is a plus. A core champion that scales decently, that has every day one. That's a good starting point for a lot of people. And his scaling isn't terrible. Early on, it's not as noticeable for sure. He does need some item levels to take off, right? Like if he's scaling up positional formation abilities by 100%, that's not a huge buff, you know, but he does have good overall scaling with a little bit of time spent in the game. Yeah, I think he's a candidate. It's we should have gone like one good, one bad, one good, one bad. It makes ironing out the list a little better, but that's okay. Because I do feel like A stands for Arkan. I don't think he reaches the A. We'll probably reserve the A for huge multipliers or pre-stackers, like we did in the other tier list. Bottom of B, I think he's a candidate for top of C or potentially bottom of B. It depends where people kind of start ending up. I foresee this kind of happening. It's kind of what I foresee. Basically, F is for people with either just garbage availability or like one flat or just terrible scaling, just garbage, right? D, we're looking at not garbage, people who at least have 2 multipliers but aren't great. They don't have any crazy scaling. C's where I see like, okay, you're not bad. You don't have pre-stack. You don't have the craziest scaling in the game. You don't have B. See, what's the distinction between B and C in this case? Well, we'll get to it later. I think he's either I see him in the C. I really do. That is how affiliations work now, though. Double dipping with specific synergy and ability synergy. You're not bad as where you would have pictured Arkan. You judge him based on where you put... What are you talking about, Dark Warrior? Lucius works with this affiliation by slowing creatures to scale up the Arrowist synergy of other Arrowist champions. We're going off of Ateus's Dark Order don't have positionals since they have the Dark Order buff. You don't think CNE wanted them to double dip? That's not even really double dipping though at that point. It's literally just counter synergy. As far as Arkan goes, he needs positionals. That's his kit. He needs them. So to not give those champions a form of positional for him, what they do offer him isn't really enough based on what he is, right? His literal entire kit revolves around getting as many positionals to scale as possible. So it's weird. It's weird. But yeah, I think that's what we put him for now. We'll quickly go over Jam Jam and Minsk, as I did. I had Jam in the back of my mind, but I did kind of forget about Minsk. So Minsk, where you at? Minsk. So Minsk is very simple. Humanoid enemy. Well, okay. His specialization. Well, okay. Get those pot emotes ready. We'll just do it. Why not? Drink up, boys in chat. Let me see those emotes. Sounds about right for Arkin. He's solid. Could be better as you get more better positionals, and isn't a newbie trap for gear contracts since he's core. Yeah. Potty emotes. How you doing, Funkopotamus? So yeah, he will choose a favored foe, whether it be humanoids, beasts, undead, fae, or monstrosities. Ideally, you would want to pick what you're going to see a lot in that run, or pair him with someone who's going to be spawning them. These days, humanoids is a good pick, in general because humanoids tend to pop up, and because Dynahair, someone who pairs well with Minsk, who force spawns humanoids a lot. No matter where you are, she is spawning humanoids. Regardless of that, and she can pull him into a run, so it's important. They have synergy together. However, he can still force spawn his favorite foe as well, where whenever a non-boss enemy wave spawns, there's a 33% chance of an extra enemy spawning, and a 10% chance of 2 extra enemies spawning. These enemies will always be his favorite foe. So he does have a way to spawn them, and he needs to, because to deal max damage or even offer support, his favorite enemy relies on that. Humanoid enemies become his favorite foe and take more extra damage from the party. So E10 right there, that's how he's a support, and that's how he buffs his own DPS. However, he also has Overkill. Whenever Minsk hits a single enemy with his cleave, he deals flat more damage. There's kind of a problem with it though. If you're using him as a DPS, Esmeralda spawns her favorite foes. Yeah, there's a lot of champions who can spawn favorite foes. You have the reworked Esmeralda spawning mist enemies, and her mist can be undead or humanoid, or depending on what feats you have on her from the event. Another huge one is part of Minsk's affiliation in Viconia, who force spawns undead. So there are plenty of ways to spawn more favorite foes for him. But a problem with Overkill. Here's the thing. Minsk is dealing more damage when he hits a single enemy. Okay, sure. We've hit our wall. We're not necessarily going to exclusively be hitting single enemies. If we're hitting a wall and we need to build up, he's always going to be cleaving. So that's not the greatest thing as a DPS. Specific mention to Minsk ult 2 for DPS, though it's far, far better as a support tool. I mean, it's true. Go for the eyes. Minsk swings his greatsword in a massive circle, centered on the frontmost enemy, while Boo leaps out, causing up to 5 enemies to take additional damage. I mean, I think that even works for click damage. But yeah, that's a decent support tool to make things take more damage. But again, when we're talking about him being the DPS, Overkill is, in my opinion, counter synergy to a DPS. You're not always able to hit just one enemy, especially at your wall. So yeah, but his ultimate peak we're looking at for me being an E6 and an E10 paired together if you can get Overkill. Which again, it's kind of iffy if you're gonna get that. But his absolute peak would be, E14 in that scenario, right? So I mean, he's kind of in the same range as Delana and Jarlaxle. As far as his availability goes, though, he does get locked out. Or wait, no, yeah, charisma, right? I think that's his only lockout. Let me pull him up. Yeah, as far as day ones go, his charisma's the only lockout. So Specific mention to... Oh, no, I read that. Let's see if I missed anything. I'm sure I have. I've been trying to push just a little bit to get the first few out there good. But yeah, I think he's cleaving at least helps new players to clear waves, but as a DPS, it's not so useful. Well, I mean, his cleave is... The idea of being a cleaver is decent, right? Like, being able to hit multiple people is good. It's just that then that is counter synergy with overkill. That's the problem. In that he's supposed to only hit one enemy for his max damage. And the idea there is, sure, cleave down the enemies, leave the boss alive. Now you're hitting the boss harder. But when you hit your wall, you need to be hitting those groups of enemies harder, not just... Rarely you're going to come down to where it's just one enemy that needs that extra damage, right? So it's kind of iffy there. But I think he's right in there. Probably a little under in my opinion, but I'm open to hear arguments. I think we're looking at him being... Wow, I was looking at the actual champion list. I think we're looking at him being at the bottom of D. Now the charisma is due to Boo. Scaring everyone off, Boo intimidates the weak. Look at that face, no charisma, my ass. It's more that he has no filter, right? What's the other buff? So that it's double dipping? Wait, what are we talking about? Oh, you're replying to that. Okay. I'll let you guys talk that out. If you want my opinion on something, just shout it out. But you guys can freely chat together. That's fine. But that's what I'm looking at as far as Minsk goes. He's lacking a day one where these both have all full day one of availability. And if we're considering overkill, he's right in there with them as well. They're all pretty close to scaling. And then we'll go ahead and cover Jam. Thank you for... I'm not giving you permission. I was just getting confused because I would read and go, wait, what are they talking about? And then realize you're replying. I'm just saying, if you want my opinion, shout it out on something. Otherwise, have fun. Have at it. You need my permission to breathe. So Jam. But you never stop you from being popular. You're not popular. The worst part of Minsk is that he tends to be the DPS focus of chores, and Brunner tends to beat him out semi-randomly for you. Yeah. That is... I mean, that's the thing, right? In that example, that means Overkill's not proccing, because his favorite foe mechanic is for everyone. He needs Overkill to be a specific DPS, whereas Brunner, while receiving Overkill, is still getting... not Battlemaster. Where is it? Is it Battlemaster? No, Inspired. Increase the damage of Brunner for each adjacent champion. So if you're not getting overkill with Minsk, Brunner will probably be because of Inspired, which is just silly, but yeah. Minsk is a little funky. Lies. It depends on how you define popular, Dark Warrior. So yeah, we'll just quickly go over Jam. She'll be above Makos in this scenario, at least, because she does at least have 2 buffs. And technically 3, but you are a superstar in popularity, you Dark Warrior, don't worry about it. What percentage of Minsk's damage is always on then? Only when you can hit a single enemy. That in that scenario. When you're hitting a single enemy that is his favorite foe. So he's kind of rough to set up perfectly. I can't really give a hard percentage on that. Brunner is an honorary DPS. I mean, I think they did that just because, he's the first champion. It's still weird, though, as he's only a support. But they did that, yeah. So, Jam needs tanks adjacent to her. We'll just throw a couple tanks out there. Grr. So, and we'll put a shield on her. There are ways you can help scale her up a little bit, but this is going to be a basic what you're looking at, right? Wait. Okay, yeah, it shows right there. You still say he should have the tag? Him having a self-DPS buff would make sense. Like, I can't think of anyone else in the game who has a self-DPS increase and doesn't have the DPS tag. It's weird. Brunner even works as a first tank. He has more base health than other non-tanks, yeah. You do get Naeli early, so yeah. But no, it is weird. They gave him a little bit of survivability and a little bit of DPS, but he's a support. But as the first champion, I guess that's why. But yeah, so we're looking at Frontline Fighter. Increase Jamla's damage by 200% for each tank champion she's adjacent to. We're looking at Multiplicative post-stack. And Berserker Confidence. Increase Jamla's damage up to a blank amount based on how many temporary hit points she has. Max value at 2 times her max health. So we'd be looking at an absolute maximum, looking at her health right now, of like an E10, right? Because 69 plus 69, would be in the E10 range. But to get to that point, you have to do shenanigans. You're not going to baseline get 2 times her health and temporary hit points. That's not going to be your average. Brunner, a big chonker. Speaking of Naeli, do I have any issues with her kit in general? I mean, there is the fact that, for some reason, actually, let's save that for Ashara when it's actually relevant. We'll be talking about her next, so put a pin in that, Parada. So you're probably on average looking more in the E6 range with Berserker Confidence, but we're looking at a potential maximum of E10. Jamla is weird. She wants to be next to a lot of tanks, but then she'll have more health, and it's harder to give her a big shield number, increasing ones lower than she is just clunky. But at the end of the day, she also has retaliation, so we could... Here, let's set up a scenario in which we're looking at a realistic absolute maximum for her. How far... Oh, no, I pushed all the way. I shouldn't have gone all the way, though. I'm not going to survive in Area 2001 with this team. I don't know where to go, though. What number should we go to? Where will Briv just never die? I don't know what my threshold for just an AFK Briv is, actually. But... So we'll put her next to as many tanks as we can while the tank is taking damage. Because... Not you. You're not tank spec right now. Because retaliation increased Jamla's damage by 400% for each enemy attacking Jamla or an adjacent champion. So, if you have her adjacent to the front line and the tanks are taking damage, her damage goes up. However, that's an additive stack, so it's kind of poop. And it does not have an item tied to it to scale it. So that scaling is never going to go crazy. That's an interesting number. So we're looking at an E9 plus an E6 plus what's going to amount to an E4 or an E5. So, honestly, at the end of the day, all things considered, she is still in the range of like Delina and Delina and Jarlaxle. It's a weird formation. It's hard to get it to maintain. And her availability is all day ones. She does struggle with patrons though, but day ones are kind of the biggest thing we're looking at here. A lot of core champions feel like they designed the kit before they designed the game. It's just that the game was designed differently back then too. I mean, we didn't get pre-stack till pretty far down the line. But yeah, oh, Cat's hiding. She had her fill. Bye-bye. Have a good nap. But yeah, so at the end of the day, she really is close to Delina and Jarlaxle energy. They both are in earlier seats, and you'll only ever use any of them in the early game. None of these D champions are worth investing unless for some reason you absolutely love them and want to use them. Which I always say, use who you want to use, but we're ranking them as objectively as we can. Did I just not even put Jamla up in the waiting room? I do not see her. Am I blind? I think I didn't put her in the waiting room. Where is she? Where is she? Bruh. But the formation restrictions is a huge counter to Jamla, yeah. All tanks, set positional formation abilities, and then just meh core champion numbers. Like, you give up so much power forcing tanks into bad spots. Yeah, she often is hard to... She's just not... I never recommend her. Second room, middle of bottom group. Oh, yep, there she is. So yeah, I see her kind of being in this range. I could give her non-F and leave Makos, because Makos is... So far, I mean, I should have it. What the? There we go. He's the only one with a single formation ability that scales like garbage, right? That is pretty bad. And he's locked out of 2-day ones. You know she's bad when she's not even in the waiting room. I missed her. I tried to get everyone in the waiting room, but she's probably the only one I missed. Yeah, you're not going to get any good formations out of her. You can't scale her to any crazy heights. Maybe she's above Minsk, though. When we're exclusively talking about DPS. That's being generous. Well, she even got like a slight rework, is the crazy thing. You'll never regret using a slot and your event currency on Binwin. I mean, you might. You might, Sin. Yeah, because Jamila even got a slight rework to try to bring her up to speed, and man... Didn't do it. But yeah, so let's talk about... let's talk about Ashara. The last core champion, DPS, I believe. Let me know now if I've missed anyone. I did forget. You got Binwin today because you had everyone else in the event. Yeah, that's about what I recommend for Binwin. Some people don't even recommend that. But yeah, that's about the only thing I'd recommend Binwin for, is filling out your roster if you need more champions. You'd slip Minsk into F solely because he has only real damage boosts that are super specific in both cases, favored and single. If you're on Armored Health Boss, he gets one of those, but rarely both. I mean, it's true. We might go and look back and bump him down. You tuned in for a DPS list, but seeing Jamila on screen, you were worried it was actually a shit tier list. I mean, column A, column B, you know. Someday Binwin will dual-wield Thunder God, slashing foes with a sword and spear. No, that's just Sid in Final Fantasy II. So yeah, Ashara. Not probably, the best core DPS. It works through her bonds. She is restrictive, though, so that definitely is a knock against her, and her availability isn't perfect. We'll go over that in a second. But her specializations define her entire build. You'll want to take Potpourri first, because she counts as Potpourri, and when you get enough of her bonds, she benefits from the buff as well, meaning she's buffing herself with Potpourri, and then we'll get Potpourri again. So she double downs on that, while also being able to get her second bond. So technically, in a way, she gets 3 of her bonds. Is S and shit tier list the shit? That's true. That's true. If we were doing a pure shit tier list, it would probably be the other way around, right? How is bondage blocked? Or Kira and Havilar for double bondage. There you go. You think you dismantled Ashara when she got the rework? Yeah, back in... Man, that was a while ago, actually. And then you'll fill in her last one. A lot of people do half and half. There's a lot of good exotic options. I'm going to run exotic just for the sake of moving this along, because I like the exotic options, such as Blushi, such as Nova. Let's see, who do we want to fill in here? We'll go Karlak for a tiefling as Potpourri. We could go Grama. Potpourri. I should have done neutral. Doesn't matter. Let's see. Who do we want to squeeze in here? Sasaspia is a decent option for exotic. Okira is a decent option for Potpourri. Thalora is actually not terrible for, because Centaur, they moved that to Potpourri, right? Yeah. Uh, 2022, yeah, long time ago. Never used her since, yeah. That's about the time when they fix Spirit item. You just realized all of the air ganassi in the same are tank support, or in the game. What's another air ganassi? I know there's another one in there. Now I'm curious. I can't think off the top of my head. Not class, race. Oh, right. Tatiana. Tati, yeah. Poor short folk get the short end of the stick again. I mean, it's on par for course, right? Take a drink whenever he says such as. Now I'm gonna have to think about that myself. Okay, where do we leave off here? Let's see. So we need more exotic. Who do we want to throw in there? I mean, a good option is always Xeraphon. A lot of people don't like Xeraphon, but I think Xeraphon's decent. We're just gonna do it for now. We could just throw in Tatiana since we were talking about her. A blue pain salute. You thought Tatiana was a blue elf. All the air Jinkin being tanky rather than speedy types. Modern D&D players make weird decisions. Yeah, Earth would be interesting. Beefcake stompers. Let's see. Oh yeah, Birdsong is obviously an excellent choice as an exotic. We have 5 exotic now though, don't we? We'd rather lean into more potpourri. So, let's see. I mean, we can get the ever classic in here that everybody loves. Egbert. Egbert. And we can round it off with Tyrell, why not? Oh, he's bear mode. It doesn't matter, we're not looking to get peak damage with her right now. Egbert. Don't king shame just because she likes getting hit on. Egbert. Love that guy. So yeah, you'll look at something like this where you want to reach, and you don't have to get max potpourri, right? 4 out of 4 is what you're gunning for. So now she's getting the exotic race buff at 15, and she's double downing on the 16 potpourri. So yeah, at the end of the day, we're looking at 16 times 16 times 15. Way better than any other core DPS. She does have some problems in that we're looking at someone who's restrictive then, because you need to get 4 out of 4 in both bonds for her to take off. And that locks in a minimum of 8 champions. And that's pretty restrictive for a formation and once you start getting hit by restrictions. And let's go ahead and do our complaining, since Parada brought it up. Lae'zel, in fact, has a glitch feat to make her Githyanki. That's supposed to be an exotic race. Why then is our exotic... Wait, did they fix it? Hold on. So exotic. She should be at 4 if they fixed it. Oh crap! Did they fix it? There was a patch. They fixed it! I don't have to complain about it anymore. They actually fixed it. So you can use Lae'zel as a core champion with her glitch feat to count her as Githyanking for exotic for Ashara. Hey, complaining worked. It's fixed. Hey. That's funny. What did it cost us, the Duke? Yeah, he'll be fixed. They'll fix that. That is absolutely working, not intentionally. A fix for a break. I would rather Duke be working properly, but yeah. It's been fixed. The world is saved. I can stop being a streamer and retire. Retire on the, like, $50 I've made here. Retire. So yeah. Ultimately, she has great numbers. Especially when compared to her core champion compatriots. However, very restrictive. If you're in a really restricted run, you might not reach those bonds to get those numbers. And the fact she's locked out of 2 day ones. So we can go to the availability. I need to get her... so you can see her... and I don't think she had any ability. No, she does have charisma, but she doesn't need that for day ones. Her dexterity and her constitution will be locked out. You want to see a lesson in classes, but for races? A lesson in races. If he comes back, he will re-tier. Perfectly balanced, yada, yada, yada. What will I get fixed next? I don't know. Maybe, well, we'll find. I'm curious if they messed with Grim now. We'll look at that when we talk about Grim. Because his Barbarians was not counting with Karlach before. A lesson in race theory? I'll pass. Most boring college class go. Let's see. So, ultimately, let's see. Where would we rank her? Because she does have great numbers, all things considered. Again, we're talking about like just a generalized 15 times 15 times 15 potentially. That's way, way bigger than what we've looked at before with the core champions. However, restrictive, both in formation and availability. From now on, we only complain about Dirge human feet until they add it. Thank you. Not a bad idea. Excluding champions for their race, that doesn't sound right. Hey man, restrictions happen all the time for race. Literally, Ashara is all about restricting races. That is her kit. Yeah, so I foresee her potentially the highest of C, lowest of B. Is kind of where I'm potentially seeing her. Let's continue down this line of conversation. I'm sure successfully get Tyredack banned from Twitch. I do kind of have no filter and don't care what I talk about. That being said, I probably we could do a race tier list of like D&D. We can't do a race list of like real life races. That would get me banned on Twitch for sure. Oh, Dark Warrior. So, I mean, unless someone else speaks up, we'll probably fly through this tier list. If you ever do, say, hey, I think that should be different. Shout it out. I was stewing on Minsk, and I can see him being like down here with Makos, honestly. He is clunky. Stop highlighting. There we go. So yeah, that's kind of what I'm looking at so far. But now we need to... Oh no, Azaka is technically a DPS. I totally forgot about that. Next. We'll quickly go over Azaka. I keep doing that. I keep doing that too. I reorganized my scenes in OBS since we've been doing Final Fantasy more, and it's really throwing me off. Azaka. You would take her Were-Tiger specialization if, for some reason, you are Drist. True. He's evergreen, not core. I do make that distinction, but yeah, I guess technically. Yeah, well, I was going to transition into the evergreen, but yeah. Because yeah, now that we're getting into Azaka, we're getting more into the evergreen. Yeah, I know. We were just going over at the beginning of stream. I say the wrong words all the time. Yeah, if you're a common watcher, you know this. Good news. The want to make a human glitch for Dirge. Oh, you're saying good news they want to, Kratos? Is that what you're saying? Yeah. Hey, how you doing, Arcus? As people are bleeding in, I'll do a quick little reminder. You can exclamation Discord in the chat. We've made a Discord for a Tyredack Discord. It's not an Idle Champion sub-Discord. It's a Tyredack community Discord. If you would like to join that, exclamation Discord in chat. You'll get a link. Real life races, have we hit the specialization point in limited population? Science detected. Pretty sure that's not allowed. Dirge will get a human feat in 2021 or 2031, maybe. One or the other. So yeah. Azaka is very popular for her gold mechanic. However, she is technically also a DPS. Azaka is a Were-Tiger after 12 attacks in human form, based on her specialization pick. She changes into a Were-Tiger for 60 seconds, increasing her damage by 400%. We'll wait till she actually transforms. We might need to remove familiars. She's getting a hit every now and then. Where does it actually show that? Oh, does it not? Is it literally just for... I thought it's scaled. Wow. Yeah, so just 400%. There's not even a way to scale that. Oof. She does also increase the damage of all champions by E9 if they're in an exterior location. So only if you're outside does that buff ever apply. Oh, man, I thought that scaled. Curse doesn't scale? Why did I think it scaled? No, it does. It does somewhere, right? Oh, it's per attack. Sorry. Every time I hear a P-pop, I have to... Zaka got big numbers. Oh, yeah. F. Oh, for her rank, yeah. More than likely. So, yeah. In Were Tiger form, Azaka does an additional 25% more damage per attack, stacking multiplicatively. Resets when she reverts. So that's what she scales. Not the curse, but that. It just doesn't... oh, it shows here. It wasn't stacking, though, was it? Hold on. Let's find out. Oh, no, she is Were Tiger. So, yeah, it doesn't show the actual stack. We'd have to actually do math for that. It's still not great. So technically, if you're outdoors, she gets an E9, a 400% just for being in curse, and then this stacks up. It does stack multiplicatively. That's weird, it doesn't show the numbers for it. You can clearly see I've used Azaka a lot. Her ult does prevent the Were Tiger from falling off too. It does, yeah. Depending on which you take, if you lean into the gold, it makes her gold better. If you lean into her damage, it makes her damage better. It makes her get there faster too, doesn't it? Were Tiger cooldown is paused during her ultimate. She's spent... okay. Bad DPS with a situational buff, and it makes you do math. Yeah, for some reason I thought it showed that somewhere. I really thought it showed that. Specialization reduces the attacks needed to go Tiger, yeah. The multiplicative stacking is interesting. You haven't noticed that before. There has to be a cap. There might be. It doesn't say there's a cap. It doesn't even say how the gear applies to it, if it's post-stack or what. It just says the effective taste for blood. That's so weird. I've never looked this deep into Azaka's damage. The most unused spec in the game. Damage. She tries to buy her way into the high place on the list. I'm half curious to I don't know how I would even test that, because if it's pre-stack and it's multiplicative, it can't be pre-stack. They didn't have pre-stack back then, really, so it's got to be to the post. So it's got to be that base 25% being multiplied, then getting a buff to the post. So ultimately, maybe she's higher than others in F, but not by... well, I don't even know, man. Yeah, that taste... it has to be the 25% stacking multiplicatively per attack, then affect by the post buff of the gear. So, does she scale by attack speed? I mean, she would in that scenario, right? She does an additional more damage per attack, stacking multiplicatively. So the more you increase her attack speed, the higher that's stacking. So yeah, interesting. Still not going to be crazy, because there's no way that's pre-stack. There's no way. I've never looked that deep into it, though. I really thought it showed it's scaling somewhere, like the hard number for it. Oh well. At any rate, So it's a few easy. It's probably not gonna ever be anything crazy. I guess we should note on her availability, which is all day ones except wisdom. So she's not all day ones, but only locked out of one. But still, she's probably, I mean, she's somewhere in this range, right? Very bottom of D or I don't know. Where do you guys want her? How you doing, Adrian? Adrian! I just can't help it. I'm sorry. Widow Lilindra and Astarian formation, probably. Potentially. What's up with the Super Mario theme humming today? Okay, so here's the thing. When I don't know the song that's playing, I still just revert back to Mario humming. It's just how my brain works, man. I don't know. I hate her outdoor buff. The fact it's just gone. F is fine for Azaka, nothing incredible, and almost every D tier can outbutt her without much effort, yeah. You can't put her below Makos, you just can't. I don't know, man. Because if her Adept Traveler is up, yeah, she's probably here, right? But Adept Traveler in a lot of scenarios just isn't up. And then you just have 400% plus whatever the 25% scaling is going to get to when she's in Tiger form, which is kind of trash. Like, I don't know. She's definitely in here for sure. Makos, oh no, Makos did have garbage availability. I keep thinking as a tiefling he's everyday 1, but he's not. Maybe we'll do that. Maybe we'll do that. Not that I should be thinking this hard on a baseline Evergreen. However, speaking of Evergreen, let's dive into Crux. Maybe we should do Drizzt first. We'll just do Crux. Crux is fun. We need some fun in here. Crux. Boof time. So, Commodore Crux. Do Strix. We're trying to work through the Evergreens first. So we still got Drizzt, and then, is that it? I think that's it. So, Crux is our first one too, where we have to consider one thing. He is just as good of a support. Isn't Strix core? No, Strix is not. Unless there's just like a baseline free code they have for her that everyone can get. But she's not core. He said Artemis is just, everybody knows he's going to be the top. I mean, that's just a kind of a no-brainer. We haven't even talked about him yet. We just slapped him up there. So there's something to be said. Only a code for Karlach right now. Okay. Yeah, Strix is not core. It's weird to rank champions like Crux, like Birdsong, like Jim, because we still have to think of them just as their kit, right? However, someone like Crux, again, Birdsong, Jim, we'll get into them too, their entire kit and buffing is amazing and usable as them as a DPS. However, all of that can also be used as a buff for someone else. So, we'll probably still rank them based on their kit and what they buff themselves. Just know with a few of them, like Crux, you're probably better served using them as a support for someone else because they give their entire kit to someone else, right? Does that make sense? Everybody understand what we're saying there? We're probably still going to rank them based on their kit for themselves, but some of them will be better served as a support. And Crux is one of those. Jamla's in seat 11. Yeah. And even Dragonbait is the evergreen, or that gets put into 11 on top of that. Artie's numbers are hugs. Dark Warrior, I would almost have believed you believed in Flat Earth. Anyway, we're not going on that rant. He's completely available for Light of Xerxes, so is available for a lot of the harder restrictions, and even for the harder patron, yeah. They're only better served as support when you have a DPS whose self-buffs are better than another support you could put in that spot. True, but that tends to be the case a lot of times. But it's just worth of note, right? Just know that when we're talking about him, this massive buff you see here, this E42, is buffing him, but it could be buffing someone else. We're going to rank him based on his kit for him. Just know that you could be slapping that on someone else. So yeah, again, leaning into that, E42, huge number. He has a great flat buff. Again, I have good item levels in him, 1.3. 1.4 E4 is what we're looking at for me on my Crux. And he scales with how many Xerxes adventures you've completed. So he gets better the more you can push that as well. So he is definitely mid to late game as far as how to scale him that high. And we'll also increase it for 25% for each second the champions are in the current area. So you can either hang back and farm a bit, or if you're in like a slow debuff team, that scales up pretty quickly, as it just takes 100 seconds in the current area to fully stack up. But baseline, you can see even without that fully stacked up, we're looking at an E29 that very quickly, you'll just watch it now, stack, 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 stack. Earth is a dinosaur. As big as some of the buffs are getting, it's actually not 100% clear that selfish DPS are always the win. Maybe not always, but I mean, a lot of the higher end ones, you know. But yeah, I mean, it's just worth noting, right? Whoop. Artemis is an optimized formation. He's got like E200-ish in self buffs. Yeah. But we'll still rank them anyway, based on what they do for themselves, right? Just a little asterisk with some of these when we come to them, that they can offer that buff to someone else. We are going to rank them because it's still a part of their kit. It's still something they're going to have as a part of them. But also a few things to note with Crux. Again, being evergreen, that means when you unlock him, gear's going to come from gold chests. That's great for an evergreen. He is ranged, which there are very few ranged DPS in the game, so that's something to note. He does take about the mid to mid-late game to unlock and fully buff, so there is a downside there. And as far as his availability, he is available for every day one. He is restricted out of some of the patrons, but we're mostly going to be looking at the day ones as far as DPS goes, because that's the most important role for them. Still, it's ideal to be available for everything, but day ones are so important. So we have an evergreen DPS, huge numbers. Again, mine is E42. That's the biggest number so far we've seen. He's good. He's good. All day ones. Caddy, Zorbu, Crux, the holy trio of ranged DPS, and you guess you could throw nerds in there too. Yeah, nerds getting a highlight because of Will. You might as well just a strong sport, because we have a lot of E20 buffs to use. Yeah. I mean, when it comes down then to like pre-stack scalers and who you just choose to invest in, right? Like Warduke and Krond will still, obviously Artie. But yeah, and you know, if you happen to be doing a Shara, he is a GIF. I forget where GIF landed. Where did GIF land? That's exotic, right? I'm pretty sure it's exotic. Yeah. But yeah, your perspective of pretending their buff is selfish is... Oh, Caius, we don't miss you on the Final Fantasy streams. I'm kidding. But yeah, so, yeah, overall really good, right? I think he even potentially deserves a very high rank. Wow, mean. Well, hey, we can pick on you in the Final Fantasy streams because you just don't show up, man. Oh yeah, and I forgot the original reason I was piggybacking off of Cass's gifted sub, and now it should TTS read gifted subs as well, is also I had to take into consideration, did I have TTS up for resubs? Because we're probably up for resubs. We've been streaming for over a month. We haven't been affiliate for over a month, but we're going to come up on that soon. I had to do that. Rude, but we sure do enjoy it. Yeah, I mean, I'm rude to you, you're rude to me. It all comes full circle, you know? I'm thinking A for the Hippo Man. What's everyone else thinking? All day ones, an E41, 42 buff for me. Ranged. He's a good boy. I mean, ranged can hurt in some scenarios, right? I guess Duke Ravengard is a prime example of that, as he only scales off melee. But there's also some people who affect range, like Solok. Best evergreen DPS, yeah. Sounds good for DeVito. DeVito. Good numbers, sounds good. Never used him as a DPS, he's that good. Again, that's the thing, a lot of people overlook him as using him as a DPS, but again, we're just talking about a flat E42 buff as a ranged DPS with a potential knockback tied to his attack as well, which is helpful. If you are down DPS and you just need a good buff on top of a DPS, yeah, he's good. He started blasting. That's fair. So I started blasting. You know, it doesn't count, but he was a pain in the ass to get, and I got him, so he's great. Yeah. I mean, and that is kind of a knock against him, right? It does take you developing your account to unlock him, for sure. And you're often going to be using him as a support because he's an excellent support. But just looking at his numbers and what he does, he can potentially be a very good DPS. He transitions into other teams later, yeah. And you don't even need to invest in him hard because he's evergreen. You're going to get gold chests on him. And if you do throw legendaries on him and you transition into being a support, then he still has all that investment you put in, you know? He's good. He really is. And yeah, that's another option, a point there too, Byla, is he's one of the rare DPS that also doesn't have a restrictive formation. You can slot anything with Hippo Boy. He just gets his position, or his own buff wherever he is. He just starts blasting. You can buff him with anyone. And that is freeing, you know? You don't need to evolve positionals around him. But you finished. You always try to get the finished Dark Warrior. Unless you're with Karlach. Yeah, yeah, I think he's very good overall. You tried Azaka with no assistance and got her to 14 stacks until the timer ran out. It's an E1 buff. But she climbed to an E3 in that time, yeah. It depends on your, how far you have her item level investment too, Daryl. Because yeah, if her gear's only like in the 400% range, it is clearly not pre-stack and is probably going to be very poopy. Yeah, so yeah, good boy, good boy. I guess we still have Drizzt as far as evergreens go, so we'll look at him. I keep doing that. I don't think he's terrible. I know one thing Kais is going to say, but I'll let him say it. So, to start, we'll just get out of the way that he actually does have decent availability. See if I can pull him in. Don't want to be wrong. Yeah, all day ones, and with feats, all patrons except Elminster. So overall, really good availability. But he does rely on his affiliation to pop off. And we'll explain that in a second. What is a core, evergreen, and what is not core for the blessings? Core is just the base 1 through 12. You know, Brunner, Celeste, Naeli. Evergreen then are people like Drizzt, Crux, Dragonbait, Azaka, people you unlock in the game. But core is just the starting 12. Evergreen is everyone you unlock in the game who is still within that bracket. Yeah, Belushi. I don't know why you just blasted their Dark Warrior. What was it, the Karlach? But the blessing doesn't currently work. You tested it a few days ago. Interesting. Yeah, so his kit's rather simple. He gets when he attacks a bleeding enemy from Gwynifrinir, his little kitty right here, who pops out every now and then. He does extra damage to it, and his attack cooldown is reduced. You refuse to elaborate. Guess we need to add Karlach's abs to the server emotes. Maybe we'll let Dark Warrior choose his favorite Karlach ab, and we'll work with that. So that's on Dark Warrior now. Favorite Karlach ab, Dark Warrior, go. Put it in the Discord. Not completely NSFW, though. And by the way, exclamation Discord for anyone who wants to join the Tyredack community Discord. Evergreen means unlockable all year round. Second ab from the... I don't mean singular ab. I mean favorite Karlach ab picture while being safe for work. Disco, not disco. Discord. Okay, so he gets an E6 there, attacks a little faster. And when he attacks a bleeding enemy with Twinkle, and Icing Death and Twinkle are his two swords, he will swap between hitting with one, then the other, and then both. So that's his cycle of attacking. Icing Death, Twinkle, both. Icing Death, Twinkle, both. So he cycles between them, hits with both. Then he gets Companions of the Hall, his affiliation. You guys are just having a hard disco now. You know, well, no, I won't put on that song. We'll get muted if I play that song. Is Cadbury worth slotting in a Dritz Raven Guard formation? Yes. Well, yeah, I still say yes. Because Dritz directly scales his damage based off the Companions of the Hall, which we'll explain now. Your formation gains 1 Mithril Hall stack, increasing Dritz damage by 400% for each stack, stacking multiplicatively. Most of the companions get a feat to increase these. Dritz will be getting another one purchasable through gems soon. It was a part of the last emergence. So, yeah, this is going to be the big way you scale his damage. Let's get out his affiliation, which includes Brunner. It includes Regus. Where you at? There you are. It includes Cadbury. And while the affiliation does not include Puent does have feats to apply more Mithril Hall stacks. So he does technically scale with the affiliation that way. And then we have Wolfgar in C10. And then we can also throw in Strongheart, as he can become a part of that affiliation. And while that doesn't matter for Mithril Hall stacks, Dritz specialization does scale with affiliate members. So Strongheart will still increase that while synergizing with this crew because they are heavily focused on melee crits, which also means Raven Guard is a good option for them as well to scale up everyone's crits, though it's only scaling with the crit there, not the affiliation in any way. So you can see with a full slot of Companions of the Hall, I might have missed a feat or two, I don't recall. We're looking at an E20 buff. Not terrible. You can add Duke, yep, just did. Your first saved YouTube vids was Gears of 3 to Disco Inferno. So yeah, and then Leader of Companions is his specialization. However, it doesn't scale that hard because it doesn't have any gear tied to it to scale it. I do think he should probably get that over ult damage. If they ever do anything to Dritz, he should get a way to scale his specializations. But yeah, so we're looking at an E6, an E4, and an E20. Overall, not bad. It is restrictive in that it requires his affiliation. However, in Icewind Dale, Wolfgar can pull in the whole affiliation, again, minus Puent, minus Strongheart. So you will always have them for that. So not a waste. And he's got good availability. And I know Caius would, I don't know if Caius is still here, but he definitely has a critique he would give Dritz. And I think I already know what it is, but I want to see if he says it if he's still in chat. I do? Well, last time we talked about this, you did. So I'm curious if you were going to say it again. Every time I talk about Dritz, you always say, just use Birdsong. Yeah. Well, no, I don't think the formation is. But you always say, well, Birdsong's in C9, which is kind of fair. As Birdsong is a DPS that scales really well. But I don't think the formation is bad at all. Like, we're talking Brunner here is now at an E21. For a core champion, that's a really big buff. And that's because we're now scaling all these Mithril Hall stacks. With this formation, we actually have a lot of powerful buffs. E27, E21, E23. There's a lot of power. It is not, Caius. I disagree. Is it going to be the top be-all, end-all? No. I mean, because, yeah, we're coming off of Crux, who had a 40, right? I think these guys are what would be considered good. They're not the top, but they're good. They're not garbage. They're just good. I do not think E20s are garbage. I think in restricted runs, you often have to rely on E20s. I think this is a great formation for Icewind Dale with heavy restrictions. I think it's even above mediocre, honestly. I really do. I think mediocre is more the high teen range. I think 20 plus is good. But that's opinionated, for sure. Raven Guard's right spec is broken. It is, unfortunately. We did look at that at the very beginning. I think it's tied to this little patch they added where they fixed the familiars, but I think the familiars became bugged because of Duke. There must be something in their code. I don't know. Something's messed up there. But yeah, they'll fix it. It'll be fixed. It's not supposed to not do it. So that will get fixed before too long, I think. Already synergizes with the companions too? A little bit. A little bit. Not much. They hint at synergy there, but it's really not there, honestly. Caddy Bree is the biggest reason he would, but even now, that's not his best in seat anymore. To get all the feats, I mean, it's true, Daryl. It is pricey to get to this point. I'm just saying, if you have, it's not bad. Is it going to be your top be-all, end-all? No. And you can make anything work in the game at the end of the day. If you're just having fun, they're a fun formation, in my opinion. And still good. Not peak, not the best, but good. That being said, we're ranking Drizzt on his potential. Good availability, E6, E20, E4, not terrible. If he's by himself, obviously worse, E7. By himself, he's more in the Delina, Jarlaxle range, right? With his formation, he definitely gets much, much above that. But it depends on what's restricted. A great tutorial formation, potentially. You spend over 300k gems on their feats. Yeah, I've spent a lot on feats. Ranking him just based on what he is as a DPS, we're not going to see Crux or probably even a Shara range, but above... oops. That's incorrect. There we go. Above Arkan, though, I think. I think we're looking either top of C or bottom of B as a DPS. What's everyone think? That's where I'm kind of looking for him. There's no way he's B. Oh, he's definitely not A. I could see him resting at the top of C, in there with Arkan. I think he could breach into like the very bottom of B with his affiliation, but he doesn't always have that, so I can see him dipping to high C. Which now I want to drink. I haven't had... That's what it's called, right? High C, that drink. Hold on. I haven't had that in so long. Yeah, high C, man. I have not had that in a minute. A minute. There's Sunny D too, but yeah, Sunny D I also haven't had. There's also high C though. You meant more C than B? Oh, gotcha, Adrian. Maybe have a pass into B, but C sounds fair. Yeah, I think, again, I think he reaches bottom B with his entire affiliation. I think they're good. But he won't always have that. So I think it's fair to bump him to C. Because especially when considering someone, we'll just say Artemis, right? The guy at the top. He definitely has peak performance, best in slot champions, right? But he still just needs positionals to observe. There's ways to get that outside of like a very tight-knit affiliation like Drizzt. Literally isn't strong enough to displace a support. But there's going to be, again, we're not ranking them based on that. We're ranking them based on their kit, right? In the same lieu of Crux not getting bumped down because he's usually a support. Better if you put Shaka in. Oh, Shaka. Did you choose Shaka for your flex, guys? Are we still on Drits? We're just moving on now. Let's see, who do we want to look at now? I mean, I guess we could just go right into Category. You might have, you don't normally really engage with the event until last week. Oh. We'll go Strix after Caddy. We're already looking at the companion. So let's go Caddy, then we'll go Strix. Caddy's a weird one. She used to be more considered a DPS. I don't even really know where to go with her. She's one of the few where I'm just like, man, I don't even know at this point anymore. She does have a lot to her kit. You did take Shaka as one of them, since he's naked, given the dismantle. Right. Bad one's out of the way. Oriza, Grandma B, Benwin, and Ishii. We'll do Strix, and then maybe we'll lean into them. We're 2 hours in, and we're not even halfway rip Final Fantasy. Maybe. We'll see. Maybe we'll just give Saturday a huge time chunk to go Final Fantasy 2 hard. Let's see. Where to even go with Caddy, man? Well, baseline, you're not here on Saturday, Prada. That is unfortunate. 18-hour Final Fantasy 2 stream, got it. I don't know about 18-hour, but maybe we'll, if people are hanging around, we'll stretch it, since we might not get to Final Fantasy 2. We'll see. Maybe today we'll stretch it. I don't know. Mark for Death. She'll mark enemies. They take more damage. Push forward. Damage of herself and all champions in front of her in the formation. Each time she gets a crit. That stacks up, so we're looking at an E11 and an E10. Yeah. I'm trying to think of if there's anything unique beyond that we should cover. I guess probably Grievous Wounds, right? I guess that doesn't really matter, since it is just... That should be scaling Mark for Death right now, right? Or no, we're not stunning. So yeah, I guess it's what's tied to her gear that matters, right? Push Forward is one of them, which gets to the E10. The Mark for Death gets scaled, but also her crit damage gets scaled. And that does matter for her as a damage dealer, but it also matters for her as a support. But we're not talking about support, we're talking about being a damage dealer. 12 hours of tier list and 12 hours of Final Fantasy 2. Like I said, if we ever do a 24-hour stream, that's going to require actual money. I can't put myself through a 24-hour. You hope we skip Final Fantasy for today. You don't want to miss everything by going to sleep. Her crit chance can scale her crit damage too, right? Yeah, what was that through? Let's see. Oh yeah, and she deals additional damage to how far away they are, but that doesn't scale crazy. I think additively, yeah. So it's never going to be anything crazy. Everyone loves cheese, Brie. 700% crit, so she gets 7 times crit damage. Yeah, when we're talking the numbers of this game, it's probably never going to get crazy, right? But it's still worth mentioning. You can see her crit damage alone is up to an E4 with what we're looking at. She's a weird one to rank. She does have good availability. Yeah, we should probably move her along. I've been thinking about her. For some reason, she's a weird one to rank in my mind as exclusively a DPS. Yeah, she's naturally everyday one and everything but Elminster. Her availability is on point. How does her crit chance work? I mean, basically with her, she's always going to be critting. That's the thing with Caddy Brie. With even light investment. Pew. Pew. Because we're over 100%. The overcap then bleeds into crit damage, but I forget where that's tied to. Is it her ult? I forget. Yeah. What is that tied to, though, Kaius? I don't remember where they actually say that. Problem with this game, some classes never get the chance to shine due to lack of gear and priority of scrolls and meta champs. It's true. You don't have to lean into the meta though. You don't. Should you? I mean, probably, right? Like, at least some variation of it. But you don't have to. But you're right, though. It's tied to the game's crit. Okay, it's just tied to the base crit. Okay. That's right, because they took it, like, away from her and made that just the crit. That's right. So, yeah. It's never going to be crazy. It's just not. 0 channel points. What happened? Really? Maybe you just need to refresh. You should have eggs, unless you're just seeing that they're eggs now. All channel points are now eggs. So yeah, let's mosey. We've been lingering on Caddy for too long here, because I've just been thinking about where the crit went. But that's right, it just went into crit 2.0. Thank you for the follow, Lorasa. Lorasa. Let me know what you want me to call you. Welcome. Thank you for following. When you get timed out, I have not timed Dark Warrior out yet, and I have not modded anyone yet, which I probably should. She probably belongs around Drizzt. Yeah, I agree. Because she is above the likes of Delina and Jarlaxle, but she really doesn't excel as a damage dealer. She can be a good early damage dealer, with showing 0 bits instead for... Oh, I see. I want to argue that she's better than Drizzt, to be honest. That's your soft spot for Artemis DPS supports. Yeah. No, she is who I used in Artemis, you know, up until the gym change. She was really good with Artemis. But as far as exclusively a damage dealer, I mean, they are kind of really close. One way or the other. Maybe we'll look back at it and shuffle that around, but right in there I feel is good. Yeah, I don't think you lose channel points on timeout, but I probably should time out Dark Warrior more often. Yeah, so let's move on. I guess we said Strix. Strix is another weird one. We got a lot of weird ones to go through. We'll try to make it a little quicker. We lingered on Caddy for a little too long there because my brain was just stuck. Oh, did she die? I didn't even notice. I didn't know what was happening there. What party is Strix in? I mean, while her specializations do technically matter, whatever, we'll just go hygiene for now. You killed her. Yeah, well. Caddy's support buff is better than Dritzt's personal DPS buffs. Not in a full companions team, but baseline, yeah. If you can't mod emotes, you'll leave the stream. One day someone's gonna gift you a sub and you're gonna cry. Caddy works with Solok. That's fair. She is ranged, so she is another one that works with Solok. But yeah, so Strix. Strix is kind of weird. Let's get a couple haunted stacks just to showcase it. Let's get some level 1 squishies in here. Just so they... I mean, anyone... I've pushed to 2,000. Pretty much anyone who's not a tank will insta-die. So let's get fun people out. Whatever. We'll just get people out. Non-knockbacks, though. And well, our bud won't matter. You're a tank. Sorry, I'm stuck in a loop. Let's just get some deaths so we can showcase Haunted. Strix as a DPS D. I don't know if she's... Well, we'll see. Woo, fun people. Yeah, I don't know if I would classify all of them as fun. I saw Vin Ursa and I said, cool people. You know, she's... Probably. We'll see. I haven't used her as a DPS in a long time. I think she works... Who did I put in? Oh, Strix does have life-saving. That's right. I think she works as an early DPS. Her base damage is pretty good. But, you know, we're talking about invested for the most part here. Nova's a better DPS than Strix in her seed? I don't know about that. If you put Jim in there, Jim will probably hit Bud. Oh, Jim's a monster. Yeah, if we gave Jim, Omen, and Evelyn, we'd probably see Jim as the top DPS. Doesn't she work greatest with the Waffle Crew and Tieflings? I mean, technically, right? But her scalings as far as that goes are all pretty low. Use Jim Strix, and Jim has more investment, but Strix hits Bud. I mean, it depends on the formation you use on top of that, right? If Jim isn't receiving all the other buffs, then yeah, she'll take off because she's getting all the other buffs. But if they are both receiving all of the buffs, I mean, no, he still will probably take off because again, Jim is one of those who offers all his kit to someone else. So Strix still does have more on top of Jim's kit in that scenario, so that's true. But what the point then is, you're better off making Jim your DPS and probably slotting someone other than Strix to give a bigger buff to make Jim hit harder. But yeah, new Warden seems much better than Strix Bud. Warden's kind of a weird one now too. We're just letting Hunted build up a bit. Well, let's take a look at it. I mean, whatever. We'll just leave it at that. You can clearly scale it higher, but we're gonna say whatever and keep pushing. Strix gets a bonus from having multi-hit. Multi-hit? Do you just mean AoE? Because yeah, she's AoE. She's not multi-hit though. Unless that's what you meant. To me, multi-hit is more someone like Farida who launches multiple projectiles. Anyway, let's not linger. Then lingers on a Haunted for an hour. Yeah. Yeah, 12 Spectre Warden. It's fun. I will say that. It's fun. Okay, so Aura of the Unclean increases the damage of all champions that are not adjacent to Strix by an amount. However, she will also increase her damage for each champion it affects. This only stacks additively, so it's not going to get crazy. So let's get max of people who can be affected by it right now. Does it actually show that number anywhere? Man, again, you're seeing a lot of people who I don't use that often. I thought it showed the overall number, but you can do the math yourself. It's additive, so we're not stacking multiplicatively or anything. With that many, we're resting at like a high E7 maybe teetering into E8. It depends. One of her ults, maybe one of her ults. I forget. She does transform with her ult to do multiple things. I forget what they all are. That's just AoE. But one of them might be. Maybe her broom. I don't remember. Or maybe, no, her owl does multi-hit, right? The owlbear. I can't remember. Haunted is additive, so stacking will give high. That's kind of the problem with Strix as a whole. Is at 10 stacks would be E7. It's got to be, I mean, it's E7 just with 2. So it would at least be a mid E7 then, but yeah. Because yeah, just adding 8 E6 and 8 E6 would get you into 1 E7. But yeah, so that's the thing. Aura of Unclean, additive. Haunted, additive. So these are her 2 buffs, and we're looking at like maybe an E7. And if we hard farmed Haunted, another E7, right? It's additive, it's gonna taper. It can technically indefinitely stack, but it's additive. You're gonna reach a point where you've killed, 100 or died 100,000 times, and you're not gonna start increasing that at all if you linger forever. So maybe that we could get that to an E8 probably. So like E7, E8, and then she has Poor Hygiene. Enemies that approach the party will take more damage, and with the Power of Friendship, you can increase that radius and the damage bonus. It's, again, we're probably going to see another in the E7 to E8 range. So a potential of 3, maybe roughly E8 buffs. Very stinky. So, again, yeah, not great. We're talking better than, like, Delana, right? But we're not talking much higher. So, yeah. Aura of the Unclean, you can argue she gets more benefit out of it. Then she buffs out as she additively increases it, But it's not by much. That is kind of her theme, is low numbers that don't have good scaling. Unfortunate, but it's just the facts. It still adds up, but I don't suck, I'm farming haunted stacks. A cap's had integer cap because of how the game is coded, but who is going to spend enough time to get that stacking to E9 stacks? Yeah, that's the thing. The definition of C, I mean, probably. She does have good availability. Let's make sure I'm not talking out my beehole. Yeah, she's available for everything but Elminster, so she does have good availability. How you doing, Zadrakis? So yeah, I mean, ultimately she is kind of the definition of like mid. Not bad, which I guess would be today's definition of mid to a lot of people, but she is the hard middle ground. I do think she's either the end of C or the top of D to me. So we could have her down there or up here. She's really close to there for me. Everyone else is stressed. Tier list done. You know, Caius, you really do just come in and say, end your stream. You know you're going to put her in C because I said D. I kind of want to see what everyone else thinks. You're not the only opinion that matters. I can't believe that got blocked. Added permitted term. I'm gonna slap you. The fact I had to approve that is insane. I really do need to make only specific things restricted. That just takes time, man. I got time to spend on other stuff like making Super Ashton Carrot Thor. Hold on, we need him in this scene now. Whoop. Good thing I didn't have anything weird in that. Let's see here. There we go. There he is. There's my man. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Beautiful. If Caddy gets C, surely Strix does too. Both are additive scalers. Caddy technically can scale harder than Strix. I do think she probably belongs in a low C. Bottom A. She buds out Jim in your magic team. You can make someone else be higher than her, though. Ashikirthor's face is so uncomfortable, but arousing. For example, Dirge. Oh, Caius. I'm gonna just start banning Artemis and Dirge, so you can't say them. But I love Dirge, so I can't do that. But yeah, I mean, we'll keep going, but... because we are talking 3 buffs. They're not crazy, though. And she does have a decent affiliation. I guess someone said we wanted to go through the poopers. So let's get the big fight out of the way. As a common theme on my Discord, exclamation Discord to join, is people defending Binwin. It's a meme. He's gonna get the slap. F next. Oh, Caius, wait till you hear the fight coming. Don't call him Pooper. It's not a meme, he is a W. So yeah. Most of his scaling comes from Tallest and Faerun. It's sad Binwin scales better than Makos. I mean, not wrong. Trash, trash, trash. Strix is adjacent to Ak Inc. That's a big plus, yeah. You'll die on the hill called Binwin. It's a very short hill. We can't put Binwin in S, he's above that. Look at the poop-colored beard. You took Binwin as flex. A lot of people are taking Binwin as flex, mostly because he's the only one they don't have unlocked. Some people, crazy people, would otherwise take it, but he literally has win in the name. And he also has bin like a trash bin in the name. He wins by throwing him in the trash. Short hill, sick burn. So yeah, Tallest and Faerun, multiplicative stack, you need to shorties. So, very restrictive, but we'll at least take a quick look for the funzy dunsies. Gotta think of all the shorties here. Not Imoen this time. Avron will work with his gnome. Gleech. Noom Gleech. We'll talk about Rosie soon, so we'll just put Rosie out there. Diana's just a small human. Lazabs can work. Right, did Goblin count? I don't remember. He had something that didn't count that I thought should. It's Goblin. Kobolds, right. I guess we could take, Uman. Uman. Oh yeah, that's true. We could use the dwarf feats for non-garbo. Let me make sure they're equipped, though. Not on that one. I was messing with Krond before, so I switched that out. And he does. We need one more. Bin 1, Bin 2, Bin 3. Huh? Ironic nicknames. He will get his time to shine. When some broken supports will be released that only buff him, that will never happen, Sin. Yeah, point. We squeeze point out there. All right. So we're looking at an E8 with a full seeded 10 champions, scaling tallest in Faerun. He technically has other ways to scale his damage, but they're weird. You can dream tier. You can dream, but I will crush those dreams. He gains extra attacks when champions not adjacent to him do a certain number of attacks, so he can attack faster. But he generally has a very slow attack cooldown. And he gains extra damage when champions adjacent to him kill enemies before Binwin's next attack. Very, 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 very weird formation ability, requiring other champions to get kills as a DPS, where when you hit your wall, it's supposed to be just your DPS dealing damage. That's not going to scale up at all. And even while it is, look at the numbers we're dealing with. We're never going to scale this crazy hard, kill stack additively. Not only does he, as the DPS, need to not be killing more than other people around him, it's only an additive stack. It's garbage. E8, that's skill issue. Have you considered increasing item level? No, I haven't. For good reason. With a full formation of trash, he gets an E8 nice. There are some in there you can that aren't trash, but no. There is a reason Binwin got to the very bottom of our overall tier list. Clearly he needs full shiny for proper evaluation. Yeah. Scaling is bad. Buffs are bad. Availability is bad. You can see this low dexterity over here. I thought there was two. Let's see. Am I misremembering? My brain's already turning to mush. Yeah, it's just the dexterity. So he is locked out of the dexterity day one. 10k item levels at least? No. I am now giving them to Briv. I'm going to try to get that 9 jump finally. That's going to take time for me though. E8 at maximum, like E4 from extra attack if you really want to try. Yeah. You finally found your champion where you get more item levels than tier. Yeah. We need Valiant Dwarf champion. Valiant Dwarf. See, this is the point where we need to see full GE on Binwin to have a fair trial for him. 9 jump is less than Binwin? Parada. It's a pretty quick rank. He's F tier. He just is. Maybe he'll go above Mako's, but even then, I don't think so. Let's see. He really does belong in F. Because Makos is at least core. The events really help his post stack. Can Makos kill armored enemies? Six hours of jokes later, and Tier's brain is soup, spilling out all his alongside potions he's already OD'd on. Binwin should be over Makos. He's better than Makos. Definitely worse than Minsk. We've hit the time for your regular appointment at the gym. To get less pear-shaped. I like that. Well, good luck on your workout, Caius. We'll survive without you saying this rank next for an hour or so. Hope you're able to enjoy the stream with slightly less contentiousness. We appreciate Caius here, and the fact we can make fun of him. This calls for a timeout. He's just grooving to trash, man. I'm not even comfortable putting him above Makos, but for the sake of you guys, we'll give him above Makos. That's your influence on this tier list. Binwin hides food in his anus. And on that note, we're moving on to... and still scales like crap. I mean, so does Binwin. They're really like... They're in the same bracket, kind of. I mean, technically speaking, with more investment, Binwin would overtake. At equal item levels, Binwin would scale harder, but he also has a more restrictive formation. But yeah, we'll put him above Makos for you guys. And we'll transition now into Rosie. Rosie. All evergreen scale like crap. Crux scales like crap with gear. He scales really good with Xerxes variants, yeah. Crux's scaling comes from just having good formation abilities that all scale well together. Justice for Strix. Dark Warrior, put in literally anyone other than Strix in that formation you have. We did it, boys. Binwin ain't the lowest. He's still the lowest on the overall tier list because Makos has more utility beyond DPS. But I'll grant you Binwin over Makos in the DPS category. Jim, is there... No, I'm saying, like, literally put anyone else in Strix's spot. Get anyone else buffed by all those buffs. Not anyone. Like, obviously she'll outshine Makos or someone like that, but... Binwin, one of the first champions to be released, he's still trash, even with champions that specifically buff him. I mean, no one really specifically buffs him. He scales with specific types of champions, but no one specifically buffs Binwin. What? Putting over in there, watch your bud go higher. I mean, it's possible, honestly. Chat buffs Binwin. lae'zel buffs small champions. Honestly, I stand by the fact lae'zel was released exclusively for Zorbu at the time. Nobody buffs Binwin so far. You put Binwin and he was worse, your argument is invalid. Someone who at least has slightly better scaling than Strix. Hence my... someone other than like Makos. You know, Binwin is Makos tier. I'm just saying Strix's scaling isn't great. It's better than Makos or Binwin or Azaka. And she does have some synergy with Ak Inc. After 6 years of being looked down on during his travels, Binwin is now chaotic evil. He dual wields two-handed maces. I would like to see that. Anyway, Rosie. Kind of poo-poo garbage, but we'll look at her. The base damage of Rosie for each champion younger than her, so we need to slot people younger than her. And she reduces the time between her attacks and increasing her damage for each C-team champion. So she's restrictive in that she needs both younger people and C-team. And then there's her specialization, which is scaling even further for female champions or just her shadow arts. Her shadow arts is kind of garbage, so generally you'll want matriarch if you're even attempting her, which... we could slip into, really quick, the spoiler zone. Ooh, I need that to be above chat for this. There we go. The spoiler zone. Everybody, plug your ears. Take your headphones off really quick. As soon as you see the spoiler zone tag gone, we will not be in spoilers. Spoilers in 5, 4, 3, 2. Rosie is on the docket for a rework, so we will eventually be seeing changes to her soon. Spoilers over! We don't need to talk about it in chat. You just have to know that while we do this. I spoiled you. I gave you ample warning. So, we're going to talk about her as she is sassy. So we need to get younger champions than her, which is weird because you would then think you want to use Gromma on top of that, right? But then Gromma doesn't buff her as much because they are both old, you know? So it's kind of weird. It would be cool to pair the grandmas together. And even Vi then. But Who is technically the oldest between them? Let's see, 110. Yeah, they're definitely not Vi. It's weird. You would want to almost synergize them, but the spoiler was crazy. And when Tyredack spends a minute shouting the P word, the P word. Which P word? Wait, what? She's going to Sug Zero. Huh? But the YouTube people really feel like they're missing out. I doubt it. He always spoils you with the best. I don't know about that. Anyway, let's round this out here. So we're looking for people under the age of 110, and ideally female, and ideally part of the C team. The C team is Donner, Cathris, Rosie, and Walnut. 2 of them aren't female. Already counter synergy, but we'll throw them in anyway. I'm grooving to this one. I still kind of want to turn the Wii theme on. I just want it boop, 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 boop. Boop, 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 boop. Rosie, bro. I almost just straight read that. And that would have been funny, but I should just lead into that. Because I ultimately don't care. I think most of you know I don't care about words. But I don't want Twitch to ban me. I'm a baby. I can't put up a fight against bans. How old is Walnut? 62. Walnut's poop, but we don't care. We're just slotting C team to see her peak. Cathris and Donner and Dirge, because why not? Female Dwarven Dirge feet. No. Although, oh, I can't talk about that. Oh, darn it. There is a spoiler I want to complain about so much. Oh, I want to complain about it. But it's a pretty big spoiler, so I'm not going to talk about it. Let's see. Yeah, 20. So now, do it? Okay. Remind me at the very end of stream. If you guys are still here at the end of stream, that's when we can talk about it. I don't want to do it in the middle of this. So at the end of stream, remind me, and we'll do it then. Shut up, Dark Warrior. That's what I'm saying. I don't want to interrupt what we're doing for it. Wait, it can be an end of the day rant. Let's see. What are we doing? See, I'm already off track. We don't want to get too off track yet. So we're looking for females younger than Rosie right now. Females younger than Rosie. Penelope should work. I don't remember how old she is, but yeah, she's actually older than I thought. I guess she is an, actually she's halfling. Those ears always make me think not halfling. I'm not used to halflings having that pointy of ears. Lazaps, that's fair, that's fair. One of the rare times Lazaps can buff someone. You don't want to interrupt what we were doing. We already ranked 10 champs in 2.5 hours. Exactly. we're struggling. We're on that struggle bus already, baby. You can show the spoiler in Discord with the... That's true. It's a rant, though. I want to rant about it. Man, the mom on TV doesn't want to spoil me. Do something. Well, hold on. How hot is your mom? Catty cheese. Yeah, she's younger. Shandy should be younger, too. Shandy's also older than I thought. Karlak's pretty young, all things considered. All right. So, we're looking at, for each champion younger than her, we're only at 8. Wait, how old is Cathris? Yeah, that's another counter synergy. That's so ridiculous that we want the C team and we want females, but Cathris is also not female and older than her. It's so weird how they do that sometimes. Will you be my tier dad? Depends on how hot your mom is. Since mom is very hot. Petition for new donate tier Tyredack wife. Cathris is so old. Yeah, he's an oldie. And that's the weird thing, because you want young people. For Rosie, they're a part of the same affiliation, but he's older than her and won't count for Sassy. I don't like those counter synergies within an affiliation. You should be wanting to synergize with your affiliation. You can be my Tira mom. We're all a part of the Tira family. Send me all your hot moms. Anyway, okay, let's move on. Sassy, we're looking at an E12. Busy Bee Stinger, you're also increasing her damage for the C team, where we've got an E6 here. And Matriarch, we're looking at a 700%. There's no way to scale it. Hot mom and bio. Tyredack. No, I do not bark. No, Rosie wants young people. We're looking at an absolute maximum of an E12 plus an E6 plus 700. Not great. And she's limited, not good. And her, let's check out her availability. Yeah, she is locked out. Does she not have a strength feat? And she does not have a strength feat, so she is locked out of a day one on top of that. So locked out of a day one, part of a not a great affiliation that also doesn't synergize together. She's just not good. She'll stay out of the F range in a DPS specific list, probably. Are we at Dilbert level? F. Now, she'll probably stay out of the F. We're looking more in the, like, Delina range. However, Delina is core and gets gear to scale herself, whereas Rosie would require investment and is restricted out of a day one. So let's take a look at the list. Wasn't she released before Zariel? You think people stopped using her before Zariel was released? Yeah, I think so. Rosie's a pretty old champion. Punny, ha, she's old, ha, get it, ha. But yeah, ultimately, she's not seeing numbers like these guys. She's really close. Like, she's either top of F or bottom of D. Because her scaling really is more akin to Jamila. But, below, I'm guessing you meant Minsk Dark War? Yeah. You guys are thinking below Minsk? I don't even know if I agree with that. Now, again, we're talking specifically DPS. Grand overall, she's in the F tier in the overall, because you don't want to invest in a DPS that's that bad. We are looking at specifically their mechanics as a DPS. I think she does out DPS Minsk as a raw DPS. His is completely unreliable, and it's hard to get it to work entirely. Her formation is more restrictive, in that Minsk doesn't need a... I mean, he does benefit from people who can at least spawn his favorite foe, but you don't need to kit a formation around him, where you kind of do with Rosie for people younger. There are a lot that are younger than her. Gemma and Delina did get some reworks over the years. Yeah, never good ones, though. I can see her being top of F as a DPS. I think she's better than Minsk, though. I really do. I mean, she gets to an E12, which is higher than any of them can get to, and then she has more multipliers. So, I do think she's better than everyone else in F, but I can see her being the gatekeeper of F. I do think she could breach into D, though. Evergreens get free investment? Okay, yes, Dark Warrior, they do. My Minsk is at 30k item levels and still does less than a non-invested Rosie. That's my point, right? My non-invested Rosie is better than all the core and Evergreen in the F tier. That says something, right? Delina got reworked from trash still into no use at all? Yeah. They still are bad. Bad. I can't do a sheep voice. But Rosie is old. We were kind of old hating the other day. So some people are into gilfs, right? I honestly think she breaches out of F. I'm gonna put her at the very bottom of D for now. No ageism. Oh, we're as long as I'm not considered old, we are ageists here. I really do think she belongs at the bottom of D exclusively as a damage dealer. She's no Betty White. She kind of is Betty White. In comparison to Rosie, your mom is like the hottest. I mean, if we're comparing to Rosie, that still isn't a great threshold to reach. Man is not even 40 yet in his prime. It's almost my birthday, actually. This is my birthday month. I'm not quite 40 on my birthday, but I'm getting there, man. Morning. How you doing, Cass? Let's see. Who was the other? Ageism goes both ways, too young, too old. Yeah, we're right in the middle, right? We're all good right in the middle here, the perfect age, yeah. We're not Zoomers, we're not Boomers. No. I feel like I have to say this since I'm live on stream. I don't care about anything. I do not. I make fun of everything at the same time, though, so deal with it. Everyone gets made fun of here, everyone makes fun of me back here, and we all have fun. Old people suck. Let's move back to the game. You hate being a Zoomer? You are a Zoomer, Void, like, technically? We're making merry? What? You're old? I am, honest. Carrot cake for Tyredack's hentai birthday. Man, again, I've never had good carrot cake. Maybe I do need to go to Germany. I think carrot cake is poop tier for cakes, but I don't think I've ever had a good one, so... let's see. There was another suggestion. It was Rosie, Binwin, and who? Who was the other one? Have you ever had a good hentai birthday? No. Carrot cake is fire. Release the Rublekuchen. I definitely. Oh, Ishi, right. Probably mispronounced that severely. Okay. Ishi. You're a very old petite Asian boy. Oh, Dark Warrior. That's where you get the ban. Don't make me flex again to prove I'm not petite, nor am I Asian. that one should be apparent. Epic Games just gave you Thalor for free. Does her speed thing make any sense? You're meant to farm up a lot of rush stacks, then let her kill an enemy in area 1. Yeah, that's how she works. Push as far as you can in a run. On your new run, let her sit. Ideally, you'll build up Shandy's dash in that time, if you use her for speed. She'll get a hit in that time and then whoop, zoop on ahead. But do note, Cass, anything that counts areas past generally does count with that as well. So if you need anything that's like Blushi to count for that kind of thing, make sure they're slotted before she gets the jump. Good carrot cake is S tier. I need to find good carrot cake then because, man, I've never liked it. Elf formation, elf formation, elf formation. Oh, what with, you want to do an Ishi elf formation? Let's see. Elf Furbolg. We could lean in. I usually don't lean into elf. We could do that for the funsies. Let's use the fancy new search feature. Yes. Elf. Yes. All right. We got B-Bag. I saw, who else did I see? Miria, right? Yeesh. Walnut? No. The Laura gets you 200 levels every 3 minutes. The Laura's speed feed is quite... the feed is good. Cinnamon cream cheese icing is mandatory. See, here's the thing. A lot of people disagree with me here. I don't like cream cheese. I don't. Now, you can mix it with other flavors to make it good. Maybe cinnamon would be good enough, right? Because I know carrot cake is supposed to have like cinnamon and nutmeg or something. Or did I say whatever? I think carrot cake is supposed to have all those spices, right? That can make it good. Cream cheese doesn't like you. Cream cheese by itself sucks, man. This is Hot Take Factory. This one I don't care about. Cream cheese by itself hard sucks. Again, you can add flavors to it to make it good, but just baseline cream cheese, it's gross. I don't know how you people do it. But again, as like a frosting with other flavors and cinnamon mixed in there, okay, we're talking now, right? I can give you that. Baseline cream cheese is a no-no. Anyway, let's get back on track. I lost, who are elves? Ayla can be fun. Wow, yeah, seat 8 sucks, huh? Definitely Astarion. Let's see, we'll get Fen, Astarion. Man, we'll just do Walnut. Fine. You're not a fan of straight cream cheese. Cream cheese icing is a different beast. Again, it depends on the flavors we're talking about mixed in with that. I can be, but baseline cream cheese blows. You'll bake a cake with cinnamon for you. You are all about the puns today, Sin. Man, you guys keep getting me off track again. I mean, honestly, Vlania would be better than Walnut, but who cares? Viconia. Ishi's good, though. Viconia won't do anything. You know, who cares? Who cares? Who cares? We're not looking to buff their damage as high as we can possibly do. We're just looking to elf it up, baby! Which, in case, we're gonna add Lucius, too, because who cares? We're just looking for elves. Baloth, and Merowyn. Baloth. No, we can't do Baloth. That's seat 4. I'm an idiot. Ayla. Okay. Walnut, yeah, I'm scared too. You don't like plain cream cheese on toasted bagel? God, no, I don't. I hate that, man. I don't know how people do it. Every day is pun day. For you, at least. Have you made cinnamon rolls like Grammar used to make? I know a lot of people do it. I'm not, like, shaming people who like cream cheese. That's just one of those tastes, like, I don't get it, man. My taste buds... Granted, my taste buds right now could handle it because I can't really taste much. I can taste, like, peanut butter and salt and some cheeses because of my COVID. But ultimately, no, I don't. Still, it sucks. I still can't taste my coffee. It's been... I know. I've heard some people... It'll be months for some people. I've even heard someone who claims it's been, like, a year for them. And, I don't like hearing that because if I get sick... I generally get the worst of whatever that sickness can offer, so my taste might be gone for a long time, which sucks, dog. I've been eating a lot more salty and spicy things, because I can taste spice, salt, some peanut butter, and that's about it, honestly. He gonna give you the nutmeg. Oh no, I don't want Sin's nutmeg. Okay, so, Ishi, good god. Ishi, we are, Ishi needs to lean into either being a friend to shorties, a friend to tall monsters, or a friend to tall folk. Never humans. Not gonna lie, this game theme slaps. Well, we're listening to, unless you are talking about not what's on stream, we're listening to, Lo-Fi Girl. Ishi. This is Ishi. Ishi. Is she? We're leaning into elves for tall folk for this. It all will scale. It just depends on which you want to fill your formation with. However, Ishi ultimately is kind of a pooper. Talk about the game you playing. I have the core game playlist on my normal videos on YouTube, or not playlist, but the song. Eat healthy, take advantage of celery and peanut butter, or some spicy V8. I'm still just leaning into my diet, which is mostly a carnivore-leaning keto. I'll sneak in sugar and stuff in like my creamer for my coffee, but because black coffee is too bitter for me, even with not being able to taste it, it's just too rough on my gut. She isn't. So you can see Ishi's damage, 200% for non-human. We've got that to E11 because we're slotting elves, they're not human. And her specialization is only getting to an E5. If there's a rework to Ishi, this is definitely a way to do it. We need this to scale better. E5 is garbage as far as that's considered, considering we need to fill then every slot in our formation to qualify it, you know? So we're looking at an E11 plus an E5, and that's it. No pre-stack, nothing crazy. Ishi is also a gold find, so that's something for her overall rank. We're ranking exclusively her DPS kit versus other DPS. So we're looking at an E11 plus an E5. She is a quick attacker, so that is a bonus. Nobody attacks faster than Ishi, but yeah, that's where it ends, yeah. So, yeah, we're looking at an E11, an E5. Let's check availability. Availability for Ishi. We're looking at all day ones, so that's a positive. Some patron restrictions. Does she have an int feat? Nope, she does not have an int feat. So yeah, we are looking at all day ones at least. However, E11 plus E5. Does the attack speed advantage remain after speed boost? I think it's just naturally a quick attack. So you will just get her quicker to the attack reduction cap is all. A wet noodle still hits like a wet noodle no matter how fast. Yeah, that's the problem. Attack speed only goes so far. It helps for like armor chunking or debuffing or, you know, other things. But yeah, quick attack animation, and you can reduce it more, but there is an attack cooldown cap. And she'll just reach that quicker is all. Her spec choices need to be pre-stack or scale the pre-stack off her DPS. Something, yeah, Void. Something. But it doesn't. So we're looking at E11, E5. Again, that's more in like the... There we go. That's more... Yeah, that's really, again, Delana Jarlaxle range. That's really in the D category. She does have everyday one. Not even owning every feat. Yeah, I probably could if I really wanted to. Champions I never use, I typically don't feat out. I probably should one of these days, though. Is the ult any good? That just increased her attack speed, right? Or am I misremembering? That's... Hi, Virgil. You're not who we wanted. For 40 seconds, Ishi's... Oh, no, it's damage. Okay. 100% for each non-human. It is multiplicative. So that's worth mentioning, at least. It doesn't show up here, but it's... Honestly, it's going to be the same as this, right? Non-human, no. So it's going to have this scaling, but be this number is what that's going to be. So we're essentially looking at another E5 while the ult is up. I don't know if that's a 100% uptime for her. I don't think it gets to 100%, but 40-second duration is quite a long time. So I mean, that's worth mentioning, yeah. So it potentially an E11 plus an E5 plus an E5. Could BBEG be a DPS because of Bud zombies? No, because you still need a DPS to set your Bud. Even if Buds are clearing for you, you need a DPS to set the Bud. Not even owning duck skin, it is on sale. Her damage bind amount for a time that changes with gear on a cooldown that will always linger. 60-second duration, 75-second cooldown, ultimately. Okay, so almost a full uptime. So yeah, we can count that in her kit for sure. So yeah, I think ultimately that's still in roughly the same range. Well, it would end up being basically the same as Friend of Tallfolk, right? Because Friend of Tallfolk does not have any gear, and we're looking at 9, so it's getting up to a 2E5. It would actually be 10, because it's the same number as this, no humans. So, but non-gear scaling. Very close to that. But, D above Rosie just cuz. She technically has more scaling than that, including her ult. So yeah. But no, Rosie's in C, not D. But I do think the concept of her being just above Rosie is correct. Nope. So yeah, roughly in there. Now we have a lot more open to talk about. Man, we still got a lot to go through. We might need to start speeding through some of them. Grim next speed run, but I want to test something with Grim. Well, let's just do it. Let's look at the thing I want to test with Grim. When we talked about Grim when we were doing the Seat 8 video, we were talking about how he scales with barbarians. So increase the damage of Grim for each barbarian in the formation. You can also, this doesn't matter. You can also set it to strength. So the weird thing is, Karlach kind of screwed that up. Because while she's a barbarian, she doesn't have the strength. And it actually glitches her out to stop counting as a barbarian, because it's now trying to consider her strength first, which it should still be tagging the barbarian, but it wasn't. So I want to see if they fix that. Do the rabbit. Yeah, Yorvin will do next, and he'll be pretty quick. Yeah, Warden, Duck, and Jim, we need to actually give them time. Maybe Warden less so, but Jim and the Duck. Dahani Nabi, we'll see with Dahani. Dahani is better than a lot of people give her credit for. Barbari ain't. That's a hard one for me to say. Doesn't have the strength. Fight her 1 versus 1 then. Ability score. I'm just looking at what they're telling me. Barbarians without strength ain't barbarians. There are some Dex barbarian builds, but or just leaning into con. So you can see right now Get Buff has 2, as he is a barbarian and counts, and Karlach is counting currently because she's a barbarian. So we're going to make it where it also scales up strength 18 plus. And now it's down to 1, so that still is broken. She should still be counting, because by its terminology, it is for each barbarian or champion with strength. She's still a barbarian. She should still count. However, it is now only determining off the strength, and I think that's because before in the game, every barbarian did have 18 strength, so they figured they could just put it at the 18 strength threshold. That's not the case anymore, because Karlach is under 18 strength. They need to fix that. Not that anyone's using Grim as their main DPS right now, probably. I still think they need to fix that, though. Because, yeah, she should still be working. It is Barbarian or Strength. No, not only Strength. But I think that's how they have it coded, because Barbarian-wise, we have Ayla, who is 18 Strength. We have Puent, who is 18 Strength. So they didn't really have to worry about that. There's another one. Who am I forgetting? So let's see. Tatiana. Oh, Tatiana? No, well, they share a seat, so that doesn't matter. 23 strength, 20 strength, 20 strength, 18 strength, 18. Yeah. So Karlach is the only barbarian in not his seat that doesn't have 18 strength. And yeah, they need to fix that. In BG3, she has 17. With the feat, she could be 18. Yeah, but not. Karlach, no. Not muscular, but fat. Dark Warrior Googling inflation Karlach right now. Oh, no. Nar. So yeah, as far as like how you're going to scale Grim, these are the maximum barbarians that are going to be usable. You're not going to use Jamila. She's a DPS. She doesn't offer any support. And as far as the barbarians in the game, we're not going to use Binwin or Jamila because they offer no form of support. So we could use Torrigar, but he's not evil. So we could use Wolfgar, would be better than Yorvin, honestly. So you'd probably use Wolfgar instead. But the problem is now Karlach doesn't count. So if we're leaning into the 18, we'd have to go with someone who has 18 strength. For now, we'll go the big boy Ippo. So now let's instead search by 18 strength. All right, so let's throw in just enough to showcase what he can do. Was it Kroll? Yeah. And we need one more. Let's throw in... we'll just throw in Jam. Whatever, who cares? So, at 10, woohoo! Look at that. We're at a whopping E6 for his multiplicative damage scaling. Woof. He also debuffs, so he does have more, where the enemies he damage are stickily debuffed. Stickily. Now, long rest matters here. If you're using him as a DPS, for the early levels, you're probably going to be swapping him with Beetle. So he can stack up long rest, and then you'll swap him in. Do we use speed and get that to build up, or do we just say whatever? And move on. We should move on. It will never scale crazy. It will get up probably to like an E8 in my scenario. We're going to go ahead and reset that cooldown. Yeah, we don't want to take... I like the egg alterings. Garlic ate too much carrot cake. Yeah, see, I don't think Dark Warrior would look up inflation of Karlach because he appreciates her abs too much. He wants her to be a lean, mean machine to dom him. Long bust a special order that's used for his debuffing. It's true. I was just going to show... If I said it was his other one, I didn't mean that. I was just going to show... I don't remember if it actually shows it. Yeah, there we go. It does show it. So you can see... I did say the number. No, I did, actually. You're right. Because I was using get buffs numbers. You're right. Yeah, I don't know what that was. But yeah, you'll scale his special order. You can see it'll get up there. You can get his debuffs to like maybe E4, E5, right? It depends. So that matters. But ultimately, we're talking about like potentially an E6 and maybe then a stackable E6. Nothing crazy. Unfortunately, I've always wanted Grim to be a better damage dealer personally. I love Beetle and Grim. They just really don't matter as much as they used to. Great availability, because if you know how Grim works, Beetle and Grim are inseparable. They each have different classes, different races, different ability scores, and no matter which one qualifies for, the other one does too. So it's a fun mechanic. Wish they were better than in today's day and age. Ultimately, exclusively ranking Grim on his damage, he's gonna be pretty low. Sadly. You're starting to tune out. Tune D's nuts, Dark World. Let's see. Does he dip all the way into F? I literally think Rosie scales better than Grim, like in every way, unfortunately. Like her base buff was E11, and she still had more on top of that. And his base buff was an E6, and you have to spend a lot of time to farm up his debuff, which will then probably only get to like another E6. Whereas Rosie had a flat E11 plus an E6, and then maybe a little more. So he's definitely below... He does have better availability, but... What's the funniest joke? Wait, what did I miss? Oh no. Without farming his debuff, still counts for something. Yeah, I mean, and yeah, his scaling just ultimately is bad. Do we rank availability over damage? I don't necessarily think so, unless the availability is so bad that, you know, like Spurt, right? Like, they're almost never usable bad. Ultimately, scaling, at the end of the day, matters a little more, but it depends on how bad of availability we're talking. Rosie was only -1 day one, I think. Right? Grim is young, Rosie is old. How old is Grim? 26. We are old haters around here. Not really. I do think Rosie goes above Grim, though. I really do. His damage just isn't good. It just isn't. I could even see him in F. Availability. Bela. Is it Bela or Bila? If you've ever answered that, I'm sorry. I feel like I've asked it like 4 times. I've never seen your answer, though. And I hate, again, we're talking about the Discord, exclamation Discord in chat if you want to join the Tyredack community Discord. Huge shout outs to Rack and Bela Bila, because they did basically all of that. His damage sounds worse than Minsk. My biggest problem with Minsk is you're not always getting his damage. Sometimes he literally isn't getting either. And I think that's such a huge knock against him, in my opinion. A color. We call that a gum job, Dark Warrior. remember you asking, but I'm not sure. Oh, I've asked. You've probably just missed it, but I've definitely asked. See, but you still haven't answered me. Oh, the AC turned on. Thank God. All right, we're leaving it there for now. I could see him dipping into F exclusively as a damage dealer. I think Rosie does stay out of complete F though. I really do. You can call you cutie. I want to know how to pronounce your name. Is it Bela or Baila? Bela, Baila. All right, Yorvin. Yorvin sucks. We'll really quickly cover him. We're gonna burn through some of these people. Hold on. Shut up, cutie. All right. Some of these people we're not going to show their overall well, maybe, I don't know. You categorize Grim as F for other reasons. What would those other reasons be? Technically hard. A would be more correct, you think? So Bela, you're saying. Like by the bay. Not like I'm buying something. No. Oh, so you're saying Baila. Bela. Anyway, but I'll look for your response in a second. Who did I say? Yorvin. Yorvin, hello. Murder Bunny. Ooh-ah, ooh-ah, ooh-ah. Baila. Okay. Bye-bye, La. Oh, I'm down to upgrades only. That's not good. Hyla. Hyla. Baila. All right, Yorvin's a debuffer. Enemies he attacks take E6 more damage. And also, each time Yorvin attacks during his auto attack, which makes him leap out and hit an enemy, attacking it once a second for 5 seconds, so 5 hits. Each attack causes them to take more damage from all sources, stacking multiplicatively, but it's the base number it's stacking with, so that doesn't get very high. The post-stack value is then increased by an E5, so again, we're looking at E6, E6 more than likely. He does have Danger Sense, but that doesn't affect his damage. He can have an additional butt attack through his specializations, which I took. Hyla Hitler. God, why did I say that out loud? Don't clip that. I was just reading Dark Warrior. Oh, man. That's a bad look. Haringen! What kind of race even is that? Pronounce it like Sharingan. That's what I do. Sharingan! Haringen! We got him. Honestly, on stream, what it looks like Bela? Home? Someone clip it. Please don't. Although, again, at the end of the day, I really don't care. I'm pretty open to any kind of joke. Canceled. I probably will be at some point. I'll let slip something that Twitch doesn't like one day. Danger Sense does affect damage. I mean, that's fair. That's fair. Yorvin gains a damage boost for 10 seconds when this ability effectively lowers the damage of an enemy attack. That's fair to mention. Because he reduces the damage adjacent champions take. So if he's adjacent to a tank, that does restrict him to requiring to be adjacent to someone taking damage. But yeah, it's a tiny boost. Tiny boost. I'm not falling for that one, Sir Shakens. I read that one in my brain first. He doesn't care. Time to burn down the whole channel. Good. What's the? I really need to. I need to download this as a soundbite. Good luck from Star Fox. You know, I was thinking about that. I wonder if there's a way I can set up you guys able to spend your eggs on certain noise clips I add to the channel, like good luck, or you know, you can insult me with your eggs. Find some voice bites that would insult me. That could be funny. A fun way to spend eggs. If a bald man would shout that name where I'm from, you would be gone in 3 seconds. He's like the event version of Jam Jam, kinda. He can be used in some debuff teams, but that's about it. You Germans love that stuff. Uh-oh. Void's self-reporting. Okay, so yeah, we're looking at an E6, potentially an E6, more than likely staying within the E5 range, but yeah, because the multiplicative is only up to 5 with the 100%, and then not even an E4 in my case. So we're talking low buffing. Not anymore. Time to find a petite Asian boy sound. That, reread that to yourself and tell me how that sounds. Although I think, what was it? I think a gifted sub or a community gifted now will read whatever you type in a Japanese chick's voice, which I thought was entertaining. So yeah, he's locked out of the day one int. Not great. Let's rank him. Let's get through some of these. Locked out of one day one, an E6, an E6, and potentially an E4 at maximum capability. We're looking at another D tier. I mean, really, I even think he's below Rosie. I don't think he falls to F tier. He does have a bud on top of his attack through specializations, and I believe that bud double dips, but that's nothing crazy. Why am I looking down here? I think he's right in there. I mean, we're really filling up the D, but we got family rekindling in chat. Yeah, I think we're looking at D. Low numbers. Let's dive right into some of the tieflings. Let's get Farida and Prudence and Nixie out of the way. Let's go through all the whammon tieflings. We'll start with Farida, who I wish was better because she's kind of cool. I like her auto attack, and she's got a story behind her. We're really filling out the what now? The D. Never mind, I'm not going to go that far. Farida scales with tieflings, is a DPS, good availability, even better availability considering Mehen, her daddy, who can pull her in to any variant she's restricted from, as long as he can get into it himself. So, really good availability, all things considered. Like the Might is Right adventure, he has 19 strength. She very much does not. He could then pull her in. Coward, it's less about cowardice and more that I need to move this along. This is taking longer than I thought. I've been lingering too much. So now I'm in push mode now. Don't care. I think the chill music slows me down too. I do need to find more pump music that isn't DMCA-able. I don't know what to do though. Tiefling. Who am I forgetting? Oh yeah, Strix. I don't think there's anyone else, right? She isn't fully 10, or who am I forgetting? Yeah, Prudence is a DPS, she doesn't really count. So yeah, she can't have a full 10 traditionally. You can throw Prudence in there, tier list speed run, use the speed potions on stream. You know, Shaka is by far better than Mako's. Yes, I do. We're just throwing him in there. We're just looking for tieflings. We're not looking for max actual bud output here. We're just showcasing her formation ability. But yeah, we will, for the sake of if they ever throw in another tiefling, you will never use Prudence with Farida. Who cares? We're just looking at her maximum output. She'll generally be 9, but the maximum you're getting here is an E10. And enemies that hit Farida or champions adjacent to Farida take damage equal to E4 of her DPS. So we're looking at a maximum of an E10, which you're more realistically going to look at something like an E9, on top of potentially an E4 if you're able to survive taking a hit. Again, low numbers. We're really not seeing big numbers from this. Good availability though, because we're looking at, if this ever works, we are looking at... Bro, there she is. We are looking at all day ones and almost all patrons. Mehen, sadly does not work for Elminster anymore, I believe, right? Or is he getting close? I forget. Yeah, no, he does not work anymore. So Mehen can no longer pull her in to Elminster. So she's available for everything but Elminster. Mehen, yeah, that's why we're at 9. Yeah, is out, yeah. So yeah, unfortunately, no longer. She was for a while because Mehen could pull her in, but no longer. So we're looking more at an E9 plus an E4, and good availability. I think it's not great. She's fun and a lot of people like her. Her auto attack does give her some multi-hit capability. I believe, hold on. Yeah, no, her ult does not increase her damage. It makes her attack more though, right? But it doesn't increase her actual damage. I don't think she breaches into B. I don't even know if she breaches into C, honestly, all things considered by today's standards. Let's take a look though. So, because we're looking at an E10 plus an E4. I mean, really, that's like what, an E12 at the end of the day? That's not that much. She's not worse than Delina? I don't even know about that. Delina put up literally like the same numbers. And her formation's far less restrictive. You need tieflings exclusively for Farida, whereas Delina just needs to be in the back of the formation. I honestly think, by today's standards, Delina might even be better than Farida. Not by much, granted. They're like, I think they're same bracket. Allow. And you call yourself an availability slut? I do, but you still need to have a good kit behind that availability. And when we're talking an absolute maximum of an E12, no pre-stack, no crazy multipliers, no good equipment scaling, that's bad. That's just bad by today's standards. And a good kit behind the slut as well, exactly. Honestly, I would put her like toe-in-toe with Delina, and I'd actually give Delina the edge because Delina's core. Less restrictive. I mean, she does have, well, okay, we can give Farida the benefit over Delina because of availability. I could get behind that. But realistically, all, like, these guys right here, they're all same, like, very, very same range of scaling, which is all pretty bad. We're not talking dunk F tier like Makos or Binwin or Azaka, right? But they're just not good. Ain't we picky? Pick these nuts. We have to be picky. It's a tier list about DPS. All right, let's move on. We're knocking through the tieflings. I want to try to pick up the pace. This might be a bit of a longer one, but it's not going to be like stupid long. But yeah, we gotta pick up the pace a bit. I realized once I started filling up the waiting room in the DPS, I was like, oh, this is going to take longer than I thought, isn't it? Does have E20 in passives. What do you mean E20? I didn't. What do you mean E20? Self DPS upgrades? Wait, what are you talking about? Make an artificer tier list? What, the like 2 artificers we have? Excited for our first text not found champion? Oh, you're just talking about these upgrades. Yeah. I mean, we can compare that directly with Delina. I see what you're saying now. Yeah, E16 versus E19 for me, but... Minotaur tier list better? Yeah, there's only one of them. Harengan tier list. Okay, Prudence. So, I just don't like the way this looks. That's why I always untick it. I hate the way that looks. Never have liked this giant max bar on all of them. I think it should just disappear when you get max. I find it ugly. So, Glee. She gets a stack of Glee each time she kills an enemy. Let's let her kill some enemies. So that'll scale up while she's killing to help her clear more. Human tier list Artemis, everyone else Xander Dirge. We really do need that Dirge human feat. So yeah, this scales up, never gets crazy, as you can see. Delight. Increase the damage bonus of Glee by 100% for each good aligned champion in the formation, stacking additively and then applying multiplicatively. She's like Walnut. She has counter synergy with herself. It's meant to be like a balancing act, but yeah. And then Resolve. Increase the max stacks of Glee for each neutral or evil champion in the formation, additively. But then there's Frustration. Every time Prudence attacks an enemy but does not kill it, she gains a stack of Frustration. Frustration stacks increase her damage by an amount as well, stacking multiplicatively to the maximum number is equal to champions adjacent to Prudence. Or wait, hold on. The maximum number of Frustration stacks is equal to the number of champions adjacent to Prudence, reduced by 1 each time she gets a kill. Okay, I just read that weird. So yeah, she has a way to increase damage while she's not killing, and a way to increase damage while she is killing. There is a way to very much scale Glee higher if you go for the good aligned, go for the neutral or evil aligned, just to stack it up. And with her affiliation, the Ox Ventures, you can make people count as neutral who aren't to count as both via Corazon. But we're not talking anything crazy there. We're really not. So yeah, we can. I don't think clicks. Yeah, it had to be champions. Not click, right? For Frustration? Yeah, if Frustration counted for clicks, that'd be different. But it literally counts their kills. Which is kind of unfortunate in that regard. Because again, we're talking like a weird Binwin thing here. Where other champions... or wait, no, it's just when she doesn't kill, right? Hold on, I think I'm mixing it up in my brain now. Yeah, attacks an enemy but does not get a kill, so it is also at your wall. Her affiliation has 2 good, 2 potentially, 4, and 1 evil. Yeah, but and then with Corazon you can make people neutral, yeah. Yeah, I guess we'll just get to where she's not killing, and have to showcase that, to at least showcase it. Oh wait, we can't, because Briv. Briv's my guy who takes the damage. Alright, we'll go somewhere another tank can survive, then. I always just default to Briv, who just heals himself. Maybe we should tap speed pots to make everything go faster. I usually don't like that for videos. Hyper speed looks kind of funny sometimes. But, let's see. Let's surround her by low-level people so they're not getting kills. You're leveled, you're leveled, you're leveled. We're dealing Bud, aren't we? We don't want to deal Bud. There we go. Who haven't I leveled? I guess Dahani. And well, we will talk about Dahani anyway. We need a tank in the front, though. Get in there and get at least enough to have your shield. So yeah, so we're looking at an E7, and the thing is if you have your Glee high enough, you're still gonna have Glee stacks while you're pushing, because you're gonna build Glee stacks from killing, reach your wall. That will pair with Frustration. It's weird, but ultimately we're not talking high numbers, you know. Gotta go fast. So her best energy would be 6 evil and Corazon. Yeah, right? At any rate, so yeah, it is a weird kit. Yeah, and I already died. I forgot, she's in Briv's seat, and that is another actual huge factor against her. We haven't talked about seats too much, But being in Valentine and Briv seat kind of blows as a DPS, meaning you'll never get the best buffer or the best speed champion. So that does suck. But her numbers don't put up enough to justify, generally speaking. Not good numbers. Good availability. We are talking currently everything. Baseline. All day ones and all patrons, including Elminster. So she does have really good availability. But ultimately, her damage numbers just aren't that good. Yeah. Yeah, she'll only lose Glee when another champion gets a kill. So yeah. We could maximize her, but we're not going to see crazy numbers. We're going to see low C, high D numbers with her. That emote with the glasses, man. I actually, a long time ago, I chatted with Emote, however you want to say their name, briefly, and they said Prudence should be below Farida in the overall tier list back then. I still think they're really close. I really do. Prudence is more unknowing to use to a degree, because Emote loves Prudence, at least back then. Where do we put Prudence, boys? Where are we putting her? We really got to start flying. Who are some of the real basic ones we can cover? Man. Yeah, once I started throwing DPS champions up there, I was like, uh-oh, there's a lot more than I was expecting. I don't think she's necessarily given up on Prudence. It's more she perfected the Prudence formation and is now investing, I think, in Van Ursa, just for the funsies. Behind Minsk. Nah, she's got better scaling than that. So clunky. I mean, it's true. She's clunky, but you can make it work, right? There are numbers there you can work with that are in the D tier. You hate Prudence. She's Farida, but worse. She is more annoying to use, but her formation is slightly more freeing. To get peak, you definitely need to build something around it. I think she's D-worthy, not F, but I don't think she's high in... Whoa. I think she's like... I don't know where, though. She has amazing availability, too. Like, some of the best in the game for a DPS. Other than the likes of Dirge. Like, on par with Artemis availability. Clunky formation, Veronica, Shaka, Prudence, DM, etc., etc. Maybe there. Maybe we'll put her there for now. Delana and Jarl. Jarl? I went into my Skyrim roots there. I could see that being fair, too. Because, yeah. I can see that being fair. Let's do it in Mosey. Unless someone has like a hard conflict with one of these ranks, let me know, and we'll talk about it. You heard some Nurak haters would like to add him here. Jarl would be a sweet skin. Jarl Jarlaxle. Jarlaxle. Let's see. The Tieflings, Nixie. Let's go into Nixie. She's weird. Clunky. Not clunky. Clunky is the wrong word for her. She's kind of weird, though. Another one of those almost serves better as a support than a DPS. She does technically have one way to make her specific... I did it again. To boost her damage slightly, which is only through Wild Magic Surge, where she can randomly increase her damage by E4. Not crazy, E4. We've got an E11 from her Blazing Charisma. That will scale based on... What did we even choose? Her specialization. Increase the damage of Blazing Charisma for each champion with a total ability score. So we'll slot some of those just to see what it can reach real quick. I don't remember who has a low TOT in Seed 5. So we'll move on. A good bet for low TOT is always the Minsk is technically, yeah. Is the absolute adversaries. They're always a great option for low TOT. Will, as long as he doesn't have his feet on, which he does not. Let's see, who did I miss? What is Raven Guards, actually? No, he has a high TOT. Okay. Makos was low. All right. So we've got 10 in to match the specialization we did. RNG, like Jim but weird. Ashara. Oh, Shard. Oh, yeah. Yeah, so we're getting it up to an E15, but again, that's buffing anyone with a Charisma 17 plus. But again, we're going to rank her based on her numbers, so we're looking at an E15. That's lower than the likes of Ashara, and potentially the heights of some of the Ds, but maybe it nets her into the low C as just a flat buff to work with. While she also gets an E4, potentially on top of that. However, her availability is not on the great side. You can see her stats. That 8 and 3 are rough. 3 int. She is canonically the dumbest champion in the game. She does have a 2 strength feat, so you can get her into the strength, because otherwise she's 8. But you can get her into the strength. I mean, why not? I'll get that one. Every now and then I use her. We should get a blazing charisma on her. Yeah, so now we're looking at an E, or no. Yeah, that didn't actually increase it all that much. Anyway, yeah, so we're looking at being locked out of Int and Wiz, 2 lockouts, as neutral, and with her terrible Int, and her, her strength gets her Nazariel, but she will be locked out of Strahd and Mert on top of that. Still available for Elminster, but Fireball, yeah. We need +1 Int feed for her. +1 Int, so she can actually understand language. You were expecting an awful ones team, this is blowing your mind. I'm being quick and just defaulted to who I knew had low TOT, which lately has been the absolute adversaries. Generally, you would want to pair her with her crew, though, which is Antreus. You don't have to, is the thing with her. She doesn't necessarily scale with her affiliation. However, she makes people in her affiliation better in ways. So, ideally you could pair her with her affiliation. And most of them have a way to scale with low TOT as well. Anyway, you sometimes use her in place of Dirge, but that's a thing, is she can also just be used to buff Dirge, as she is a sorcerer and gives him the sorcerer tag for will. But again, we're ranking her just based on her kit. And so we're looking at an E15, not great availability, but seat 1, so you get her right away. And you don't have to finagle her too hard. Her specializations are pretty open with how you can scale her up. But she's nothing crazy. I mean, I could see her... I mean, I do see her Strix level, right? Maybe right in that range. Because Strix has a lot of low numbers that do add up to about or slightly higher than what her flat buff is. Her availability does suck, though. Like, hard. I can see her breaking into C, but her availability makes me wonder if she deserves a hit down. What do you guys think? Does she make it into low C, or does her availability hold her back? What y'all think? I'm thinking low C, but I can see an argument. As a pure DPS, you never use her. One scenario in which it is good to use her as a pure DPS is Witchlight, but that is through Evandra, as Evandra can pull in this crew, and Evandra's restrictive buffing nature means you might be using Nixie as your DPS. Most of her kit is force support, yeah, but again, we're ranking champions based on what they give themselves in this scenario, like Crux. Because yeah, Crux is usually used as a support, but his numbers are crazy and he has good availability. He can be used as a good DPS. So we're thinking of it from the perspective of what do they offer themselves as a DPS. Of which I'm thinking low C, but her availability does kind of suck. 2-day ones is rough. Not a lot of patrons. So I could see her getting knocked down to high D. But I think her numbers are in the low C range. We'll think about it though. We need to mosey. Her affiliation is fine. Yeah, her affiliation getting pulled into Witchlight is a bonus. Kind of like Drist and Icewind Dale. Let's go through some quickies. Who's going to be a quickie? We got lae'zel will be a quickie. Torgar will be a quickie. Oriza should be. Fen should be. We're on seat 5. We'll go into Dadius real quick. I don't want to keep you guys here too long on this, because this is taking longer than I expected. Whoa! Did not mean to go there. Darn it. I didn't want to spike my bud yet. I wanted to test things. Dadius. Dadius. Okay, Dadius. You either choose to increase his positional based on people with magic or people not with magic. Ideally, you'd lean into magic, because he himself is a magical attacker. You will be able to stack to 10 with magic, and not fully 10 with non-magic. However, there will be times you have more melee than spell or ranged, so it depends on your formation. He can go either way. Daddy. AA having low TOT is great, that some variants BBEG can buff Dirge, yeah. And BBEG often doesn't conflict with Folk Hero. It can sometimes, but BBEG is usable with the AA for sure, especially in Elminster. Never less than 5. 24-hour stream after all, no. And then, since we're taking him as a DPS, we either want to just hyperbuff skill empowerment as much as we can, or even you still might take this one, right? Because most of his damage buffing is still going to come from his positional skill empowerment, which you want on as many people as possible to scale it. So you might still take the one to get it on more people, depending on your formation. Because naturally, it's 14 int, which is a bit restrictive. If we're talking 14 int, that's these champions. His specialization to make it 12, look how many more people we have access to by making it 12. That's a huge leap in how many people can be affected by it. You get so many more options taking that specialization. So yeah, bop, 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 bop. That's the difference. So BBG wouldn't even work with anyone. Yeah. Specifically with Dadius. But yeah, so oftentimes you'll take the 12, so because that massively opens you up, and it's very important to get people that count for it, because every single person it's affecting increases how much it's buffing. Baseline, we're looking at 13. Right, she's one that doesn't work. Now, just with one other person, we're looking at 14. So if we start filling up, yeah, he's not a smart one. If we start filling it up, does he have the dexterity for that? No. Let's just do Miria. Who cares? Who cares, bro? Who cares? We're already at 17. So it's very, very important. I don't think Karlach works, yeah. Very, very important to get people that qualify for that. That's actually not a good pairing with him, yeah. We'll go... What is Grama? It's int, actually. Grama works. Although he's kind of old. Who cares? Doesn't matter. Moving on. Oh, what am I thinking? Throwing Nixie into a 12 int requirement. Woof. What is your int? Yeah, you work. Woof. What is Wolf? Yeah, Wolfgar doesn't count. Oops. Barrowin. Barrowin's fun. She doesn't count either. I thought she did. What is her int? 11. Ah. 1 away, baby. She does have a feat for it. I'm not going to buy it just for this, though. Evelyn. What is your int? Really? A lot of tanks have poop int. Let's just look at... I wanted to throw a tank in there. Just because. There we go. No, this is no kind of formation you should actually use. I just wanted to throw a tank in there. I always like having the front line be a tank if I can, even when it doesn't matter. You can select characters into the seats and search. I could have, yeah. So yeah, you can see with a full slot, we're looking at an E21. It's a huge difference. You really do want to stack that up. However, as a DPS, he increases his own damage in multiple ways. Enemies hit by Chromatic Orb are debuffed, his auto attack. And it cycles between Acid, Frost, or Fire. Each debuff increases the damage of subsequent orbs of the same type by an amount stacking multiplicatively. So that'll scale his damage up. Dadius keeps track of the total number of sets of all 3 orb types he casts in the current area, increasing skill empowerment, so that's another way we're buffing up skill empowerment, which is still going up, because that's stacking up. Now we're at 22. The effect of skill empowerment is increased on champions in the formation with a magical-based attack. We should have focused that, actually. That's what I was forgetting. So we want to focus on, since we chose that, we want to focus magic while having the int. So let's rearrange a bit. Because we want to see his max performance, don't we? Okay, let's see. So Presto, we'll go Presto just for funsy doodles. Don't care. Sasaspia did count though, so we'll do that. I think Gem counts too. Well, I know Gem counts, not Overnarak though. So let's see what else we need here. Spellcaster, 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 BBG, no. We could go Ashara or Alindra. We'll go Ashara, just cuz. Ooh ah, ooh ah. We'll just throw out Makos, just cuz. Eat poop, don't care. Ulcoria is actually a good option, because Ulcoria specifically buffs magic users and scales better with magic users. And we could have made Grandma work, but we're gonna go Averin because he's a fun little gnome man in this skin. Okay, so now we have Together in Magic at 10. We are looking at skill empowerment being an E27. So we're talking an E27 buff on top of this stacking up, which this doesn't get crazy, but it's another buff on top of that. He's a little guy. Oh, Beetle, yeah, we could have used Beetle. Fen is a melee, right? Oh, but that was when we were, right. So yeah, overall, he has decent numbers. Again, another one you likely will use for support, but and a useful ult. We can look at his ult too, yeah. This one. Summons a storm of magic missiles, one for every enemy, plus a few extras for good measure. So if you stack up a lot of enemies, you can tap that out. It'll launch a lot of magic missiles, and it can be good for armor breaking for sure. Yeah. Multi-hit ult for the win. As far as his availability goes, he is kind of hurting there. He is only 3 out of 6 day ones. That's rough. That's actually rough. He's not great on patrons either, with his low con for Vajra. Does he have a 2-string? He doesn't. Yeah, he's looking kind of rough on availability though. 3 out of 6 is pretty bad. So we're looking at good numbers, not the best. We're not reaching Crux. You know, we're reaching more the B range with his numbers. But does 3 out of 6 knock him down to C? What do you guys think? Is his numbers enough to keep him in B? Or does that crappy availability knock him to C? 3 out of 6 is rough. And yeah, he didn't have any ability score increases through feats. Yeah, we could also be bumping up skill empowerment even more. I mean, he gets decent numbers. He really does. Because we could probably bump this up to an E30 if we really tried. And I don't have much investment in him either. Full epic, but only in the 1 to 200 range. 150 average. I'm thinking, that availability kinda do suck. Low C? You think low C? Because his numbers actually do get good. Not great. Not Crux levels, but good. He doesn't reach a perfect Ashara, though. He's not reaching that. Oh, you meant low B. I don't know if he reaches low C, because his numbers are really good. And since he was reworked, he is Elminster viable for a long time. But the day trial, I could never recommend investing in him as your main DPS. I never could, because 3 is rough. You stand by your sentiment of availability being like thighs for Tyredack. It matters, though, especially out of DPS. It matters. If you're going to spend your hard-earned in-game currency on someone, it should be someone that's there for you, especially as a DPS. If you invest in a DPS and they're just always locked out, that doesn't feel good. That doesn't help you push. And 3 day ones, that's a pretty steep restriction. We'll keep him in low B for now. I see him potentially falling, but we do need to move on. I apologize for the fact this is taking a lot longer than I initially thought. So for those of you sticking around, thank you. Remember, !Discord if you want in the Tyredack community Discord. Think about throwing a follow if you haven't yet if you're lurking. Think about throwing a Prime sub if you got one just sitting there. That's all I got to say about that. We had Fen, should be pretty quick. We'll go to Fen. We like him long over here. Tyredack is raking DPS on his channel as we speak, as he has Makos as the worst of the core DPS. Makos sucks. As exclusively a DPS, Makos sucks. So Dirge will forever be useful despite his poor synergy with his own affiliation. And even then you can make him work to still... I mean, we'll sneak him in there for now. I still think he's going to be S because of his availability. Well, I mean, we ranked both Artemis and Dirge as exclusively DPS champions on the overall tier list, and they still made it to S. So how are they not S in the DPS tier list? But yeah, Makos actually unironically just sucks as a damage dealer. Since event variants are both harder and for more, with events 2.0, you think trials availability is slightly less important? I don't. I think pushing trials is important. Having your DPS be available for every day one is important for pushing your trials teams, getting the DPS as high as you can, and being able to push if you're trying to push them. It's very important to get scales going. Very important. But the context for the last comment is Sean is talking up Makos DPS for New Game Plus, is he? Yeah, looking at the raw numbers, Makos so far has pretty much been the worst DPS in the game. If we're talking exclusively tunnel vision on performing as a DPS. Trials Day 1 is very important to get scales. It is. It really is. The most DPS you do on Trials is better, yeah. So them being available and pushing the highest DPS you can, and even just pushing past your wall is very important. Yeah, they did make Makos slightly better as a DPS, but his scaling is terrible. Like, god-awful. And the flat number he offers at 30k item levels is equal to, like, the rest of the people in the F tier right now. So, off to bed with you. Don't you dare finish Final Fantasy on Saturday and see you Tuesday. We'll see, Parada. Who knows? But thanks for hanging around while you could. Have a good sleep. Yeah, we should move on, though. I think he can hold the lowest B position, Dadius. He might slip into high C. We'll see. There's high C again. Now I want to drink it. He does pump good numbers, but his availability is poo-poo garbage. Let's look at Fen. Fen should be pretty quick. I did not realize Miria's zombies change with her skin. That's cool. I actually didn't realize that. Jim has changed her skin. Huh. Interesting. Fen. So, Fen. Part of the Black Dice Society. With her specializations, you can make her a bud spammer, which is great if you're using her as a support, but you can also increase her damage with her specializations. So do BBEG zombies. They change with the skins. Nice. Fen increases the damage of all champions in her column, which includes her. This will scale with, I believe it was... Yeah. I've got you, friends. Increase mischievous, but dangerous by 100% for each champion in the formation that is either the Black Dice Society, her affiliation, or has Wisdom 15 plus. Let's take a look at who has Wisdom 15 plus. I already forgot. Was it 14 or 15? It was 15. It was. Donk. So that's fairly restrictive, but we also have Mistana and Warden Specters. We'll slot in the BDS just cuz. Miria. What is Miria's wisdom? This really doesn't matter though. I'm not gonna farm that up. And again, a problem here is you would then kind of want to slot Nahara, who will also talk. Actually, we'll talk about Nahara while we talk about this, because they're part of the same affiliation. Then we get Tati. Whoopsie doopsie. And then we get nope, 9. Brother Urine. All right, and now we just want Wisdom. So let's take a look here. Yeah, we can't. We're looking at seat 2 has. Yeah, there's not a lot of help there. Seat 5, there's not a lot of help either. And seat 6 we can't use because Fen. Seat 7, Viners is a good option. Yeah, we can't because Tati. Brother Urine. Oh, we could use Burrowin. You like to do BDS, Vinersa, and Strongheart crew? You like trying to roll a good DPS for Nika's spec, but it almost never happens? Yeah. That's rough for her. Does Strongheart have the wisdom, though? No. We're looking to cap wisdom here. We could go Penelope. Penelope's fun. Little fun bundle of chaos. So we're looking at seats 5, 2, or 11. I guess we'll go Dragonbait just to showcase. He is reaching how many? He's reaching 4 slots. Good. Because I want to showcase in this scenario, we are going to have. Let's see, they're neutral and evil, so we're going to go good, so that doesn't buff either of them for this scenario. Because we're talking about both Nahara and Fen in this case. Because they are both a part of the same affiliation, but Nahara is their dedicated DPS champion, but Fen is also DPS. And you can see her Mischievous doesn't scale crazy. We got that to an E14. And her Dampier is only an E4. But the weird thing about... I don't want to use Valentine because she's hyper invested. And I just don't want to use her for this. But you would normally use Valentine, absolutely. The weird thing about Fen, though... Hello, Caius. Welcome back. The weird thing about Fen is she naturally has high base damage. She weirdly will put up good damage. What have you gotten wrong in the last minutes? You're banned. Man, this music really is not helping me get jumped. You know what? I don't care. I don't care if everyone hates it. I really don't. I'm going back to the Wii theme. I don't care. Let me know if it's too loud for you guys, though. Dude. Because I don't want it to be too loud for you guys. But yeah, so strangely, Fen, just with her high base damage, tends to put out good numbers. Honestly, you quite like Fen, but you're not convinced she's a particularly strong DPS. She ends up in a lot of your armor break formations, though. Yeah, her just dealing AoE splash blood on every hit as a support is fun, actually. But it's her base damage for some reason just gets crazy. So you can see This isn't the ideal way to look, but Fen is a running average of 285, and Nahara is a running average of 283. Fen is doing more damage than the dedicated DPS of this affiliation's DPS role. It's weird. It's weird. It's weird. It's weird. Her only self DPS benefit is, where is it? Curse of the Dampier. Isn't that just, no, I don't have her bud spec'd. She is not bud spec'd right now. She's personal DPS. She is Curse of the Dampier. So she is doing no bud right now. This is her only DPS buff, is an E4. Because she's offering Mischievous but Dangerous also to Nahara. I have every formation ability affecting both of them. They are equally getting formation abilities right now. And Nahara is doing less damage than Fen, even though Nahara has Who Am I, which is an E9 buff, and Strong Society, which is an E8. It's weird. Like, now, Fen's base damage is so much higher than Nahara's, and Nahara actually is, her base damage is really low. This is one of the rare cases where the champion's base damage is coming into play. Nahara needs things to not be dying in order to do damage, though, no. I mean, that's fair. She will be taking off more if we... That's fair. She probably would spike above Fen in that scenario. It's always a pain to do patron chores when you want Fen in, but someone else is doing the bud, yeah. You return! Had to step away after Binwin and now back with Fen. You don't feel you missed anything major? Well, we'll see. Welcome back, Rack. Another shout out to Rack and Byla for the Discord. They did a lot of work there. Even that being the case, she still doesn't out-bud Fen. We'll see real quick. Nahara needs things to not idle, then Fen kills them anyway. But it's just weird, right? Like, Fen should not be getting this close and exceeding. And again, in this case, Nahara, you're right. Nahara would be getting another buff while you're at your wall building it back up, right? But Fen should not be out DPSing the DPS of that affiliation while they're both receiving all the buffs at any state, in my opinion. That is a case of Nahara naturally having really low base damage and Fen having really high base damage. It's something you don't usually consider. In a lot of DPS, you usually care about their kit, not that. But Fen works great as like a bud setter and bud scaler. But as far as like, you agree you're just saying you're working against Nahara poorly? No, you're right. I should do, since 5 is open, we're not using Valentine because Valentine would spike a lot of stuff. We'll go somewhere they can actually hit up and she can scale up. That's a more fair comparison. But even then, Nahara will probably take it at that point. It's true. And actually, hold on. Because even being on the edge here matters, right? In Tomb. It would take a while for the running average to recalibrate, but that's why I wish I didn't set my Bud with Artemis a second ago. That was annoying. Because this is what I wanted to test with Bud. But then I accidentally slotted my Artemis team briefly earlier. I wish you could just... I wish that you could hit reset. If you could reset your Bud, that would be so cool. For me, because I like to test things. Let's see, what is our damage? We're in the 2, like... Yeah, so we need to find someone that's like 300. So which parties it resets Bud? It doesn't for me. What's the health in this range? Okay, yeah, that's good. I mean, we can just look here for now, I guess. You're not defending Nahara as a DPS. I suck until your wall mechanic is something you hate. I don't necessarily hate the concept. At least she's giving speed up to that point. Like, the concept is there, I think. But, I mean, yeah. We're still... Oh, yeah, we got other Bud going out here. We've got Penelope doing Bud. Who else? Actually, wait. Who's killing? Who is killing here? Because it's not reaching the swarms. Nahara can scale better if you use all BDS with Strong Heart, second spec. Click Bud, I don't have a... Oh, yeah, you're right. My natural Bud. Wow, yeah, you're right. I don't think I took Penelope's, but yeah. I forgot I leveled my Bud damage in this run. So yeah, she's getting an E6 now from that. Yeah, we're talking a 280 and 284, so she's getting up there a little bit. Why is it still hitting Fen at 300 for running average? Running average is weird. Oh, but we are at 305 with Nahara. Okay, yeah. So in this case, Nahara is... Oh man, she boggles down. She causes so much lag for people since she attacks literally every champion or every enemy. She goes hard Palpatine mode. But yeah, so I mean, at the end of the day, they're pretty equal in a weird way. Nahara, we're looking at E8, E6, and E9. Her and Virgil are bad for leg? Dude, yeah. Looks like it gets a little better when they're bundled up. Who you grabbing, Tatiana? You didn't know she attacked every enemy? That's actually super cool. Technically, it's not every enemy, but she will prioritize a random enemy and every enemy that she already hit with a bolt. So she'll hit someone else, and then attacks everyone she's previously attacked. So she'll attach to everyone she's attacked with every hit. It's not technically everyone, but yeah, it pretty much gets to that point. She attempts to hit a new enemy-ish, yeah. When she attacks an enemy and it doesn't die, she attacks an extra enemy each time. So yeah, ultimately neither of them are going to be, from an exclusive DPS standpoint, great. Nahara's kinda clunky, but I don't hate it, but it's not great. But it is, like, we're looking more in the Strix range with her scaling, right? We're looking at a bunch of lower numbers that stack up. So Nahara's kind of in the Strix range. Not always, though. You have to hit your wall for her to get to that point. And Fen just has high base damage with a mediocre buff. Nothing crazy. She works good as a Bud Slapper. But as far as just a DPS we're looking at, yeah. Nahara, like, what would her ultimate be? Like, I mean, total stack up, what would she be? Like an E18 to E20, somewhere in that range, fully stacked up total. New tag, Bud Slapper. What would you call if they made a role for Bud, what would you call that? It would be weird to just call it Bud. You just don't think Nahara should be judged as an overall DPS champ? She needs speed DPS champ? Now, this is exclusively a DPS list, though. We are judging exclusively on them being a DPS. Her overall is a different story. That was the overall tier list. We are judging her right now exclusively as DPS. Fire breather roll to mirror the potions. I get where you're coming from with that, but like, you know, even in Fen's case, like that almost just doesn't make sense because she's just dealing like an AoE. I don't even know what do they? Is it just like Eldritch energy? I don't know what they classify it as. I'm not gonna do my look right now. Yeah, Eldritch energy. Yeah. Let's see. Oh yeah, I forgot that does just increased mischievous but dangerous, actually. Honestly, that's probably the way to go anyway. But with that, she becomes like the Bud Goddess. Yeah, because now we're hitting for Artemis's Bud that I said earlier. Assassin, probably. That could be an interesting route to take with it. Because they're not the ones setting the damage, but they're sneaking in there and benefiting from the damage. Armor Breaker, since that's what they're mostly used for. Not exclusively though, but yeah. Armor Breaker to me more implies like Esmeralda, right? She has a way to take more chunks off. Anyway, Nahara and Fen, where are we gonna put them? We keep getting so off track. Today's gonna be a wild ride, baby. Like Astarion's assassin spec, yeah. Just stick with debuff then. Bud's not a debuff though. But is something that happens right away. Man, Nahara and Fen. Let's see. Not you. Nahara and Fen. Poor Rage Bunny, but you get why he's there. Ishii too. Yeah, their numbers just aren't good. They not good. I wanted Yorvin to be cool, I really did. It's close enough, it's basically armor break debuff, I'm guessing you meant. Again, I don't think Bud is exclusively armor breaking, but Buddy who hits Bud, thus buddies, yeah. They try to stay like on theme though, right? You know, damage, healer, debuffer, tank, buddies. Like that just doesn't really make sense. How long do you plan to stream? Until we finish this DPS tier list at least. Probably gonna take another hour minimum, if we get speedy with it. We'll see though. Probably more like an hour and a half to 2 hours. It's gonna be longer than I thought. My apologies on that. I really thought we'd fly through this a little quicker. I realized last night when I was putting them all in the waiting room, I was like, ooh. Oh man. I can... We can crank this out in 15 minutes. Let's go. This one is weird. These two are weird because at her peak, I can see Nahara being low C. But because of her clunky nature, what is both of their availability? Hold on. That's not right. Wow. Because Fen has really good availability. I forget what Nahara's is. Nahara does have every day one at least. As does Fen. Fen is available for literally everything naturally. Yeah, Nahara is always available for Strahd too. Yeah, overall, both of their availability is pretty good. Nahara doesn't get into Mert. That's a big minus for her, but literally always available for Strahd and can pull everyone in. And Fen is just naturally available for everything. She's a goat. War Duck low S next. The fact it even blocked that is crazy. Warduck is going to take an availability hit, because that word is automod. Yeah, it got automodded even still. You don't disagree with me on day ones though, Caius. I think that's something we both agree on. Could Fen break into B? I don't think so. I think they'll be right next to each other wherever they are strictly as DPS, whether that's low C or high D. You do not agree with me on day ones. Really? I thought you were one who did. I thought that was one of the few things we did agree on, that day ones are... Oh, you do not disagree with me. I see. Fen is weird, but Nahara is that weird C to D niche that has intention, but just overall bad scaling. Plain messy. Yeah. Well, and it's even... Fen is better than Nahara as a DPS. She's easier to use. Her Bud... I don't think her Bud can be construed as DPS, though. You said you don't disagree... Oh, I see. You see, you're assuming I remember the thing I said 5 seconds ago. You should know better than that by now. Bro, I told everybody to give me a Prime Discord the other day. That will kill me till the day I die. If you have a Prime Discord sitting there, you know. Yeah, overall, Nahara can technically get better scaling than Fen. Fen just kind of starts swinging right out of the gate. She's funny. You have a Prime Discord? Well, then give it to me. Is there anything I should be worried about in the in the Discord right now? What are you guys even doing there right now? Just Bell, Prime Discord, and member shop those buttons, y'all. She can scale her DPS infinitely. It can go from very bad to bad. Yeah, infinite additive scales aren't technically infinite. I think we did discover there is a hard cap to them technically, but it even takes forever to get to the hard cap. I'm okay leaving them both in the low C. How many stacks do you have on Nahara again? Oh, for I forget what it's called, her amnesia one. Who am I? I have 2 E7. Somehow Nixie is a stronger DPS that just feels surreal to type. You would put Fen ahead. 6 of 6, 5 of 5 is worth more than E3. It's more than E3, but I mean, you're not necessarily wrong. Nahara's permanent Strahd almost counters that to me, but they're really close. 214E9 is the technical cap. Good luck getting there, though. Yeah. 10 more years to get to the cap. E9 for who I am is still better than most bad DPS can get with full dedicated team. I mean, most of the D get right around that range, but she still has, you know, 2 Amuse, which scales up to E6 for me, and currently Strong Society at E8. Which, you know, you technically, if you were leaning into her, you might go Strong Heart, right? To scale that up a bit more, to get it to E9. Permanent Strahd is only barely relevant, given that there's no champ with scales with Strahd variants like Zariel Elminster. You know, that's actually an interesting point, Kais. Nahara is prime real estate for a rework to become the Strahd version of that. They should do that with Nahara, honestly. Nahara should get that kind of scaling with Strahd variants. That would make total sense. Huh, they should do that. Yeah, I mean, I think either way, we're really close. I like Fen more. I'm okay with putting Fen ahead of Nahara. And in fact, I almost think they should both be ahead of Nixie. I think Nixie is bottom C. They probably should, but you do like to say that the tier list isn't based on what my... Oh yeah, no, I'm not saying we should rank her based on that, absolutely. But I think just from a mechanical standpoint, now that they're introducing that, even Drist should scale with Icewind Dale, even though Wolfgar's technically the one that pulls him in. Nahara should be Strahd. Like, there's so many ways, so many champions I could benefit from stuff like that right now. It was relevant to you, you got early. Yeah. Yeah, she can help an early account absolutely push through Strahd. Mert Vajra Strahd should probably have someone with that mechanic. Yes, you concur. I can't tell now if you're just trolling to agree with me from the joke we made like a month ago, or if you're just actually agreeing with me. Okay. We need to mosey. Who are we looking at next? No, you do agree. Again, can't tell. Probably finish Gromma fast. Maybe. Gromma's weird. With their rework, Gromma is a DPS. I guess we'll get... We'll just throw in Presto for this. Is Gromma as a DPS actually good? I don't think she's bad. Let's make a formation for her. Just, let's see. We need some youngins. Let's go age. Oop, wrong way. Who is... Can you type a number? No. Let's see. We could go Blushi. Sentry, Quillic, Diana. Let's get a bunch of younglings in here. Who did I say Sentry? Warden is technically really young too, right? What party are you a part of, Warden? I don't have you in any party. Yeah, 12. You did Xerxes 2 for Crux. Wait, what are you talking about? Oh, you have 10, Mert, Strud, Aaronstone. Grandma then Dahani, since they are specifically related through the age mechanics. Yeah, we could go Dahani next. Or someone who harps. Vajra is the Black Staff of Waterdeep. Looks to Xander. No, don't look to Xander. Xander Vajra rework. I mean, if they make him good, I don't want them to mess with Seed 5 though, honestly. Because the Dadius rework, like, it's like, okay, I'll just use Valentine or Briv though. C5 is rough. With Valentine and Briv in there. Let's see, who else did we have as Youngin? I mean, yeah, we could go Dahani just for the sake of it. We could go Quillic. I don't think they should have I don't think they should have the Dirge on there for low age. I know it's like, he doesn't have it, but he doesn't interact with age mechanics. That's kind of misleading to have the Dirge there while we're talking about low age. Spurred, oh wait, yeah. You wouldn't mind if they gave Vajra scaling to Ikoria? That more makes sense for that campaign though, not Vajra. That makes sense if, whoops. That makes sense if they just made her scale off, come on, off Waterdeep, right? Less so Vajra, I think. C5 isn't rough, it's the easiest seat in the game. Well, yeah, that's the point. Don't make it hard. Keep it easy. Although I know this is going to be blasphemy to a lot of people, but I've also talked about how I don't like how they exclusively lean into positionals these days. I would like to see them branch out from Valentine. Love Valentine, but they could stand to have some branching out. Let's go to age 20. We have Certainty. We'll slot her in. Don't get to use her enough, because I do kind of like her, but I just don't get to use her that often. Rhea. I like Rhea too. I'd never get to use Rhea, but she's cool. Bop, bop, bop. Excuse me, bitch. Again, love Valentine. Just getting tired of her being in literally every single formation. You want a new meta to be under 78 TOT? The problem with a meta being under 78 TOT means they're gonna get hit with hard restrictions. So they're always gonna kinda not be the best. Would be fun though, to see just something. Doesn't Val qualify for that too? I mean, technically, right? Because she, well, not with the dex feat though, right? Not that you need that for everything, but, or no. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, 78 TOT without the dex feat. Let's see, we'll go Quillic because Quillic was young. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just throwing people in here. Okay. Focus up. Who else? We'll just do Faraday. Who cares? Farida. I still call her Faraday sometimes. She's a frog. Who's a frog? Blushi? You love how Blushi is younger than Presto in the same seat. Yeah. How old is Blushi again? 12? Edgy teenager. Okay, so we're talking about Grama. Farito Burrito. Do you put her in a cage? Huh? Oh, kneecap her and she qualifies. The only other options are Force Grey, the Protectors of the Black Staff of Waterdeep, and none of them will get reworks due to all of them being Evergreen and Core. What if they release someone new from there, though, right? Because there's plenty of actual characters they could pull from to introduce to the game for that, I think. That'd be fun. Anyway, so, youngins, now we're scaling up grandmotherly love. The problem with that is naturally, Grama does not benefit from her own grandmotherly love unless you take a specialization. You know what? I don't care how long we take. I'm gonna find her. My autism speaks louder. There she is. See, that wasn't so hard. Grama's damage is increased by a higher amount of the highest grandmotherly love buff she's applying to another champion. So that is a good way to increase her DPS. A 12-year-old frog is practically a senior. I don't actually know the lifespan of a normal frog. Or, what is that race called again? Bullywug, that's right. What is that race's life expectancy? And we might as well finish her specializations, though. But we did give her Circle of the Swamp, which will give her that buff at a higher rate. So then you can increase it by increasing the circle, increase Hardened Shell, or make her attack ranged and magical. So that depends on if you're leaning into a magical or not, but it will make it AoE and Bud. We're going to increase the circle just to get the highest number we can here. Grandmotherly Love looks bug to you. It counts 90 as 0 stacks instead of 1 and so on. Counts 90 as 0 instead of 1. Well, what about 8? Is anyone 89? Is that the threshold? I don't actually know. This is going to be difficult. Does it say their age here? Okay, 65, 76, 67, 75, 75, unknown, and 82. No. Grama is 80, not 90. They were talking more about the thresholds. Every 10 years younger than 100 that champion is, it's supposed to give more. Close to Death and Blue Sheet, Lord of them Edges. If memory serves from 3E, the Bullywug race maximum is 20. 2d4. 20 to 27. Interesting. So yeah, that's like middle age then. You got an answer from a support ticket you sent about Duke. We are aware of this particular issue and are hot on the case. So they know about it and they'll hopefully fix it soon. Yeah, I think they will, as he's a new champion and that's a big issue because it's entirely one of his specializations that's broken. Ravenguard Caius. Right now, he is not actually counting 4 for Will. It's broken right now. They broke it with the micro patch they did for the familiar update. So, with that specialization, that's why you don't engage with events until the 3rd week. So yeah, you can see now, with that, we are buffing her personal damage through Grandmotherly Love, E23. Not a bad buff. So yeah, she can, and we could have made her magical, to scale with magicals. And it's not too hard to get her Grandmotherly Love buff at least decent. And she's pre-stack with it, and I don't have investment in her. I'm at 60 to 40. My item level is pretty bad on her, and we're getting an E23 just from that. So, her damage can be scaled well and is pre-stack. So, information younger than Grama. Right here is the pre-stack. Running with the youngins. So the only big restriction is you want them younger than her. Wasn't there a specific interaction with feats for her damage, or was that to her buff? That was to Circle of the Mountain if you're talking about... do I have it equipped right now? It targets people to be good instead of neutral, if that's what you're talking about, Rack. So there's that. She doesn't need that unless you're... Yeah, she doesn't need that ever. Yeah, so that's a way you could, like, make Dirge benefit from the neutral or something. But yeah, so ideally, you'd mostly lean into Circle of the Swamp if you're making her damage, because then you can increase her damage by a pre-stack with Run-In with the Youngins. It's a good buff, and Circle of the Swamp buffs it on top of that. So, pretty good. Nixie is 19, Hitch is 29, Ailey is 39. Those are the only 9s. Okay. I kind of wanted to test if 89 was a threshold or if 90 was that threshold. Doesn't matter. So overall, she's actually kind of good. Now, while she is pre-stack, it's not the best pre-stack, but it's still pre-stack scaling. Which, again, does limit you to need people younger than her. She's 80. There's a lot of champions younger than her. Let's look at her availability. Availability is... She is locked out of the Dex. And I do not believe she has a +2 Dex feat. I need a lot of feats on her if I lean into her. So yeah, locked out of 1 day 1. Not the worst, but still a bit of a restriction there. And neutral, she won't ever be usable for Mert. Doesn't work well with Will, though. It's true. Turtle, you only other option there is Kroll, and she's not affiliated, so it is a little rough with Will. Certainty is 19. So is one of the human rogue that shares 5. Can't be willed is like the kiss of death for every DPS that isn't Artemis. You're not wrong, but again... these days, most people lean into Will no matter what they're doing. Do you have to? No. But, yeah. Nixie being canonically young, dumb, and fun is hilarious. And a pyromaniac. Ultimately, she does have good scaling, though. Not the best, but good. I think she's a candidate for B, I think. I think she's a candidate for resting in B. Young, dumb, and fireball. Did we talk about how easy it is to get Strix 4 or 4? Not really. But also, her personal damage just really isn't the greatest. Where do we go from here? I guess we were going to go into Dahani. Because I think that's a fair placement for Grama. We can talk about it if anyone has hard disagreements. How do you even cast spells without int? Through your charisma. She's a sorcerer. They don't rely on intelligence. Yeah, Dahani, right. So, Dahani. A couple ways Dahani scales her damage. You forgot sorcerers exist. Right, Dirge, yeah. Force of personality, yes. Getting an extra E20 from Will is worth more than an extra E10 self-buff. Depends on who we're talking about. We're not talking exclusively just E10s here. But there's a way to get a lot of people 4 out of 4 Well Folk Hero these days if you really need to. And I really don't want to rank the list based on, are they viable with Will or not? I get why people would, but I don't. Exclusively relying on one champion to rank their DPS, I don't think that's the way to go. Granted, he is the best buff in the game, but yeah, it's just one of those things. Let's see, who am I forgetting? Gaz. And Celise. Don't care, don't care. So, Strongheart, yeah, we'll get Strongheart in there too. Binman is viable with Will. Where is S tier? Let's see. So, Dahani. She scales by painting enemies, painting them red. We'll remove familiars for this, because she needs to actually land the hit. She has 2 ways she can scale this. She scales better on bosses than anything else. So if we go to a boss, she can double down on this by painting both enemies and bosses. You don't disagree, but you do think Strix is good and easy enough to get that it could be included. None of the other DPS has it that easy. I think she's good as an early pick. I do. I think she definitely gets phased out in the mid to late, though. So you can see, we're painting enemies and the boss. So in this way, Dahani can scale her damage pretty decently. We're going to let that stack up, because in a team, if you really wanted to, you could use knockbacks or slows to fully stack these up. It's not the kill that matters here, she just needs to hit them to paint them. So it's actually not that hard to fully scale it up. But Dahani also stacks with her affiliation. Friendly rivalry. Dahani's damage is increased for each rival of Waterdeep in the formation, stacking multiplicatively. So to get her peak, you're going to use her affiliation. And we're not going to look to perfectly slot them, we're just throwing them in here. And of course, Strongheart can count for an affiliation that's in there. Take that, boss, I painted you red. Up to 100 enemies and up to 6 boss if you remember, yeah. But the paints do stack up pretty quick, honestly. So you can see, and she also has Way of the Brush we'll touch on. Painting enemies over time just flat increases her damage. It's never going to be crazy. You're going to get it to like an E5 to an E6 depending, right? But it's a little boost, so keep that in mind as well. And her specialization, we have Stroke of Green set right now where she splashes an AoE at a higher amount than her base attack. Or you could debuff bosses, or you could increase her gold find. So yeah, we're looking at her damage being increased by an E7, her damage being increased by an E5, and then her Paint Them Red is an E17 and an E11. Squawks aggressively, pecks at the floor in front of the boss. So we're looking at an E17, an E11, an E7, and an E5. All that together, it makes for decent DPS. Being in seat 1 is pretty good for unlocking a damage dealer right away. We'll look at her availability real quick. She is out of the charisma because she does have really low charisma. So she does have 1 lockout for day 1s. Has pretty good availability otherwise. Will never be available for Zariel though because of the charisma. Also she stuns. That was with, what was the stun with? That was the blue, yeah. Enemies she paints has a chance to get a blotch of blue. Enemies painted in this way are stunned for 2 seconds. And take more damage when hit. That's not a huge buff, but you wish she was easier to stack. Yeah, I think on boss levels it's not too bad. If you're just rushing through the levels, it's not going to stack up very good, but that's not when you need it to either. But yeah, I can feel that. I think she's a good early damage dealer though. I think she's better than a lot of people give her credit for. This double downing here is actually really good. So, I mean, if we counted everything right here, we're looking at the E30s, right? I'm trying to count it out in my head. Because a 17, an 11, a 5, an 800, and an E7. We're looking into the E30s here. And that's not too bad for a seat 1, decently available DPS. This is her performing at peak, right? Now toss in Grom in the formation alongside Diana. Yeah. There are ways she scales because she is very young at age 9, so Gromma can scale her up decently. You know what? No, I'm doing my thing. I already know where she is. It doesn't matter. So we'll just go with that. We could throw it. Well, we're going to use Shaka over Diana because Shaka is a part of the affiliation. Gnome. I'm a gnome. Both tags up there are male. I'm a male. It's not bad, but it's annoying that you have to do it on boss levels, which conflicts with some other bud spikers. She's the best low-level DPS you've tried. Yeah, she is good for the early to mid-game, I think. All the time stacking, can't do Twilight because not AoE on the first hit. So if you kill in 1 hit, you only get 1 stack at a time, but you don't need it to stack if you're killing in 1 hit. But I mean, the only time that would then come into play is like if you're getting stuck on maybe a hit or armor-based boss, yeah. And that you wouldn't be stacking 1 very high. You'll still get a stack there and stack on the boss, but yeah. Presto might be as well since he's the only source of rain. Rain, no. Not rain. Virgil himself does rain. What do you mean? The guy you want to weather stack on himself does rain. What do you mean? Presto just helps stack it up. You can get ice, fog, rain, and clear with the base team. Virgil is thunderstorm, but that makes it rain. Or oh wait, I see what you're saying. There's one you can't get that's only in one specific Presto's Reign, which is different. Okay. Rhyme is just snow though, isn't it? But what's the one in Wild I can't talk. Which is the one with I forget what the weather type is called in Wild Beyond the Witchlight. I forget which variant it is. Whatever. Herps? Herps. Like herpes. Yeah, thunderstorm. Yeah. Right. What is that one? Oh well, doesn't matter. Let's see. So Dahani again. You hate it when the weather is herpes. How you doing, Tyler? Metastack is weather control in some trials, where Astarion isn't available since he's a sorcerer and Presto's Reign is different. Yeah, I haven't had to use this team in a while. I kind of thought it was just his Thunder. Knowing my luck, it'll just never happen though, because let's get a. Can't pair Astarion, unfortunately. What did I use that on before? I don't even know. We'll just let that go while we talk about Dahani. So, yeah, I think she's a good early to mid-game DPS. She gets a lot of multipliers that are decent, and they pop off kind of when you need them to. There's some restrictions to that, right? Snowing, thunderstorm, foggy. Those are the weather types that you know of. Wind must be the one I'm thinking of then, from Wild. The Sex Dungeon Master. He does like the youngins. It's questionable. Since Astarion and DM, are there other champs that reduce others' cooldown? That's why I slotted Human over here. In the back, Yasa will reduce ultimates. Reduce any active ultimate cooldown of all champions in the formation with her ultimate. So that's why I'd put that out there. Penelope was spec choice, true, but we have Celise out. Oh, yeah, I mean, right now we're fully stacked, right? 106. So that's a E17, E11. With her affiliation, that's another E7 on top of that with Strongheart. And then the 800 from Botch of Blue would be tagged on a boss with a E5 from Way of the Brush. All together, I think, I'm sorry. I am up to 9,243,944. My bad, Cynics. Also doing good. Hope you're feeling better. It's a slow crawl. I'm still a little gunked up. But my taste is the biggest thing right now. My energy and my taste are not back. Not that my energy is ever high. But yeah, so we're looking overall like a minimum of like an E30 if you can get it all together. Is there a cap? That I have no idea. It doesn't say there is. But there might be a hard cap to it that I don't know of. But as it's additive, you know, I'm pretty much near what would probably be construed a soft cap for it before, you know, gear scaling comes into play. Or actually, she doesn't have gear scaling on it, does she? That's right. 9 million, that's only an E5 buff, exactly. And there's not gear, so you can't scale it beyond that. For some reason, I thought there was gear on it. But, you use her ult a lot with Grama and the rest of the rivals, yeah. Yeah, it's nice to get the clear stacks on Virgil. Hey, there's a rain stacks. Yeah, we're getting no weather, rain, thunder, snow, and fog naturally through, using all of these people together. Are there feats? There might be. Let's see. That's Way of the Brush, right? Way of the Brush. Specialization, specialization, specialization. Paint them red, paint them red, paint them red. Rivalry, rivalry. Nope, nope. I could definitely benefit from doing different ones. Like Paint Them Red would be one you probably want to focus. Because, yeah, now we're looking at E18, at least climbed there. You think there used to be gear before the rework? That might be what I'm thinking of then, if that's the case. It's an integer cap, like most of the game's functions, in the 1 billion-ish mark. It's a billion, so yeah, you could go far above what I have, but still, that's not going to get you anything crazy. So, man, I'm struggling, because I really do think she's actually pretty good. She's not like peak, right? We're not talking even Crux level, because Crux just is like, I'm a girthy boy right out of the gate, here I go, right? That's why he's A. I think she's B viable, though. Potentially. All things considered, I think she could be low B. Her availability might even outscale Dadius. She's good with her affiliation, yeah. And there are some knocks to her. She requires an affiliation. She needs to stack up her paints. Spec is for when you want her 4 buff for paint. Oh. I think I see what you're saying. B for burb. So a cap Dahani would be an E8, but overall you can appreciate a B. Yeah, because even then E8, working that hard for an E8 is not worth. People complaining that they changed her pre-stack item to a self-damage item. She sucked. She is better than she was in my opinion. I would have to look at it to remember exactly though. High B for you, she has no pre-stack, but she doesn't need items either. But she does need a formation, and she does need to... There are some scenarios where you're not going to fully stack Paint Them Red. You might be, like we were talking with Sinnox, you might be one-shotting the minions, but then you have a hit-based or armored boss, and you're not going to be able to fully stack up her paints. So there are some downsides to her. However, I think she's good. I really do. You think Dadius is better, but to be fair, you don't use Dahani outside of her season. I think Dadius is good. His restrictions sucked, though. He was only 3 out of 6 day ones. That's bad for a DPS. Whereas Dahani's only -1 day 1. I think she's in the B either way. Oh man, I'm sweating today for some reason. Sheesh. Sweat. You agree with B? Word. What do you mean technically she has a pre-stack? What do you mean, Daryl? Oh. I think I've asked before, Dark Warrior, but who is your main DPS right now? Who are you hard leaning into as your DPS? The item counts both mobs and bosses. Yeah, she does double down with it, but when you add that scaling, we're not talking like a... I see what you mean, and that you're multiplying these two together, right? So it's, in a way, it's a pre-stack of 2. But yeah, fair enough. Yeah, I'm okay with that. What did we get Virgil up to just for fun? Hey! Okay. Let's go somewhere it's not all cloudy, foggy, rainy. It's a soft pre-stack before pre-stack was a major consideration. We were getting pre-stacks. Her rework came after the likes of Krondon Morduke, but yeah. You still put her behind Dadius though. His numbers are better for you. I think he is easier to get flat numbers on before she can scale up. I think she probably scales a little beyond him, and he does have a slightly more restrictive formation. However, his availability, man, 3 out of 6 day ones, that's poop. That's poop. It's poo-poo. Poopy, dirty, shitty garbage. Let's see, who do we want to look at? Let's take a look at the list again. That's not the list. That's the list. We're getting there. We're almost 5 hours and we've done like 3 since hour 4. You guys keep derailing me. Oh, we're talking about these guys. Let's do Kent. Oh. That's exactly what it is, Tyler. Let's actually get and this is kind of a mirroring of the Black Dice Society, Kent being Fen in this scenario, where Dahani is the damage dealer of the crew. Kent kind of puts up okay numbers too, though. And he used to always deal more damage than Dahani before their season, but Dahani's rework did make her better, especially on boss areas. She will just be better than Kent in boss areas. But let's take a look at that crew again. I should have just left them out. Strong Fart. Let's put you there, you there. Missing Shaka. Do we even have one on? No, we need at least one in the puzzle here. Let's see. We'll swap these and then we'll have ASMR. There we go. Change Kent skin. I don't have many Kent skins. I have his base. Well, we can rock his base one. I do like his cloak, actually. I like his base skin. So yeah, Kent as a DPS. He has the immolation spec, which is great on a DPS. Yeah, I mean, he works really good as a support. He has good bud damage, which is nice. Kent needs bigger shoulder collar. Looks like you missed a lot. Welcome, Great Son of the Mountain. We still have a lot to go through, though, so if you're here for a long haul, don't worry about it. We have a lot to talk about yet. You have both Dahani and Kent at similar item levels, and he's never spiked over Dahani for you. Yeah, that balance is a lot better after their season. Before the season, he was just better than Dahani. Dahani was, like, it was the same scenario as Nahara and Fen, in that Kent would just do more damage than the DPS of the crew. But that did get better. Who am I? Am I forgetting someone? Dahani, Gazric, Kent, Zelise, Jaka, Virgil. I feel like I'm missing someone still. Why do I feel that? Oh well, who cares? You haven't played with Dahani enough after rework, so in your mind, Kent is obviously better. Yeah, no, Dahani got better. She did. But Kent is still okay. Kent has definitely been outclassed as, oh, Strongheart, that's fair. Oh, no, Strongheart's out there. He's right there. Man, why do I feel like I'm missing someone still? Dahani, Gazric, Kent, Solis, Shaka, no? Huh, that's weird. There's 7 on that. I don't know why I feel that right now. It's just one of those things. But yeah, so Kent used to be, I hard defended Kent until we got the likes of Antreus, Crux, and Karlach all in that seat. That kind of ruined Kent, because Karlach, Crux, and Antreus are all so good that they kind of blew Kent out of the water. Before them, though, Kent was pumping numbers for that time. So he's got his, oh yeah, I forgot. I need to pump. I haven't put Kent in with Fortune's Wheel or Vecna, really. I need to do that. I totally forgot those were counting for tokens now. You can see how much I use Kent these days. But yeah, so with tokens, you want him in your deepest push of every campaign, because it will scale his damage, all of them. It gets to a certain point where it stops scaling super hard, but we're looking at an E13 there. He gets remembering the old days. Karlach said, I'm the tiefling now. She's really good. Back in your day, you farmed paint stacks just to end up using Kent anyway? Yeah, exactly. Dahani was in your gem farm for a while until they're not available. He usually is. Oh, is it to scale up Virgil? Is that what you're saying, Cynics? Or not Cynics, but Mountain. Or wait, no. What? Dude, I just totally flipped both your comments. Tiller season made her Oh, I see. You still like Kent, though. He obviously worse than the rest, but when they're not available, he usually is. It's true. His availability is really good through Virgil and himself. If one qualifies for something, the other does too. Area 2100, reporting cheater. Yeah, that was just, well, I never got 20. Oh, that is 21. I literally don't know how that happened. There was a glitch where Briv's jumps acted weird for a little while. I thought they flattened them out. And why is this 2015? Who knows? 2050? I don't know. Their numbers are all wonky on their side. The Madman merged the convos. Yeah, no, I did. I totally was like blurring the. So yeah, he also gets remembering the old days every time he or his spirit via his ultimate attacks. He gains a nostalgia stack. This stacks up to an E10. He has extra for another E8, and because of a specialization, robust rivals for an E4. You also have the Festival of Fools bug. That's all wonky. It will be roughly an E13 either way, with what I do have unlocked. That is one they've always had problems with being exactly right. So yeah, we're looking at an E13, an E10, an E8, and an E4. So, I mean, we're talking... Well, we're talking like an E29, E30 total. So, I mean, overall, he can stack it up okay. But again, we're talking with the rivals, making sure Remember stacks up, which it isn't too bad, especially if his ultimate is up. He has spirits that attack when he attacks. The weather changes to fog for 30 seconds whenever Kent attacks. A ghostly spirit is summoned and attacks an additional enemy, if possible, dealing bud damage. So ultimately, he can scale that up really quick. It's not too hard to get Remembering stacked up. So this will be stacked up. Once you've farmed this up, it'll be an okay buff. He really is almost comparable to Dahani. He's just like to a lesser extent. His extra is a little better, but comparable to Paint, Way of the Brush or whatever it was called. He's got 2 E10 plus buffs. Hers scale a little harder if she can paint more. And then he has Robust Rivals, and she had the other one, but then scaled higher. So, I mean, in a way, they're all really close. DPS List Part 2 Saturday. See y'all later. No, we're going to finish this today. But if you got to bounce, go ahead and bounce. But you shouldn't. I might show Karlak's abs. You'll miss the 24 hours of fun. It's not going to be 24 hours. So yeah, ultimately, he's really close to Dahani. Dahani can outscale him on boss areas. However, he does have really good availability. So that does kind of counterbalance that a bit. Only now 19 hours left, you guys. Ken has better availability, but doesn't have the AoE or the stun. Yeah, the gold find we don't need to consider that much, because we're looking at it from a DPS perspective. Don't give you false promises. They won't be false. They won't be false. I'll find Karlak's abs if you stay till the end. The stun and the AoE is worth mentioning, because AoE is nice on a DPS. And technically, Dahani's AoE then hits harder than her base attack, but not by much. Yeah, they do have a lot of give and take. I think they're both pretty close on the list, all things considered. I think he can breach the B as well. I don't know where I'd put him in the B, though, because again, everything stacked up once you've got it going. We're talking similar numbers, slightly less than her peak. You think Gold Find should be included insofar as it contributes to DPS, so not much? Well, yeah, if it contributes to their DPS somehow, sure. Or if you just mean you get slightly more Gold Find, therefore you can level them higher, but you do have other plans tonight? Well, then get out of here. I won't keep you if you have real life plans. As long as you throw a gifted sub at someone. Since I know you won't sub for yourself. It would contribute if you're running... Yeah. Trying to think. I mean, you could run Omen with them. You have to listen to your 700-page essay, Why Binwin is S tier? Nope. You'd put him behind Dahani in terms of just DPS? You mean if Russ gained the DPS role and his highest bidder scaled just his damage? Yeah. He's more useful than her outside of just DPS? That I agree with. And that is why I believe he is ranked higher on our overall tier list. But we are talking a DPS-focused tier list here. And I do think he goes behind Dahani there. But his availability is better. It really is. You're on Dahani almost exclusively with an Ak Inc team. Yeah, I think you'll see more use out of Kent in the long run if you don't focus Dahani as your main DPS. But I think for DPS, Dahani is a little better. So yeah, I mean, I don't hate them both being in B though, because they're pretty close, all things considered. His availability is better, her peak damage is a little better. Yeah. Boop, 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 boop. Who next then? We got a lot of. Let's get through some of the dumpies first. So we got Torogar, Oriza, maybe Lucius and Warden as the dumpies. Maybe even lae'zel. Nerds is such a weird one to rank now. It would have been a lot easier before Will. Will kind of threw a wrench into a lot of stuff. Because ultimately, before Will, they weren't that great. Let's see what they... Ooh, hold on. Let me do... Let's see. They didn't give me red, orange, green. So let's, I thought that was gonna be it. Nerds S for style. You do everything you can to avoid Shaka. Well, then why are you using Dahani? Honestly, there's a part of you that wants to Azaka farm up Morgan's buff. Then you looked it up and she is still bad even with high... Oh yeah. I mean, while we're waiting on his ultimate... We'll get some more ulti people down. But yeah, like, unfortunately, it's true. I'm just gonna, whatever, don't care. I have the E362 right now. Woo, 1-8. It's unfortunate. Let's get you out. Let's get you out. Let's get you out. Ooh, 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 Honestly, nope, read that. Okay. Yeah, we're just gonna get his, the nerds' orange, red, and green out. That's a stinker buff? What's a stinker buff? Oh, the Morgan, yeah. She's a cool character. When she first came out, I really liked her. But her damage buffing really couldn't keep up. Should I just run some speed pots at this point, boys? What do you think? Speed, yes or no? Wrap this up with everything going super fast. I think visually it looks better to not do that, but for the sake of what we're doing. So the first issue of Nerds as a DPS, re-rolling the colors, yeah. Not that it's a huge one, but roaming familiar will murder the... Yeah, roaming familiar... Did they ever get that feat? I forget. Did they get the feat that stops roaming familiars? No, they are a candidate that needs that, like Celise and Dirge. Nerds really deserves that. Is always yes. I don't think... Oh, we got it anyway. Hey! So, 10 times you're falling behind. For showcasing something, though, I don't think it necessarily looks the best. But if we need to, we will in the future now. But we got it. Celise has that feat. Yeah, from the season she did. I don't know if it's out yet. Prevents roaming familiars from automatically activating Celise's ultimate. Champion of tier. Find your game looks weird, it's stuck in molasses. For the average viewer, though. The people who aren't super endgame. It's easier to see things while they're not. So nerds, naturally not the greatest. We're looking at an E7 buff from the fighter, which requires them to be attacked for it to even proc. An E6 from the ranger and an E7 from the bard. So I mean, yeah, you add them all together and you're looking at like a D to low C tier champion potentially by today's standards, right? The big reason Nerds has been taking off is because of Will. Because Will, you know, he can go 4 out of 4 with his buff, which is a huge buff, and they count as every one of these classes. So Lise and Dirge got it. You still think there are some other champions that need it too? Nerds definitely does. Yeah, Nerds is a huge candidate for it, absolutely. She needs to either have her gold find reworked or her support reworked. Who are we talking about? Oh, Morgan. Right. Yeah. I think she needs her damage scaling reworked. The whole C team connected people do. Thank you for the follow, Gliding Secret. How you doing? So yeah, so you build around the nerds with wills 4 out of 4, and again, this buffing isn't like the worst in the game, but you do need. I don't even remember. They do have good natural health too, which is one thing. They don't share their health though. Rust needs one too. Not wrong, true, because it can make him drop his 1 gold piece. Will bend the bud to his will. That's kind of been his theme. Cool name, Gliding Secret. So yeah, you would build around maintaining your 4 out of 4 will stacks. Because if you introduce, let's say, Blushi, now Will is looking at just Warlock, because you have 2 Warlocks. So now we need to slot more people who qualify for all of these roles. So instead, you know, I don't know, we could do like Absolute Adversaries paired with the nerds, you know, because they are all different classes. Bruner needs a feat that disables roaming familiars, but he uses his ult on cooldown. Huh? Let's see. Who all do we want to throw in on this? Just for the funds. Why am I doing that? That's all. That's actually on top right now, isn't it? So yeah, we got Cleric, Fighter, Rogue. We would need either a Wizard. So let's get. Let's just get Dynahair in here. So yeah, we're a Cleric, Fighter, Rogue, Wizard. So we could sneak in 2s of others, like Warlock now. Different classes plus Ceramorphosis, yeah. Leaning into the Ceramorphosis for Will. So let's see, who else would we... I mean, Rack would work, right? Yeah, we don't want to go into another fighter. So we'll use Narak for this. I mean, we could do the classic Egbert just for the funsies because it's Paladin. And who do we want to end with here? Jihiro would be too many fighters. I don't know. I'm just kind of throwing together something. I don't know what the nerds meta is right now. How you doing, ye old Dice Goblin? Geist Doblin. Bruner ult cooldown is 15 seconds, meaning if you have a roaming familiar, it uses it a lot instead of better ults. What you could just do is have a familiar on his ult then, though. Hey, a rare thing. Oh, that'll do too many rogues, though, won't it? Yeah, that'll be too many rogues and wizards. Actually. Yeah, but we both have wizard and rogue at 2, so that'll pump him out of being 4 out of 4 for Will. Nova, we could just throw in Nova because I think we could have another Warlock right now. So yeah, we'll just do it, just cause. Bruner already doesn't have a lot of feat options, so might as well. I mean, yeah, if they start throwing him out, you know, why not? I don't think he necessarily fits that like need for it though. Willy Wonka was a weird one. Even having it explained to you when Seat 1 was being redone, scratching your head. Or Valentine to not waste the green nerd. You know, that's actually fair. Because we don't have Sorks out. Yeah, we could use Valentine. But then, let's see. We would have to, you know, to perfect it, we would be a lot different. Let's see. Yeah, because I'm not necessarily looking to perfect it right now. We'll just do this for now. So in this scenario, we have Cleric, Rogue, Fighter, Wizard. So Nerds is receiving 4 out of 4 Folk Hero. And we have enough Baldur's Gate crew in there that we're scaling Ceramorphosis a little bit. So we are getting Folk Hero scaled up. Main concern Folk Hero covered mostly, and now nerd stats. Yeah. Dirge doesn't affect the different numbers other than Ceramorphosis, but he doesn't offer a buff either if we're leaning into nerds being a damage dealer. Just doing your trial, chipping away at the base variants in the background? Yeah. So, does Dynahair even buff nerds? Yeah. Her buff is just, I mean, we would position her somewhere else to be better, but her buff is just a buff, and she offers Ceramorphosis to scale will, so. Because they don't, or wait, no, you're right, hold on. I actually don't, yeah, no, you're right. I forgot their con. You're right. Is Narak better than Raven in this situation if he wasn't bugged? Probably, because we don't need Raven Guards 4 out of 4. We get 4 out of 4 from nerds anyway. So Narak is, without that being considered, a better buffer generally than Raven Guard. So I would say Narak would be better in this case. Because we're naturally getting 4 to 4. No, you're right though. I was just looking to buff Ceramorphosis. I forgot nerds didn't have 15 con. True. We could, hold on. Oh well, we're just gonna leave it for now. And we're not looking to see, I mean, but you can see we're setting a decent bud there. Or Diana. Yeah, we could stand to have another monk. Does nerds qualify for any of her age? Oh, they do have a crap TOT, that's right. So yeah, we could just for funsies throw in Diana. What is she set to? At least, no, she's set to Dex. I don't even know their stats. Yeah, their Dex is, all of their stuff is poop. I don't know why I'm doing this. We really don't need to showcase nerds. You guys are bullying me into staying longer because now I just have to, just because. It doesn't matter. That'll scale it either way. Yeah. Anyway, even some people use Jim as a second wizard. That's fair. Instead of, we could definitely use Jim instead of this boy, because Jim is big numbers. And we're still not conflicting with classes. Jim would be Barry Goog. Get peer pressured nerd. Oh wait, we need more wizards for Folk Hero, so BBEG would be better. But yeah, Jim would be the better pick. We're just thinking there might be some weird interaction with Valentine and position of power. I don't think so. I think they set it to be the same as like Narak, right? There's not, I didn't think so. It would be funny to test that though, because sometimes they overlook that kind of thing. But yeah, so in this scenario, nerds can pop off. Starting beside, yeah, I mean, yeah. Again, I'm not looking to make this the best be-all end-all formation for nerds. We could even do this. It's the same as Narak, except it looks weird because there's a display bug. Oh, okay. Narak doesn't hit Valentine without Zorbu, though? Huh? What do you mean? Narak is just a flat positional. What do you mean? Who I haven't skilled up, by the way. Let's do that real quick. I don't know why I'm doing it. You guys are sidetracking me so hard. Me and my autism. Oh, you just mean the positionals. I see. I see what you're saying. I don't know why I'm doing this. It doesn't matter at all for talking about nerds. Oh, it ate it. Oh well, whatever. We But Zorbu means no will. Yeah, no. We're not looking to to do that right now. But yeah, so yeah, there is potential for nerds to take off as your DPS. Their availability is a bit of a cluster in that they are available for everyday one. So that's a bonus. They are not available for any patron other than Elminster. And that's not even for that much longer. So pretty soon they'll be available for 0 patrons again. So it's hard to recommend them to be your main DPS when you can literally never use them in a variant, or in a patron. Now we have 12 more hours added to the VOD because nerds formations are peak content. 0 patrons is wild. Yeah. Again, 1 right now for what, like another, 70 days or something like that. Then 0 patrons again. Yeah, it's a bit rough if you want a DPS to focus on. How long do they... I'll look up how long they actually have left. It's not terrible. They're 1,016 days. So, yeah. They don't have a lot longer. 1,095 is the cutoff. I guess it's good for them that they keep releasing adventures. Yeah, so if you do use nerds, you should squeeze in any hard variant in Elminster, because they're going to be nixed out pretty soon. Wouldn't take much feat-wise to qualify them for patrons of CNE were so inclined. I think they intentionally made nerds not. Like, that was a weird decision that they wanted to do. So 3 months, yeah, then they'll be gonzo. 100k gem for newbies, no patrons. Not a DPS worth investing in. Fun little details, but what sort of damage is their kit pulling? Yeah, in niche scenarios, their kit, you know, right now, we got them clearly setting the bud. Closest is lae'zel at 578, you know. Or Jim, actually. So, wait. Why did... Oh, that's kept over from my Artemis team. That's right. That confused me. Another big... Like, we're talking about DPS, so it doesn't matter that nerds is good for Artemis. But that is still a thing for nerds, is that they are really good for Artemis, as long as you can proc fighter. They're a good option for an Artemis team. However, we're talking about them as a DPS. This is about the only way in which they pop off as a DPS, because their self-buffing isn't great. You haven't unlocked your nerds yet. Do y'all think it's worth the hit to crux levels? Yeah, that's up to everyone else. It really depends on if you're actually going to use nerds. Are you going to use nerds in an Artemis team? I think that's the biggest question you need to answer yourself. If not, then only if you need to unlock champions for some reason. I'm a completionist. I have to unlock everything I can. So even if that was a question, I'd unlock them anyway. But none of the evergreen champions scale well for item levels. I mean, up to a certain threshold, yeah, it really doesn't matter, honestly. Once you get really deep. You might get nerds because you have 95 champions now and that's driving you crazy. Yeah, that's kind of like the scenario in which I do recommend unlocking nerds is, are you planning to use the perfect meta Artemis? If so, you might be using nerds. I don't even know if they're in the meta Artemis. I think they are. You can always do Blushi, Evelyn, and Artemis if you don't want nerds. Yeah. Crux scale's good because of variant completion. Yeah. I mean, he is affected by his gear like everything else, but his scaling does come from his kit more so, for sure. You got nerds to unlock a patron. Yeah. So yeah, it's kind of hard to rank them because they are popping off in this Willy Wonka scenario. I mean, this isn't a perfect formation by any stretch, don't get me wrong. As far as where to rank them as a DPS, because their kit alone, again, we're not necessarily talking will. We kind of clarified that. In a way, you can make everyone 4 out of 4. Not everyone, but you can make a lot of people 4 out of 4 will now. And if we're talking everything has to be a 4 out of 4 will, that makes everyone a restrictive formation. We're not really talking about that. Let's talk about the nerds' kit, right? We're looking at a E7 when the fighter comes under attack, an E6 with the ranger, and an E7 with the bard. That's not crazy good. It's really not. Nerds is one of the easier will formations to build. That's true. That is true, especially if you're leaning into the AA, right? If you're leaning into AA for Ceramorphosis, they do spread out the classes. It does make it a little easier in that scenario. Their self-damage stuff is Ranger, Rogue. Well, with Valentine, I guess you would still use the others, but yeah. But yeah, Wizard is still... It depends, because what is it 10 times? Is that the Wizard? I forget what that buff is. Let's just find out. Wizard is purple, right? When the nerds attack... Oh no, the rogue, that's right, yeah, the rogue is 10 times. And the wizard is 3 magic missiles, yeah. Wizard just hits more enemies, yeah. As utility nerds is pretty swell. As a DPS, they can beat out Happy Trees Burb. Yeah, only in the exclusive Willy Wonka scenario, you know. Yeah, it's too bad Rogue wasn't more of a way to scale their damage better, right? Because there's no equipment for Rogue. It's just a 10 times. I really do wish there was a way to scale that instead of it just being 10 times. Yeah. I think they're better than, you know, I would have ranked them back in the day. With Valentine, maybe Ranger, Rogue, Bard, unless you really need the extra hits, yeah. But they're a joke champion. Wait, who said that? Dave last week. And I think they intend to keep them a joke champion, and that's the whole point of patrons, why they're not available for patrons. But they're still day 1 if you need them for Artemis. But we're talking about DPS. I think they have weird niche potential, right? But would I ever recommend someone lean into the nerds as their main source of DPS? No. Maybe if you want to do Artemis, right? But not as a DPS. Beans. DPS with no availability is trash. Again, they do have day 1s. And I'll grant them that. But yeah, no patrons soon, and only 1 right now. That's rough, buddy. That's rough, buddy. Artememes. Time to finish coffee too. Oh my god, we just spent like 20 minutes on nerds. F, they hit Bud as often as Minsk does. I don't think they're F. They have formations that can make them work. And when we consider their scaling, they're more in the, like, high D tier. Maybe low C, but based on their availability, I don't think I can get them in C. I don't know. I could see them being the top of D. What's everyone think? Probably close to Farida. Yeah. That's what I was just saying. What scaling? That's kind of the D tier though. Like that is their bracket in a way. Above Jamie, not sure about Farida. Farida's really not that good. A lot of people stand Farida, but in the scenario of you using all tieflings, man, that's an E10 plus her E4 from the other thing. It's really not that high. It's really not. There's leg. You type that before you say, oh, okay. True. I mean, yeah, there's the stream delay. All day ones is most relevant thing for DPS, to be honest. Most variants aren't hard. Trial is also not hard, but it rewards you for hitting the big bud. Yeah. I think 0 patrons is a bigger knock than some patrons, right? Like, the fact they're going to be 0, I think that matters in an invested DPS. Farida does have the availability, but yeah, I don't know. Nerds is also no investment, evergreen. I mean, it is 100k gems, which for an early player is a lot. But yeah, the fact they do benefit from evergreens matters. I mean, where are you fighting for them to be placed, guys? Did I miss that, or are you just saying stuff? Where do you think they should go? I'm curious. What do you think? D, totally D. Okay. I thought you were fighting for them to be somewhere else. Or you're just saying versus Farida. E13 self buff if you added Valentine behind them. Without that, then they have E1 buff when they're hitting 4 enemies at a time. Between D and F. Yeah. There's enough people riding the nerds train right now. Takes away level from other evergreens, though. Eventually, it doesn't matter, but for you, you think it still might? I mean, it's possible, but again, it really depends on if you'd actually use them or not at that point. But yeah, you're just fighting for a niche point that really, for a DPS, the availability you'd care the most about is trials. Yeah, I mean, I agree for the most part, but 0 patrons is a big red X versus the usual patron lockout. But yeah, no, I do think day ones are more important. And it is nice they're available for that, whether you're running them for DPS or Artemis. Yeah, I think we'll leave them there for now. We'll move on because we have to, because we're at the 520 mark. Oh, I severely underestimated the time it would take to do this. Let's go into lae'zel. Let's just move into lae'zel. Let's pump it, pump it, pump it, pump it, pump it, pump it, while I lose insanity. lae'zel. She's another case of Kent and Fen. They all buff someone in their column and are technically DPS, but are not the DPS dedicated to that affiliation. Baseline, her scaling isn't great. You'll see in my investment, I have her at over 1,000, not by much, but baseline, she's going to give herself an E11 for me, which isn't that high. In a normal area, that's going to start scaling when she can start stacking Aberration Hunter, which they're her favorite foes, and she will spawn them, and it will increase lethal coordination the more you get them and kill them. And then the problem there, though, is she can't spawn them on boss areas, so that is completely negated if you're in a boss area, which kind of sucks, because that's usually when you need your DPS to pop off. You can technically counter this with Imoen, who can turn things into aberrations, and therefore scale that. lae'zel starts off pretty strong, but doesn't scale very hard. She can scale with the right team. Terrible as a main DPS, you tried it, it didn't work. She needs help. Several pre-stacks, yeah. Let's do a quick support tier list next. No. But yeah, so her pre-stack scaling comes in Ceramorphosis, where she gains a Ceramorphosis stack due to the Mind Flare tadpole in her brain. We know Ceramorphosis, we've talked about it a lot. So you would ideally want to stack as many Ceramorphosis in there as you can with her crew, and once you start doing that, not you, her DPS will start popping off a little better. Yeah, we won't throw Dirge in there. We can throw Gale in there, though. So yeah, you can see now in the boss area, we're looking at an E20 in the boss area just from that. We'll let Aberration Hunter stack up. That'll scale it up even more. So, I mean, she can reach good numbers. It does require the absolute adversaries, as they all often do, to scale each other. But she also works as a speed champion, and that's an important part to her kit that we're not gonna really cover because we're talking about DPS. lae'zel's biggest problem is how her cooldown is when she's actually DPSing. What do you mean her cooldown? Or am I misreading what CD is supposed to be? It is a stun. I forgot about her. I forgot hers was a stun. Her attack is over. Oh. Her attack cooldown. I got you. Yeah. And there are ways to negate that, but that's true. That's one reason. If she is your main DPS, it's not a bad idea to do her. Where are you? There you are. It's not a bad idea to do her multi-hit, right? To try to counterbalance that a bit. So she's hitting multiple times when she does attack. But yeah, it is a slow attack for sure. So I use multi-hit spec choice on her, ups the odds of, yeah. So there is some scaling to be had there. You know, E24 is not bad. And you can throw in others. Like, she will naturally qualify for Viconia being evil. If Dynahair is adjacent to her, she has that 15 con. Let's see. And Imoen, if you're not running the Dark Urge for some reason, you know, you can get a lot of Ceramorphosis in there. Get a 10 stack on her, get 31. We're talking a decent buff. You know, there's a lot here. However, she is more often than not going to be used as a support or speed. than a flat DPS, but we're going to rank her just based on her kit, right? So her availability then matters. You can see she's got a low charisma, and that's going to be a hit. And I believe, though, yeah, that is her only lockout for day ones. And she has okay patron availability, being locked out of because of the Charisma Zario and Strahd. No ability score increases through feats. Is Imoen a better support than Jaheira? That's true. We do have Jaheira too. Jaheira's better than Viconia. That's where I would go with it. Just yeah, I think Ceramorphosis is her only pre-stack for sure. That's Aberration Hunter. No, that's not pre-stack. Is it? No. But yeah, so, you know, we're not talking an ideal formation here, but, you know, I don't know what you would want to do. Doesn't matter right now. But, yeah, no, Imoen is arguably better than Jaheira, but they're probably pretty close, actually, all things considered. But they are both definitely better than Viconia. There's an ice cream truck. Bro, I might go get ice cream. So, there he is, driving by. I don't know if you can hear it. Imoen is a good support for lae'zel, since she can polymorph mind flayers. Yeah, exactly. There is good synergy there. You want to use Imoen with lae'zel, because you would lean into her aberration. I have it on Beast right now, but you would use aberration, and it would allow getting aberrations in boss zones, so they have good synergy together. Viconia catching strays, she deserves them. Her buffing is poop. I love her for her undead spawning. That's about it, though. But yeah, so I mean, you can see her absolute peak in this scenario is an E40. We're reaching good numbers. It takes a lot to get to that point, so she's not like Crux. You're hit with any restriction, you're going to lose some of these Ceramorphosis stacks. Did anyone else as a kid get those WWE ice cream treats from the ice cream trucks? Bro, that sounds so familiar. You might have to DM me on Discord a link to what they look like, because that sounds so familiar. And exclamation Discord in chat to join the Tyredack community Discord. Wait, who DM'd me? Hold on. Accept DM. What'd they say? I will reply to that later. Yeah, the Sonic ones. I remember those. Bro. Okay. So, you know, on average, we're looking more at my item level in an average run where you can't use your best lineup for her. We're probably looking more around this Ceramorphosis range, maybe on a boss area. We're still reaching like an E20, but there's a higher ceiling to be had there too. Only one day one lockout. Potential armor breaking with that specialization, but a slow base attack. Let's see. What are we thinking for lae'zel? I mean, her peak potential, there are numbers to be had there. Base attack is sort of doubled. She beats out Dahani even around the limitations. Close, because I think Dahani, at peak, Dahani was like E30 something without needing a bunch of Ceramorphosis. But it is a pre-stack scale. If she doesn't kill, was it? If she doesn't kill, what were we? If we're talking full Ceramorphosis doesn't kill. Man, do you see how it's like laggy with this? I don't know what they did, but there was a certain point, I went over this earlier in stream, where not only at full screen will it completely freeze if you alt-tab on complete full screen, even capturing it in OBS, like this, where it's not the game focus, where it's just a browser focus. Do you see do you see how it's choppy? It didn't used to do that. I used to be able to record without it doing this. One of their updates made it do this, where if you don't capture it in game on OBS, it's choppy. I don't know why. lae'zel has an ability that made her attack twice in some situations. To pop off as a DPS or support, she needs AA Saramore formation. She's not the DPS in that formation. Yeah, but again, that's the same thing as like Fen and Kent. Yeah, it's hard to rank her as a DPS at her peak. I mean, not really. I don't think, but it is counterproductive. I would agree with, because in this scenario, you're never without Dirge. Because that's the problem. You might say, okay, I'm using Kent instead of Dahani because Dahani's locked out. Dirge is never locked out. So other than a scenario where seed 11 is completely locked by something else in some rare variant, you will always have Dirge anyway. So that is the problem. Because that is different. But yeah, at her peak as Karlach and Dirge, I disagree. You can reach 10 Ceremorphosis without Dirge if we're just focusing lae'zel, because Imoen would take Dirge's seat for lae'zel. But again, why would you if you have Dirge is the question then. Ow. I wish Imoen was in a different seat. Because if we are focusing her at her peak, it wouldn't be Dirge. But again, why would you? Yeah. I mean, still, just with her own numbers, we can reach decent heights. Level 200 Ferocious Warrior. Cooldown is halved if she doesn't kill. Okay. There can be 4 humans in the formation to prevent Dirge scaling even more. A is kind of a special that way. Yeah, and that, like, this is another one where I would have the asterisk next to them. It's like, could you use lae'zel as a DPS? Yes. Should you? Probably not. Not because she's bad, but because their DPS is always available. You will never not have their DPS to work with. So it's like, why would you? Who am I forgetting? I wanted to get it. Oh, here we go. Wanted to get everyone back out there. So yeah, let's see what her absolute peak in a boss area without Imoen spawning aberrations is E25. Scaling up to, what was it, E40? There is the rare scenario of they're the only affiliation with synergy anywhere close to that strong. She also has crit for some reason. I mean, I think that can still kind of synergize with Ravenguard now. Even if there's no Dirge, isn't Karlach a better DPS? I mean, probably. Here's the thing. The only reason I still want to rank lae'zel as a DPS, Will is a better DPS, that I don't agree with. Narak is great to have another Gith, though. Yeah, they're different Gith, though. They count separately. They don't count the same for Will. Right? I feel like... Or no, maybe they do. Okay, it was. Oh, that's right. It's something else that they don't count the same as. That's right. Who did I remove? Gale. Karlach first spec is better DPS do. Yeah. Here's the thing though. The reason I would still rank her as a DPS is I think she can be a serviceable DPS while you're building AA. Would I recommend unlocking Imoen over Dirge then? No, right? But like, while you're filling out your AA roster, you can put Dirge on the back burner if you want to, and use lae'zel in the meantime. She then becomes your DPS and your speed champion. And I think that it's a very small niche. As for Ashara, it might be Ashara, yeah. I mean, she has the DPS tag, and that's what we're looking for, is people with DPS tag. And I think we still have to rank her. Only reason lae'zel and Karlach are DPS is so they can stand next to Dirge. Yeah, pretty much. Or be observed by Artemis. No, Karlach can be a DPS. She's a different scenario, and we'll explain why next, actually. Because she actually doesn't rely on the absolute adversaries, to be a DPS, which is very different than lae'zel. So, as far as where we're gonna rank lae'zel, lae'zel's more of a speed champ than DPS. In a way, she still has good numbers. So buff on top of her scaling. Oh, you're talking, yeah. Excellent DPS for your first week, yeah. She's like Nahara, except she doesn't suck. You just took a 1.5 hour nap after you said we're gonna move this along. Shut up, Shakins. Everyone keeps distracting me again. Oh yeah, and did oh, I'm sad now. Who was talking about it? Was that Chibi? Talking about that popsicle? Didn't send me an image, man. I wanted to see what that popsicle looked like, or whatever ice cream you were talking about. No, I mean, her numbers can still get good, and she's DPS tagged. She is restrictive, and she doesn't have perfect availability. You put it in the Discord. Oh, okay. Now I gotta look. In the media, or... Oh, here we go. Yeah, in the media. Oh, okay, I do remember that. That's funny. Boop, 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 boop. A DPS tier list shouldn't... Shut up! Quit bullying me! You expect she's B tier, but it's hard to imagine using her as a... That's the thing, right? I think she is probably in B. It would be one I would put an asterisk on, because, you know, are you going to, at the end of the day, focus her as your DPS? Probably not, right? You're going to lean into Dirge if you're going with the AA. Her numbers can get decent regardless. If you want to build her before you lean into Dirge. Let's see what everyone's saying here. You can see her in mid-B, between Ashara Grama. Focus her for a bit isn't bad, though, yeah. You suspect she's B tier, 100 minute, yeah, using her as a D. I'll let you guys decide where in B she belongs. I think she's a B tier DPS. Can we meme a tank tier list next Idle Champion stream? I mean, we could. We would have to also take into consideration then their actual buff they offer too. Unless you mean just how much of a hit they can take. Where do you guys think? Who said Ashara Grama? You'll say Lobby because she needs Ceramorphosis, and then you don't want her as a DPS. And that is the problem of her over Karlach as a DPS for sure. And we'll go into Karlach next. Lowest A DPS, but that's a reasonable place. Mid-B between Dahani and Grandma. A lot of behind Dahanis. We could go, I could see her there. Next stream is Smash or Pass Idle Champions Edition. Oh, I would ruffle some feathers with that, but I would still do it. I would. How much of a hit can they take before dying? That kind of memeing. Yeah. So let's lean into Karlach now. So you would. I would. A lot of people would probably not like me for it. I don't care though. Kron would smash all. A tire tier list. Smash, marry, kill, stream, IC version. Okay, here's the only problem with an IC Smash or Pass, is a lot of the characters, and this is why people would get mad, is a lot of the characters are based on real life people. And like, if they ever caught wind of it, then they would be, why do you say that about me? I'm not talking about you, I'm talking about your character. You know, there has to be a disconnect there, and I'd have to really emphasize we're talking satirically based on characters, you know. But yeah. Would you smash nerds? Maybe. I'm not gonna say what I was just gonna say. It would have, okay, if we ever did that, it would have to be in total degen hours. Like when we hit another 12-hour stream and we're descending into madness and I don't care what I'm saying anymore, maybe then. Why would you not smash my character? Does that include skins? Ooh, maybe. And I guess we need to set up Smash or Pass on Pokemon, dude. The fact that happened, who was that did that? Was that Markiplier? I watched Wubby do that too. Beetle Grim nerds. I'm gonna move on to Karlach. I still have a little bit of wits behind me right now, so I'm gonna utilize them while I can. Before we descend into complete madness. You need to pick between Beetle and Grim. Okay, so Karlach. So we are we're piggybacking off of lae'zel, right? Lae'zel is an absolute adversary DPS that is not the dedicated DPS of her affiliation, but still scales with Ceremorphosis. Here's Karlach, a DPS of the absolute adversaries, but her damage scaling does not scale from having Ceremorphosis. So the problem with lae'zel is you're leaning into Ceremorphosis. At that point, you should just use Dirge. Period, right? Karlach, however, scales with her own formation ability as far as her DPS goes. Where's Mama Kate? There you are. She scales with her specialization. While Karlach has 20 or more rage, she increases her damage for each rage stack she has, stacking multiplicatively. So we're going to let her build up her rage and see what that can equate to. And I'm going to look back at chat and hate what I'm looking at. Let's see here. Green Nerds is hot. Karlach has a DPS, high B, low A. Yeah, we'll see once we get the numbers stacked up. Has each nerd has a different smash level? I mean, I guess that comes down to color preference at that point, right? Bro, I'm so ready to just say what I was going to say. It's not even that. I don't care anymore. I don't care anymore. We're going full speed. Don't care. We're getting to that point where I just don't care anymore as far as like that kind of stuff. Okay, man. Bye-bye, bozo. Bye-bye, bozo. Banned. The only thing I banned for so far. What do you need to decide between Paulton and his puppet? If Crux is A, then Karlach is also. He's 17 self-buff, and I don't know how many Zariel patron variants are at the moment. Yeah, we're probably stocked up now. Wouldn't you rather use Catti as a DPS instead of lae'zel? Huh? If you got Crux as A, Karlach A would make sense. She's probably going to get A. You guess you don't even care that the nerds have their own unique personalities? What's their flavor, though, right? I'm probably putting them in my mouth at that point. Each one will have a distinct flavor, right? So that matters. Let's see. So, Karlach, DPS. We are looking at, for one, we have to look at her personal buff, which, yes, E40 in my scenario. That's a big buff, but she can apply that to everyone. So how else does she increase her damage? Well, we took Rage, and we're looking at an E13 on top of that. That's actually pretty good. An E40 plus an E13. Meanwhile, she also... I was looking at the wrong thing, wasn't I? That's just Rage. No, wrong thing. E19. Sorry, Berserker is the spec. E19. We're looking at an E40 plus an E19. I was looking at the wrong thing. That's my mistake. I have 402 on Experienced Gladiator, if anyone was wondering where I'm at with that. Probably putting them in my mouth. I mean, yeah, they're nerds, right? The Blackmail Library always needs more clips. Why are you putting in your mouth again? They're nerds. Their flavor is pure sugar. No, they have different flavors. Because like the grape and the pink one, is it strawberry? They taste different. I couldn't taste them now, granted. Or am I supposed to be grape? That's clearly purple flavor. E19, you forgot to add the zeros back. You still get the normal rage buff too. Yeah, well, that's to Fury of Awareness. So yeah, we're looking at an E40 plus a potential E19 while she's able to be a tank. Which isn't necessarily a boon to a DPS, but that makes maybe positioning her easier. And you can fill even more roles with her if you need. That's not necessarily directly tied to being a DPS. But then even then, you're also dealing a lot of bud damage. Altogether, she's actually a really good champion. She really is. The one potential downside to her is... she is not available for every day one. She is locked out of the int day one trial. She is a prime candidate to get. Oh, I don't have this. I'll have to look into that later. She's a prime candidate for the int feat. Will she get it? Who knows? But for the time being, she is locked out of day one, which, oh man, that kind of sucks. Because Karlach would actually be a good contender. Because she doesn't rely on the absolute adversaries in the same way as lae'zel. Her kit comes online without them. I mean, we're looking at an E40 plus a personal E19. As a damage dealer, what do you mean by day one? So in Trials of Mount Tiamat, you're always hit with one restriction. We'll go to the availability screen here. Trials of Mount Tiamat, you will either be hit with a 9 plus strength, 12 plus dex, 12 plus con, 10 plus int, 10 plus wisdom, or 11 plus charisma lockout. In lae'zel's scenario, if you're doing Trials of Mount Tiamat and your day one restriction is intelligence, she will become completely unavailable. So if you invest in her on being a DPS, you just can't use your DPS on that day. And that sucks for pushing Trials of Mount Tiamat and trying to set a high bud for that day if you can't even use a champion on the first day of pushing it. Do you think she's a better DPS than Crux? I do, yes. I was kind of waiting to talk about her before. You can use DM, but that's a pain. It's true. There are, like, you can try to make sure you pull them in with DM. It's annoying. But yeah. She's easier to farm up than Crux, but Crux eventually gets more equipment. But the thing with Karlach too is she's still good with Artemis. Crux is probably slightly better for Artemis. But Karlach is still good for Artemis if you use him. Karlach is still good for the AA. She's a better tank than him. Like, as a whole, I do think she's probably better than Crux. I forget where we actually ranked her on the overall. But, did anyone just give you Evergreen and laugh at you? Yeah. So that's the thing. I actually think, yeah, she's a better DPS than Crux. And yeah, she has good availability other than day one in that she's always available for Zariel. But your zeros go everywhere. Yeah, I haven't thought about it myself. It's probably, so what am I again? E19 and, so yeah, I don't care anymore. Let's pull this up. My brain do be gone. So yeah, it'd be 57. Yeah, E57. A good way to do that. Well, it doesn't matter. If anyone wants to know a quick way to do the exponent math, there's a pretty easy way to do it, but without doing carrying all the zeros. Yes, but the thing is just doing that though, Void, you end up with 55. You have to still add the 2 at the end. Yeah, exactly. So that's the quick way to do math with exponents in this game. -2 from everything, then add them all together, then +2 at the end. That's a quick way you can do math for exponents in Idle Champions. So, yeah, ultimately, let's look at her. Being locked out of day one does suck, but day one isn't the worst. And Crux did have all day one, so he does have that over her. Overall, though, I do think she has more utility and a much higher ceiling for damage. I think she actually gets high A. I mean, is anyone going to disagree here? Bro, I did not do good in math. People always say, hey, you know math good because I don't... No, I don't. I learned what they were and have to constantly remind myself. I think she goes just above Crux. Dark Warrior will disagree. Well, he's not here now, is he? He had to go do real life stuff. Oh, big important man. Mostly because all the math is percentile, yeah. So if it was raw, you'd never need to remove that percentile to do the numbers right, yeah. It's because you're multiplying exponent percents. Karlach above Crux looks good to you. I mean, they're really close either way. They really are. They go hand in hand in the same seat, cover the same roles. have slightly better things than the other one, back and forth. You think she's more mid-A above Crux? Exclusively as a DPS, she scales harder than Crux does. She has a dedicated self-DPS buff that makes her damage buffing a lot higher than Crux. He is available for every day one, which, you know, there's a counterbalance there, but she does scale harder than him. So yeah, I mean, I as a DPS specifically, because also Karlach is another one of those that then she doesn't need the AA like lae'zel, and she can take anything, any kind of buff. She doesn't need to rely on positionals or this or that. She can work as a good DPS. Before Elminster, she also got a lot more experience stacks. No argument from you. Experience stacks. I'm drawing a blank on what you're meaning by that. My dumb brain be getting dumb. I don't know what you mean by she got more, though, is what I mean. What do you mean she got more before Elminster? That's what I'm saying. I don't understand what you're saying. Are you saying now that Elminster's out, she has more? Is that what you're saying? Oh, okay. We're comparing to, I see, we're comparing to Crux. Okay. I had taken Crux out of the argument there in my head. I see what you're saying. See, but that's the thing is, even if Crux gets a little more from that, because I've done them all. Again, we're looking at Crux, who has a 42, and that's it. And then Karlach, who has, sure, a 40, but then a self E19 on top of that. So she still scales harder than Crux even after Elminster. But anyway, let's see. Who do we want to do next? Let's see. We're kind of getting there. We still got a... Oh, man. This is taking so much longer than I thought. I can't believe I underestimated... I thought we'd be done by the 4.5 hour mark. That was what I thought was going to be, like, the maximum. It'll take a lot more work to get there, though. Yeah. Torgar... We could do Torgar. Get him... Yeah, Torgar and Ariza. We'll cover them next. Hey!
By Warduck. Also, hey mom, I'm on TV.
Now hold up. How hot's your mom, sure? So you're saying I have to buy Warduck now with that? You wouldn't personally? What about objectively? Let's see. You only have 2 more to go through now. Shut up, Caius. All right, we'll go through Torgar. Did I just hear my doorbell? It's Walmart. Why'd I remove that familiar? Torgar. Okay, Torgar. Kinda poopy. Solely based on DPS, they both have pre-stack scaling that scales really hard, Chibi. Even if they're technically probably better off being a support, still judging them as a DPS, they reach big numbers. So, yeah, probably. We'll get to them in a second, though. You could do worse, but you could do better. I don't know if I could do better. Have you seen this? I'm not trying to, like... That came across as like an insult to your mom. That was unintentional. Markings of a zealot. Whenever Torgar or adjacent champion kills an enemy, Torgar gains a zealot stack. Torgar's damage is increased, blah, 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 blah. We're getting an E7 bonus from this, right? So, the problem then is he increases the damage of all other evil champions. And so if we had someone like the Duck out, you know, he is offering an E12 to them, which double dips, we're not talking about that now. The problem here is he never gets it. He doesn't get it. All he gets is Markings of the Zealot, or any bonuses he gets through Blood Rage, which I think is just what, an AoE? Let's see here. Stun, AoE at less damage. Attack cooldown. Damage bonus from Mark of Tiamat, which is, do they show the number for Mark of Tiamat? Where was that? At any rate, the debuff is on his ult. Did it show the number on his ult, though? I wanted to look for the raw number. Duck skin should be on sale. You think? Yeah, I'll grab it after, because it'll pull up my Steam and everything, and I'll wait till after. But I will wish your Shaken's donation buy the duck skin for you guys. In a few numbers aren't there yet. Crux beats Jim and Karlach as a DPS for you still. Yeah, I mean, you need to farm up Karlach a bit, but then make sure you take her DPS spec. Yeah, so yeah, I wanted to look at the raw number for the debuff, because I forget what the raw number is. Is it just the 200%? No, because it's a scale. It's a multiplicative. Oh, here it is. Damage taken from all champions by 300%. Okay, there we go. So yeah, he can benefit from that. Duck skin. So yeah, but it's, again, that's baby. So we're literally looking at, since he doesn't benefit from his own preach, which is insane, we're looking at an E7 and 300 multiplicatively increased by 200%. As a DPS on his own, not benefiting from his own preach, as you can see, no preach, markings is E7. There is no preach. Not good. Not good. Not only that, his availability is, his availability will be locked out for Int and Wisdom. You can see their poopy there. And he does not have feats for that. So really, all in all, he's just not good. His scaling is a tragedy. I don't know why he doesn't get his own preach as a DPS tagged champion. What kind of DPS would buff themselves? That's far too strong. Yeah, it's weird. It's really weird. Yeah, junk affiliation. The affiliation's weird. I mean, if Torgar was a better DPS, he would go good with Kroll. But not Arkan. Yeah, he's weird. We're talking like... I mean, I don't know how you guys are feeling, but I'm honestly thinking like one of these? Something like that? What do you guys think? Above Binwin? I don't even know if I agree. Though weirdly, Binwin at least has a multiplicative scaling buff, whereas Torgar farms it up. It's not a crazy scale. That's just bull tier and you know it. I mean, I think it's bull to consider otherwise. His debuff has a stun. Okay. Is a stun better than a multiplicative scaling buff? I don't think so. His availability is garbage. Binwin and Torgar are both -2 day ones. They're equal. Or no, Binwin was only -1 even, I think. Hold on. Yeah, Binwin is only -1. Torgar has worse availability than Binwin, and technically worse scaling than Binwin. Like, honestly. Torgar is an excellent evil buffer. We're talking about him exclusively as a DPS. He's -2 day ones. Torgar is absolutely an awful DPS. Makos almost outdoes him. For over a 6-hour stream, start rank legendary. You only use him as a support. He really has the DPS tag for Artie. Yeah, for Artie and what was supposed to be Arkin, but I don't know what they were smoking when they did that. Torgar's bad as a DPS, which is weird. He should be better. If he benefited from his own preach, we'd be talking different. But he doesn't. He has an E7 buff for me, and a 1E4 maybe on top of that, and not even though. Like, he's really just not good. Bad availability. I mean, not the worst availability, but not good availability. Terrible scaling. I don't know. I really do think Binwin is technically a better DPS, exclusively DPS, than Torogar. Man, I even want to put Binwin above Azaka. I'm gonna. I don't care. You're out for now. See ya. Thanks for stopping in, Arcus. Have a good day. Yeah, we really do need to work on wrapping this up, though. Oriza was next. Let's move in. We'll put a pin if anyone really wants to fight for Torogar. Man. Why did we have Azaka above Makos? Oh, for the rare scenario of Adept Traveler plus the yeah, I don't know. Even Arkin doesn't want to fight for Torogar. Yeah. How many stacks is my Torogar at? My Torogar is at 33,425,432. You should put Binwin above Artemis. No. So yeah, he poo-poo. He poo-poo as just DPS. We'll talk about Oriza. We'll go ahead and slap out Vlanya. So, Bardic Connection is her main source of damage buffing. Right now it's at an E9. You shouldn't hit people. Why not? No slapping Vlanya, but again, why not? Oriza's damage is increased for each champion affected by Bardic Connection. This is exclusively when you're also using Vlanya. If for some reason you're using her, you probably will be. So let's just see how hard that gets up there. Yeah, it's also... So Vlanya's enthralling performance buff always applies to Oriza, and Oriza counts as adjacent to her for the base portion. That's Vlanya's stuff. Oriza's damage is increased, so yeah, we're getting it to an 8,000. I don't think slotting any more will matter in this case. Maybe. Let's just throw stuff in there just in case. Hello. I think it'll just count the ones that... Oh, no, it does. Okay. Violence is never the answer unless you're a government which likes to keep a monopoly on use of violence. But violence is fun. Place a load of DPS in there and Valentine in the path. No. We're keeping baseline. What would be the baseline? My arm is kind of sore. I must have slept on it weird. It's like right there, right in the pit. I fell in the pit. Okay. So yeah, we're looking at not a great buff. Whenever there is a boss monster on the screen, Oriza's Flaming Wings and Bardic Connection abilities are increased, so she is better. When there's bosses, we'll get them out. E4 is just shit. Yeah. Valentine is too good, distorts all the results. Exactly. So, we're looking at baseline. That's spiking slightly every now and then to an E12 when the boss shows up. So a max of E12 there with an E4. And she also has her wings. That's going to be 9. So we're looking at an E7 while her ult's up. That can spike to an E9. An E9 that can spike to an E12. Plus the E4. That's only while her ult's up though. So we'll just keep a familiar on it for now to keep hopping it. I don't remember the full uptime on it, all things considered. So just, okay, she can basically keep full uptime on it. Right in the jerkin arm. I mean, I am left-handed, so I guess so. Yeah, I'm mirrored, so, but, let's see. So we're looking, her absolute peak. We're looking at an E9, an E12, and an E4. At her absolute peak, and that's while fighting specifically a boss creature. And while using Vlania. Because if we weren't using Vlania, which Vlania's not that good, we're looking at, let's see, where's the base? Okay, it would still be an E9. If Vlania is not in the formation, Oriza buffs the damage of herself and adjacent by E9. Later, catch the rest on YouTube. See you later, great son of the mountain. Have a good day. So yeah, we are looking at, we'll base it on the E9 then, since it was going E9 to E12. You know, it's kind of the same thing. So yeah, we're looking at E7, E9, E4. That's kind of right in that DC range, depending on what we'll look at it in a second. If memory serves, her availability is okay. Let's see. All but con for day ones and decent patron. Not the greatest though. Prime candidate for rework. Yeah. The whole affiliation really. I don't know if they will though, because of Lanya for other reasons. Yeah. She definitely could use one. I don't want them to focus on a Seed 11 DPS though. We just got Dark Urge. There are so many other DPS that need a rework before Oriza, like Binwin, like Ishii. But yeah, she could be a candidate for one. Let's see here. Like Dahani. E19, E20, which is shit self-buff compared to like most of the other DPS in the game. I don't know about most. Again, we're talking like the C to D range. That's kind of where a lot of them are at. Bin it to win it. So we're, yeah, well, yeah, so, yeah, we're talking like what? Yeah, like an E18 to E20 for me. Pull a hitch and change her to just a support. I think they should do that with Ishii. I think Ishii should become a gold and support and make people count as small or stuff for other champions, and for her own buff. I mean, that's technically better. Like, again, that's like low C range, right? Maybe even, yeah. Maybe, I mean, she's probably between Nahara and Nixie in my mind, as far as, like, scaling goes. That's kind of where I'd put her, I think. Because while she technically is better with Vlania, she really doesn't need Vlania for her kit. But yeah, those three just seem to be connected in the weirdest ways. Most pure DPS are trash. I mean, as is indicative of our list so far. Only 4 champions in the S and A. But we're getting to some who might breach the A in a bit. Me lucky bouncy, me lucky bouncy. Sorry. That's from Family Guy, for those who don't know. I said it once last stream, and I can't get it out of my head now. I think 2 of those SNA are supports, yeah. And a few more will probably get there. Let's, we're probably going to save Jim, Birdsong, Warduke, Krond. So let's look into Warden or Lucius here, or Zorbu. Any of these at the end here. Jaheira, Black Viper, Zorbu, Warden, or Lucius. Me likey breadsticks. I'm quoting Family Guy. I do like breadsticks though I'm trying to stay away from gluten on my diet. I love bread too, although I can't taste anything right now. So, get to Jim so you can leave for good. Dark Warrior is still here. I didn't see the never comment he made, or the thinking egg. And I even read your comment, Bennett, to win it. I didn't read your name. I thought you left to go do real life stuff. Well, we're saving Jim for last. Yeah. That was... I'm talking about the scene where Lois is like in the circus in a past flashback and she's me likey bouncy. Is that right? Maybe I'm misremembering things. Who knows? My brain is a mess. You were worried for a second there, then you said Family Guy. Worried and upset. You see you in an hour. All right, we're about to cover Jim right now. So let's get Jim out. So Lucius. Part of the Heroes of Erebus. Kind of a letdown for me. I was hoping he would become better. But he's still fun, I think. When you hear breadsticks, you think of the... you bitch. Think of the flavorless, hard sticks of bread, but forgetting that in America, they are more akin to a soft baguette. Yeah. Dude, you want... I mean, I think the best... Everybody rides and dies for Olive Garden. I think Olive Garden is kind of trash. I probably need to just order something else. Everything I've had from them, maybe it was a bad one too. It hasn't been good. Their breadsticks are okay though. But like, dude, the cheesy like breadsticks from Pizza Hut are actually banger. Like they slap, dude. Their pizza's not the greatest. Their pan pizza's okay. But oh, their breadsticks, their cheesy sticks. I'm sad I can't taste them now. You've never been to Olive Garden, but you regularly hear them getting shit on by John Oliver. Oh, I know what that is. Lucius Midsea Olive Garden is disgusting. So yeah, well, he rotates between acid, cold, and or is it just acid and cold now? I always mix that up now. Maybe it always was. I think I mix him and Dadius up a lot in my brain. He will hit them with acid and cold. Enemies by acid gain a stack of acid. That scales his damage and makes him armor break more. Cold will slow them, and he deals more damage the more slows they have. So that scales up his damage. When you're here, your family. The family we're going to poison. Olive Garden is trash. Almost every major city has real Italian food, and those always beat out Olive Garden. And you make better Italian food than they do. Learned how to make it super early in life. You must have Italian ancestors. You literally got food poisoning as a kid eating there. Doesn't surprise me. I'm sure it is a case-by-case scenario, right? It depends on the Olive Garden. I'm sure. It used to have a flame effect. Now it's acid with the flame color. Okay, so that's why my retard brain gets confused. Okay. You worked at an Olive Garden. Italian food cooked by all Mexicans. That's basically most... that's basically most restaurants, right? At least where I live. Doesn't matter if you're eating Chinese, Italian. it's always someone else cooking it. And Dark Warrior would know. You had to clean up puke like 3 times every time it was gnocchi soup. I always gnocchi. Is it gnocchi or gnocchi? It's gnocchi, right? Ugh, that sounds nasty. Like gnocchi soup already sounds like vomit, like visually. Correct skit, wrong half. Pre-flashback. She said me like you breadsticks. Then she's like, I'm no longer in a circus. Then it cuts. She says me like you bouncy. Okay. 3rd generation Sicilian. Learned it from your mom who was a Scot German. Then taught herself how to cook growing up. So taught you. That's a lot of cycling there. You cook like a god. And what do you cook, Dark Warrior? What is it that you cook? It's whatever you want it to be. They have their own affiliation court. Yeah, we'll mention that. Okay. So yeah, the one thing for Lucius, it's kind of both good and bad, is that we'll just go into that now. I use it as a background core, but he does have his own core that you could pipe out that specifically buffs his damage and the utility of his affiliation. If you're fully using his crew, that is the best way to buff his damage. Otherwise, you're probably going to fall back on the magic core. He can have up to 600 stacks with all of their Erebus giving up to 600 each. Something like that. I honestly don't remember. Yeah, max 600. And we'll get out his affiliation. We're just gonna push as long as we have to, I guess, at this point. Whoopsie. Whoopsie doodles. You know what? I'm tired of not having skins. I don't care if they're not even good ones. I'm equipping skins. People on YouTube can complain. What? Was that her season? I thought it was a little different. Oh well. Does it stack additively or multiplicatively? Which? If we're talking about the Arrowist, I believe that's additive. The Arrowist synergy stuff. That said, if you're fully using his crew core, you're giving away a lot of damage, and that is part of the problem, yeah. It's the only core not available for gems? I don't know. I don't know. Maybe, I think it is only wild offer. I could be wrong on that, though. If someone else knows... Oh, it is locked behind the wild... Yeah, it's... Okay. Yeah, it's additive. Yeah, I was pretty sure that's additive. I think the only multiplicative thing with Lucius is the acid stack and the cold stack. He was on the pay track, yeah. Depends what you want, usually meat and cheese related, but you can do most things. Most things. Never mind. Yeah, you stack up the synergy, Arrowist synergy, it gets a little better. But yeah, at the end of the day, we're looking at his damage being tied to acid and cold. And he does do an explodey. When an enemy is affected by both arcane chromats, they are stunned and frozen in place for 3 seconds. After they explode, applying 1 stack of chromat acid and dealing acid damage to themselves and all nearby enemies. It removes the chromat cold debuff on the enemy, but he can then reapply it. The explosion's damage is equal to 10% of Lucius's normal attack damage times the total Arrowist synergy stacks. It's all kind of confusing. No Nova? Yeah, I need to pull out Nova. You guys keep sidetracking me, Zel. I'm not going to fully pipe the core, though. I'm not going to do that right now. But yeah, there are a few interesting things with Lucius. You're not going to cook snails and balls like a Frenchman. Escargot. One thing is his availability is actually not terrible, oddly enough. For some reason, for me at least, it always feels like he's not going to have the greatest availability, but he's everyday one, and he's not terrible on patrons. He does require feats for them, though. Not Elminster viable, but Elminster and Mert will be the ones. You're not going to... Oh, I keep rereading stuff before even thinking. I'm like, oh, that might be new. Yeah, so his contribution to the Arrowist synergy is, I think it's just, yeah, it's every time his explosion triggers when you get both chromats. And when that occurs, let's see, Lucius's damage is directly increased by 50% times the total number of Arrowist synergy. So that does flat increase his damage. Well, he gets damage increase from acid and dipping from cold. So he has a few ways to scale his damage. It's hard to show the actual numbers to that because it depends on how many debuffs you're applying. So in a weird way, Lucius can be used with the Awful Ones. He's one of the only other people who qualify for every Awful Ones buff other than Nixie as a DPS. He can qualify for like a debuff team now that Esmeralda's focusing on debuffs. E5 from Synergy, you think, like maximum. Does it actually show the hard number for that for me? Yeah, total damage bonus for me is E8 right now. His Synergy's not that great because he's not applying the explosion, though. Doesn't it also scale off debuffs, or was it... No, it scales off slows. If we're talking Chromat, is that what you're talking about? The cold? Or rather, slow, stun, or root. Not all debuffs, but slow, stun, or root for that, if that's what you're talking about. And it does stack multiplicatively for that as well. So it does depend on how many different slows you're applying, and stuns, and snares, or roots. After hours work stuff, you're still on, which seems kind of likely. Okay. Have fun with Escher Shakens. So yeah, like, he has weird things he can fit in. But he's not necessarily ever going to be peak for any of it. For each arrow means 300 stacks maximum, times that 50 for the post stack. Oh, for the bonus you're saying. Because yeah, he also scales it with his gear. So he gets scaling from gear as well. So yeah, he's a weird one to rank because he's never going to pop off as like the best. But he has places he can fit. He has unique availabilities with formations. Grama Ice, Penelope, Wolfgar. Yeah, I mean, there's others, like, even in his own affiliation, Sentry. Is it her auto attack? I forget what her snare was. What was her snare? She had vines of some kind. Right? Am I tripping? Was thinking added to their group. That bonus to his decks you want to see? Oh, as a specialization choice. Okay, that's right. She changed. That okay. You know what? I am gonna look for her. I don't care. I bet everyone has found her so far, and I haven't. There she is. Sentry's Divine Strike has a 50% chance to ensnare affected enemies in a circle of vines. So that is a stun to apply to it as well. Nova naturally slows people she hits with her attack. Ayla can stun people. So the affiliation as a whole, and of course, Quillic, I don't think he... Because his gold find is based on that. Or was it his ult? Yeah, and slowing their attack speeds. I think that technically counts. I'm not sure. You called? Oh, Ayla, not Bela. see, but now it's Byla. So yeah, you would want to do as much of that as you can, or lean into like a debuff team now that Esmeralda actually has some crazy scaling with debuffers, which Nova and Ayla have those tags, so you can keep a fair amount of arrow synergy with that, and just start slotting people who are debuffers who have slows, which I don't even know. Let's see, who out of these has a stun, slow... I mean, Penelope, of course. Torrigar has a stun with his ult, right? But evil, yeah, that doesn't matter. Yorvin technically snares them with his auto attack and is a debuffer. You wish Sentry and Quillic were debuffers too? It would be nice. It would be nice, because then it would definitely kind of all come together. I forget what Antreus' debuff technically was. His main attack. Oh, it's just a damage debuff? Okay, yeah. Very small one. I mean, Talon slows. Talon's not a good choice for Lucius, though, because he buffs good or evil, and Lucius is neutral, so that wouldn't be a good option. I mean, Donner slows. He's not ideal, but... So, I mean, there's ways to get there. Are they going to be... we're looking for people with the debuff tag, though, Rack, since we're using Ez, just to see what could be. Dude, I broke down Ez at level 1 with her buffs right now. She's still at E32 with 8. Man, I wish she had a good team. I wish she had a good team. I mean, and you could just fill the last slots with good debuffers like Kroll or... And this is highly theoretic, not even theoretical, it's just, you wouldn't run this team, right? We're just doing this for funsies. You have the tier... Yeah, no, I said with the buffs, yeah. Poor Grandma, no debuff tag. I know. I don't know why. It's crazy. It's crazy. I guess spurt, whatever, it doesn't matter. We're just throwing together random crap. But like, this is something that one day, maybe we could make work if they do lean into debuffs and we get enough slows and stuff. You know, there's potential. There's potential. Gromma no debuff tag. It's not an integral part of her kit. Andres is a debuffer. Yeah. You want to do a cron debuff team, but is it worth it though? It's close to being worth it. It's not quite, because Esmeralda does not have the strength for cron, but if you're willing to take one hit on survival of the fittest, you can make a 10 out of 10 debuff or a 9 out of 10 survival of the fittest. That isn't bad. I wouldn't recommend it though. Ezreal needs a strength feat. Half of the debuffers are on Kron's team. Exactly, yeah. Clearly that debuff that nobody ever knew existed and has no feat gear to support it is an integral part of his kit, yeah. I mean, it's by how they defined it, right? Is if it increases the damage they take and it's a debuff, they're a debuffer. Absolutely needs to be added to people with specializations for it, though. That just does not make sense to me. But yeah, you can make a debuff Kron team. We'll talk about Kron next and we'll talk about it then. But as far as Lucius, let's get him ranked. Okay availability, weird synergies that you probably won't use, but there's possibilities for. He's not the greatest. He doesn't have crazy scaling. I foresee there's potential with him in the future if we lean into better debuffers down the line. Consistency not expected, yeah. And it's clearly a first draft, first pass set of decisions on the debuff tag, so we'll see what comes. Yeah, I mean, I think they plan to be open to criticism. Criticism plus suggestions. So we'll see. Gromma absolutely needs it, though. That's insane. Like Solak, Gromma, Nordom. I forget who else is a specialization-based debuffer, but they need to remove certain tags from champions for ult healing, spec DPS, and spec tanking. I mean, that's the thing, right? If we're saying it's reliant exclusively on specialization, then that brings a whole different thing into play. But yeah, as far as where we're ranking Lucius, we're descending into madness. We're getting to hour 6.5. 5 is usually when I start losing my mind. If we push much later, we're going to get into a very long stream, and that's when craziness happens. But that only depends on if you guys are sticking around. If they're standing firm on this no debuff spec choice and ult debuffers, you mean? I don't think they are. Have you eaten? No. I'm not hungry yet, though. My body goes into shutdown mode when I'm doing something. I've had 2 coffees and almost this whole water bottle. Don't have to pee yet. My stomach's not growling yet. Maybe a nap. I literally can't nap. Time to start making Thor-based vegetable overlords. Hold on. You mean this guy? This little guy right here? This guy. Are we talking about Super Ashton Carrot Thor? Is that who we're talking about? So yeah, low B, you think? He is everyday 1. He fits into weird scenarios, but do you use those scenarios? Probably not. He does have his own core, but it's a little wonky and requires his whole affiliation. He's just such a weird one. Low B works with formation. You put him in almost anywhere, and he suffers. Low B seems... That's my problem, Caius. I'm feeling like low B might be a little high. I could be okay with it. He's around Drizzt. He's not even the top 3 DPS in his seat. I think you could argue he's on par or better with Caddy, depending on the formation, if that's one you're thinking of there. But I could see him being like right around Caddy's range. I could see him being like right there, maybe. I think there's potential for him to exceed Caddy Bree. Yeah, I don't know if I see him quite climbing into low B. Because, I mean, he does have 3 buffs he grants. They're a little hard to see the numbers on, and it really does depend on the team you're running, though. But he does have a lot of restrictions, but he also has a lot of ways he fits. He's such a weird champion. How did this take 6.5 hours? Caius is being argumentative today. Caius had to work out, but yeah, it's just one of those things, man. I don't know. I thought it was going to be shorter. I really did. I would say you've been here for a girthy bit of it. But yeah. We'll go into Warden. Let's just go into Warden. Let's just do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. What are we waiting on? We were gonna go into Krond, but we'll go into Warden. Let's get Warden out of the way. Warden next. Yes, sir. Let's see. What did I specialize him into? Evil. So we'll slot him with evil. Well, we'll just use a potion. We'll still go evil because evil's fun. Where are you? There you are. It's worth highlighting his specialization. He gains more specters, which we'll talk about what they are in a bit. But he scales either with evil, dex of 16 plus, or charisma as their highest ability score. Krond Evildoer formation, let's go. I mean, if we do that, Krond will do more damage than Warden. Time flies. You missed 2.5 hours of a 6-point hour. You guess you were here for most of it? Exactly. Hour 73, page 91 of 280 of Binwin's is best S-ring DPS counter argument. So yeah, let's throw in a bunch of evil, and for fun, we can lean into Krond too. Two birds, one stone kind of thing. As the evil, will scale Warden, and then we can just go into I lost train of thought, so I'm just kind of rambling my words while I look for people who are evil. Question mark. And then I just won't say anything. Korth and Sasaspia. Yeah, I mean, we could lean into that theme of the dexterity that was their season. Let's see. I'm just trying to think of fun evil champions. Oh, well, we won't. I mean, Venersa. Love Venersa. Are you rear deck? Yeah. He's losing it, guys. Let's keep it up. I always lose it, man. I always lose it. You know what? Let's just throw Warduke in there, too. Why not? Now he'll probably take the, I mean, I guess we'll get Torgar in there. I need to just look. I'm losing my train of thought here. Let's just look at evil. Let's use this search to its full capacity. Not affiliation, alignment. Evil. Let's go. Miria. Da-dur. Da-dur. Let's see. Oh, that throws everything off. Who cares? Who cares? Arkin, why not? Ah, we got Miria. I guess it's down to Makos, Viconia, or Baloth. Whatever Baloth it is. That's not Seed 4. Ooh, that's Jarlaxle. I'm racist, they're all drow. Okay. So, Viconia. I mean, it would add a lot more undead on the screen. Zappy and Naloth. Let's see. So, talking about Warden. Now we have... At 9. Wait. 9? Who... Oh, I don't have a 10th. Oh. Wait. What's wrong with me? Really? Wait. Am I losing it? Honestly, yes, you are losing it. Okay, but I get that it says no one's slotted here, right? I get that. But look at this. It says I have Sasaspia Korth, Spurt Baloth, Krond Venersa, Warduke, Torgar, Warden, and Miria. Huh? Take not one front healer, one tank line. Viconia, Miria, and Dynahair have best synergy. We're looking for evil, though. Dynahair, not evil. Any of them is not, but the check mark is supposed to represent someone who's slotted. We have Sisaspia, Korth, Spurt, Baloth, Krond, Vinersa, Warduke, Torgar, Warden, Miria. That's supposed to be 10. Champion Search has bugs, news at 10. Who are we missing, though, out of that? He doesn't count himself. He does, though. We're literally missing a spot. But the search says we're not. Sisaspia? It is Sisaspia. Why did it count her? That's so weird. So weird. So that's why I was tripping. It told me she was in there. That's why I went on that whole little thing. Miria, Warduke, visual clutter, ugly. Yeah. That's why I couldn't tell either. Yeah. Sorry. That's why I went off on that tangent. Is it told me I had 10 and I was confused. So yeah, now we'll be at 10 of 10. As you can see, he does count. Checkmark unlocked and bot not always placed. Let's see. So now we removed her. Okay, you right. I thought it meant placed. Anyway, back on track. We are looking at, now we have 10 specters to work with. What are the specters? Enemies that die while cursed by Warden will spawn a cursed specters, which increase the damage taken by nearby enemies. Every time Warden attacks, they will collapse on what Warden is attacking, so they'll always be relevant. And while they are an unkill mechanic, they do linger for a bit, so you can utilize them as you're pushing. Look, 19 things in the formation. You had to learn that for the background party stuff. Gotcha. Yeah, that was throwing me off. Oh, and even Zaid caught Sisaspia wasn't on the field before I read it. My bad. In the seat, not the formation, yeah. I'm just making sure I didn't miss anything from... okay. Check... Yeah. I thought it meant placed. I'm just dumb. That's okay. So, Hex is also a big part of Warden's kit. You can increase, Hex stacks via feats, etc., etc. I have a lot I haven't purchased. But yeah, so the problem with Hex is, no matter how many you stack up, enemies take more damage from each Hex. That more damage is never scaled, other than how many hexes there are. All of your bonus to Hex from his gear is going to the post stack. So there's kind of that problem with Hex, and no matter how much you scale it, you're only scaling a multiplicative 100%. You cannot affect that 100%. So while more does mean better, all scaling is going to the post stack. So to me, that's an unfortunate... That should have been a pre-stack debuff, in my opinion. Anything you did to Hex should have affected the pre-stack, I think. But that's just me. Where are the enemies? Did we clutter this? Yeah, we glitched it out for sure. Let's get some specties out. Speaking of, how do you unlock the max Hex feats now? I think they got to the gems now, didn't they? Yeah, you can get them with gems now. Unless there's some that are still missing, but I think they did fully unlock them for gems. Yeah, I could get more specters too. Yeah, so that's the problem with Hex, is no matter how many Hex stacks you get, which you are still scaling his damage, right? The damage is still going up, but all bonuses go to post as far as equipment. Then you have a Cursed Spectre, which technically is pre-stack. They don't scale crazy though. So each one of these enemies die while Cursed Spectre, while cursed by Warden, spawn a Cursed Spectres, which increase the damage taken of nearby enemies. Each one is its separate buff. They will all collapse when... So we'll watch for Warden to attack. There you go. See how they're collapsing back on? That's when Warden attacks. So they are still debuffing those near them. On console, the max Hex feats are just blank, where you would normally see the gem cost or chest symbol. Maybe they're coming to Xbox soon then, because it looks like they're purchasable on Steam. And consoles can't be far behind if that's the case. Or maybe you need to update. Maybe it was a recent update that you haven't done yet. I don't know. First time watching one of your streams. What are your average item levels? It depends on who we're talking about. right? If we're talking about my invested team, my Artemis and Valentine are 10k, and all their supports are at least 1k. If we're talking my evergreens, like really early evergreens, we're talking 30k, 3.6 E4. If we're talking later released, like Crux, we're talking a 1.3 E4. Yeah, it all depends on what we're talking about. But, so let's see. Warden is a debuffer DPS if you want to, for some reason, lean into Esmeralda being a support. That is an option. Overall, not the greatest numbers. Let's look at Warden's availability, though. Say, okay on patrons, not great, but missing the int of the day one. And yeah, only the Constitution feat for ability scores. If you have all Spectres 12, then you end up getting E36 more damage to an enemy that has all of them on it. I mean, that is decent. I would need to get the +2. That is decent. Sometimes it's hard to maintain full Spectres, but that's not bad. The best thing, in your opinion, is the number of hits with the Spectres for armor chunking. What do you mean number of hits? Because the Spectres don't hit. And Hex reaches a maximum of E10. E40, that can't be true. That can't be true. I think you did something wrong on that one, Void. Hex doesn't reach quite those levels. Because again, the Hex is only 100%. This is the post-stack buff, not a pre-stack buff. So you have to do it to the 100%, not the E9. I don't know which way you went with that, but... Each Spectre attacks the target Warden attacks? I don't think that's true, unless I missed something. We'll see here. Hold on. I gotta take a look now. So max hex is what again? 12? Yeah, I'm getting way different, buddy. I still haven't added the, hold on, let me, And then we have, would be, let's just see here. I'm just doing math, sorry. I'm not reading chat right now. I don't know if anyone is even saying anything, I'm just thinking right here. Yeah, I'm getting 2.5 E13 is what my buff would be. So, I don't know how you're getting those numbers. You match the E13? Yeah. Math, what's that? We all did Craft. Oh, you thought it was fun? It was going to be DPS Tier List and then Final Fantasy 2 if we finished. This is taking much longer than we thought. We were going to do Final Fantasy 2 after if we had the time. And then let me look at Spectres too, because now I'm just curious about everything. So let's say we had the. Can you even maximum? You could if I took away the Constitution, so you could have 12 on both. So yeah, we're looking at another. Well, no, that would be a E15. So we're looking at an E15 and an E13 is my math. So nowhere near the numbers you were saying. My math is adding up to an E15 potentially on 12 Spectres and an E13 on 12 Hexes. Which is still okay, right? We're under, even a Shara at that point. But we're above a lot of other buffers. You spent like 45 minutes on Warden. Shut up, guys! I like getting things correct, and if people can correct me and I'm actually wrong, I like to know. I is no math magician. If we. It's only on the 7-hour mark, we still have 5 hours. Oh no. But yeah, so yeah, I'm getting E13 on Hex and E15 on Spectre at 12 max for both if you do that. So yeah, I'm not getting anywhere near the numbers you were saying. Warden is solid, but lower end for free from Patron. So E25-ish maybe be. Yeah, I mean, potentially. There's more synergy there being complete debuffer. You might be able to make a good Esmeralda team with Warden, and Esmeralda's pumping crazy numbers right now. Yeah, he's okay. Early option if you haven't gotten around, and he's good. Variant restriction, second party DPS, yeah. So, yes, that would be like, I mean, he's decent. Let's see. What is that? You love you just got Warden for free. So yeah, let's, did I look at Warden's availability? I did. That's right, it was the int. So locked out of a day one. Fun mechanics in my opinion. Performing at peak, we're looking at mid E20s. Feed the cat yet? No, not yet. We'll wrap this up. So yeah, let's rank him. Yeah, didn't intend to take that long on Warden. However, if I was wrong, I wanted to be sure. Because if we were looking at E30, E40 numbers, that's a different story, right? I think Warden could get into the B. We're talking peak though, but we're also talking, you don't need to lean into debuff. Warden can fit into any formation. Hi, C, you've got a pretty questionable formation there to get E20. It wasn't even the formation, really. We were just putting evil in for the funs of it. Just to get maxed Accursed Spectres. That wasn't an intended formation. Maybe C, though, still. I'm thinking about it. You ended up borking your numbers badly. I think what you were doing were forgetting to divide by 100 first, or slash the number beforehand. I'm trying to think of, because I mean, at the end of the day, you're still going to get good hexes. You're still going to get a lot of specters if you are leaning into Warden, no matter which way you go. Maybe not peak. I think an average would be more in this range, to be honest. It would be more Drizzed Caddy range. I think he's more open than them, though. I think he might be the gatekeeper of C. Because you don't need to lean into anything for Warden other than trying to get maxed Accursed Specters. And can excel with debuff. Yeah, I don't know if I think I might agree with Caius on this one. I don't think I would consider him all the way into B. Because you're probably not going to get those peak numbers, and then we're kind of looking almost exactly like Cadibri at that point. And Cadibri has better availability. Warden has more potential to scale a little bit, and has more formations Warden can synergize with. So yeah, maybe in there. Okay, we're getting there. I'm looking at what we got left. Maybe we'll go Zoro. Oh, that's we'll go Zobru. We'll go Zobru. I'm losing it. I'm flipping losing it. Zibbles. Coming in hot. Hello? All right. Who are we trying to do after Nova? After Nova? What? Now, Kron, you'll stop trying to math. I wanted to save Warduke, Kron, Jim, and Birdsong for last if possible. B, because he has a nickname, Murder Gnome. It's a +1 grade. So yeah, let's clean up the gold at least. We've got Know Your Enemy. He has many favorite foes, tracks all their kills, increases his damage to them, then increases his damage by an amount equal to an amount sum of the Know Your Enemies, so he gets an E6 buff there. If there's a favorite foe, he's also dealing more damage to them. And then he has Hunter's Pack, increasing the damage of champions adjacent to him and himself. They don't show it there, it's kind of weird, but they've always had trouble with that one. It shows, like, he does get it. It's funky, though. Baseline, he does. They don't show it, it's kind of weird. The DPS tier list is too strong for tier. I just didn't expect to spend this time going on side tangents, but that's okay. That's what we do here sometimes. Expert Hunter. Oh yeah, there it is. Zorba's damage is increased by the bonus provided by Hunter's Pack. There it is. It's worked different in the past. It's been a weird one. Yeah, so ultimately, we are looking at an E17 plus an E6 plus an E5 potentially if there is. And again, this is based on me getting E7 kills on these things. But yeah, so he does have decent availability though. It means it double dips with Valentine, you think? He can get the full Hunter's Pack back? Yeah, it should, right? Because he's already receiving it, and then Valentine would... Let's see here. I don't think he double dips, but he gets the scaling. Yeah, he doesn't double dip. Because it would be in his received from Socialite here if he did. But it can be boosted by Valentine. I don't think he double dips it though. She does. I did not. I put it back on. So what kind of group were you gonna job up? What do you mean? E17, E6, E5 potentially. Better than Warden? Yeah. And he has good availability too. We'll look at his availability. We are looking at, with a feat, he's available for everyday one. He does need help in the strength department. And he's available for all patrons except Elminster while using that strength feat for Strahd and Zari. Or not Strahd. He needs an int for Strahd, which is this one here. And the strength will get him into Zariel. So everything but Elminster, including feats. Pretty good availability. Everything but Elm, yeah. So yeah, I mean, Warden technically can... Let's see. I mean, they're actually pretty close, all things considered, but Zorbu takes off... Well, he does require a little farming, though. He does require farming up his favorite foes. I do think he's a lot easier to just slot and go. He doesn't... He's ranged, too, which is pretty rare. Can benefit from a ranged comp. So yeah, I mean, overall, he's kind of the, like, baseline, just good DPS, right? You think Final Fantasy II was already pre-made, right? You think Part 3 had the job? Are you asking for Final Fantasy 3? Is that what you're talking about? That won't be for a while if that's what you're talking about. But I think he's a good, just like baseline, solid champ, right? He's outscaled by today's standards. Used to be a big boy, heavy hitter. But he's good flat buff, good availability, decent all around. Not amazing, but decent. You're talking about the stuff you're supposed to be doing right now. Oh. That was only if we finished this in a timely manner, which we did not. Zorba's farming is no worse than Dahani or Dirge, so late game accounts won't like the farm, but we'll do it. Early accounts will be capable of letting it build naturally. Overall, favorite farm isn't too painful anymore. Yeah, I don't think it's terrible. Generally, you'd want to farm up Zorbu a little bit. Yeah, I haven't tried it by today's standards, but I wish he could be. He can't make it into A, but he has to be in B. That's kind of where I'm feeling Caius. I see him in the B rank. He just doesn't have the numbers anymore to be a hard contender, but he's good for early. He fits into other formations as a support, but looking at him exclusively from the perspective of being a DPS by today's standards, I kind of agree. I think he's in the B range. Ooh, the B's looking funny though. Where would he be in B? He might even be at the tail end of B. Darius is so weird. What did we determine Kent got to? It was like an E13 from tokens, an E10 from remembrance, an E8 from extra. I mean, he scaled up okay. I mean, I do think Ken has better scaling than Zorbu by today's standards for sure. Again, when you've done tokens up enough to matter. But again, Zorbu then also requires farming too. Ken has great availability too. You can't play that card, yeah. And he's in an earlier seat, which doesn't usually matter, but... And pulls in Virgil, which if you're running Kent can be important. You don't understand what's going on? We are doing a DPS tier list. We are specifically looking at DPS tagged champions and ranking them based on their scaling, their availability, and what kind of formation they have to be used with. Exclusively DPS focused. So that's why someone like Makos is on the bottom. He can be used in other scenarios, but as exclusively a DPS, he sucks. Oh, Kent. You meant Kent's there. I was like, what does that mean? They're kind of wonky right now. The way there's a couple bugs with Minsk is so good. It's kind of wonky with tokens right now, but it's okay. Like, you'll reach a certain point with tokens where it's not gonna be getting a lot more of an increase. So it's nice to have, and he's getting a little boost out of it, but it's not huge. Do I see Zorbu climbing? Darius is a weird one because his numbers, Minsk is carried by Boo. His numbers are definitely high B worthy, Darius, but his availability sucks. He's a hard one to rank in comparison because Darius definitely scales harder than Kent and Zorbu, but 3 out of 6 day ones blows. But he scales so much harder. And Brew isn't properly modeled in-game. Alright, let's move on to Black Viper for now. Let's get everyone at least on the board. I mean, Jaheira, or... I already forgot who the other one was. I'm fading, baby! Black Viper, right. I knew that. Black Viper. Kind of a weird one. Don't care. DF, no, I don't think she's going to fall that hard. She does have okay scaling. She's very restrictive, though. She's not going to... There are hard Black Viper defenders. People who love her. I think she's okay. But positional formation abilities, Black Viper receives from Warlocks, Rangers, Rogues, and Bards. So it completely shoehorns her into exclusively using these champions. Even people who love her know she's bad. I don't think she's bad. She's a positional scaler. She's not the best, granted. I don't think she's bad, but we are talking, there's only so many really good positional buffers within that bracket. I don't know, we're just gonna throw stuff out there. Let's see. And I guess we won't use Valentine for this, I guess. She scales better from other champions. She lives and dies off other champions' positionals. So does Artemis, though, right? That's literally... She's mini Artemis, is what she is. I don't know, man. I need to pull up an actual... Here. Whoa. I forgot that doesn't actually bring up the search. Clear. Class. Bard. Ranger. Rogue. Warlock. It's a formation game. Nothing wrong with needing a formation. I agree. Especially when their whole kit revolves around... I mean, it's the same with Arkan. It's the same with Artemis. You need to build around your DPS. So yeah, I mean, this is her pool of champions, but then you need to limit it down to positionals, right? Let's go Xander. So yeah, I mean, honestly, in that scenario, in that seat, you'd probably go Certainty if you're going to use that seat, which we'll do. I mean, you'd use Valentine, let's be real. But, we don't want to rely exclusively on Valentine to showcase champions. She's serviceable, investment-heavy champ via gems, requires gems. Oh, yeah. Mostly a mini Artemis, even by a newbie like you, which is neat because you get to try stuff out with her before you dive into Artemis later. Yeah. And yeah, you need to farm her Jewel Thief off, but honestly, that's not that crazy to do. But you do need to do it to at least unlock Aura of Infamy, if nothing else. But that's only 10 red gems, which you'll get by progressing. That's nothing crazy. But her damage does go up with that, which I didn't run her at all. But that's a very low buff. I forget what, it's like an E7, I think. E5 to E7. It's really not a huge buff if you keep her in for the gems. You still want to do it if you're running her, though. And then Sneak Attack is an E4. You'll still benefit from that with her ultimate, even though... it's the first or second time she attacks. Her ultimate procs that, so you still benefit from that, but it's an E4. So both of those, we're talking like an E5 and an E4. They're not crazy. Most of her buffing comes from Aura of Infamy. No abs, no gain. So yeah, let's finish filling this out, because I mean, there are some goodies in here. Again, like Birdsong, great buffer. Blueshy, great buffer. Spurt, good buffer. Nova, good buffer. There are good options for her. Again, Spurt, you would probably take out for something else at the end of the day, just in the scenario of he doesn't have the greatest availability. You ranked Mako so low, but you need him for extra scales. Again, we're looking at it from the perspective of how are they as a DPS. And exclusively as a DPS, Mako's blows hard poop. Let's see. Who do we want to use? I mean, Antreus obviously is a great option. I mean, Shandy or Fen are serviceable. 8 really doesn't have anything great. 9, yeah, Astarion is decent. Even outside of Ceramorphosis, he can be. I think we have him set to top right now, though, so we'll do this. We could go Zorbu. He is a ranger. We have a very few amount of rangers in this game. We need more rangers. Did you rank Zorbu? Yeah, we just did. He got into the B. Alright, who do we want in this last seat here? We could just go Fen or Shandy. Shandy's actually not the worst positional. Not great, but... you could see that. That's why he's top or bottom. But yeah, so I mean, she's setting Bud at 490 with this team, 493. For my build with her, that's not bad. I mean, I don't have her invested in. But again, it all depends, right? Because we're slotting people I do have boosted like Belushi and Nova. But don't we want Birdsong next to Black Viper, or is that the point? Wait, what? How? That's because the characters are based on live plays based on real D&D, and Ranger has been janky at best in 5e for... I mean, that is true. Ranger has traditionally been not great. There's been some good additions lately. Gloomstalker's fun. What's the... Is it Planeswalker? I forget what the other one is. That's pretty good. Spurt is too close. Oh, yeah. Because I swapped them, yeah. That is... I mean, I'm not looking to necessarily maximize her... I mean, we could even have her there. But regardless, it depends on... We are at the 2-slot spec, but I'm not looking to... I'm just kind of showing champions that work with her. So there are options, and a lot of those options are good. It is still restrictive, right? Horizon Walker, that's what it is. You were looking to maximize how many buffs she can pirate? I mean, yeah, fair. So yeah, I mean, you can see it's applying at a higher rate because of her Aura of Infamy. So, I mean, she does scale everything. Right now, for me, it's like another 2 exponents on the buffs, it looks like, for a baseline. So then you have to calculate all of those 2 exponents on top of her self buffs. So, I mean, she does scale, right? Her feats are hurting. She needs feats. The fact she doesn't have an Aura of Infamy feat is crazy. Absolutely crazy. She needs feats. It's wild out there for her. Ranger B, Outcast even back in 2E. Artemis needs Observe feats. I would say yes, but you know. Fighter Druid Hybrid. That's more theme over capacity. Always hurt the class. Want to use bows melee optimized? Fighter does it better. Want animal companion spells? Druid or Cleric are better. Ranger just never settled well in most cases, even when Arcane Archer builds. Yeah. It's like a what, E4 self? I mean, you have to consider her Aura of Infamy as well, but yeah, we're looking at an E4 from Sneak Attack and what would be like an E5 from her gems. So like an E5, an E4, and then affecting positionals. I definitely think it keeps her out of D. Drizzt is a Mary Sue. Ranger has the style. The only problem with Ranger is everybody wants to be Drizzt if they're from D&D, or they want to be Strider from Lord of the Rings. And when you have a group of Striders, it gets really annoying to put a group together. So yeah, ultimately, her availability's pretty good. Naturally available for everyday 1, which again, is important for DPS. Will be locked out of Mert and Elminster. But all in all, she's not bad. She's really not bad. She's not great, though. She's not be-all, end-all. So let's see, where are we gonna put her? I definitely think she keeps out of D. She's at least a C. She definitely is more restrictive than the likes of Artemis or Arkan even. I think she does scale better than Arkan, though. Pretty sure the base numbers are better than Arkan. From Aura of Infamy, you mean? It adds 2 exponents, which is an E4 buff to the positionals. Well, I mean, it clearly depends on the positional, right? Because if you're increasing an E34 to an E36, that's a, you know... Don't be silly, Drizzt had to train for a bit in the first couple of paragraphs in the first prequel trilogy. Is that all he got from the training to become a god? I'm familiar with off stories from them, but Ranger shines as being able to scout archetype, which the scout class replaced later. So the skill monkey, with between combat, then the rogue, and the fighter was its niche, but it really was the go-to for most campaigns unless you were 80% out in the wild. Not a lot of people want to exclusively be the scout, though. A lot of people who like ranged... See, but then everybody always just goes fighter or rogue anyway, if they want to be ranged. Ranged sneak attack. Off topic. What are the classes from the Saturday morning squad that ain't in the game yet? You're not familiar with it? We can look at it a bit later if you remind me. we'll look at that. Before we get into topics like that, we'll finish up this tier list. I mean, no, you're right. You're right. Sorry, tuned in late. Could you do a quick 30 seconds why Dirge is S tier? You're a newish player and considering picking him out on discount. I would personally recommend other things for buying with money if you're talking about money, but if you're doing it anyway, the Dark Urge is literally available for everything, and he scales well. He doesn't have the best scaling in the game, but he scales well. He has good scaling. And having a DPS you invest in that's available for everything is crazy. It's very, very nice to always have your DPS available no matter what restriction you're running into. So now we have a post-tier list take that includes spoiler. Oh, the spoiler rant. I forgot about that. Saturday morning squad. Oh no, I'm getting dark. It is getting late. I have to turn on my light. I'm disappearing. Hold on. Oh, I forgot about that rant. You got it back in my blood now. It's reinvigorated me. Yeah, so, yeah, Dark Urge. He's part of the popular Hoppin affiliation, who is good. Perfect availability and good scaling. Thanks for letting you know about Dirge. Not sure if he is picking up then. He takes all... Huh? Were you trying to say Coomers, Dark Warrior? I don't know. All comers, no matter what. Vanishing needs to take a 20 for the cats. Water and lights. Dude, are we really going to push today's stream again? Slowly fades away. No, see, here's the thing. This is when I either completely fade or we go full degen mode. Oh, he is worth. I got you. Not asking for spoilers, just information from 30 years ago on the characters. We were talking about spoilers earlier, and I have a spoiler rant I might go on. But yeah, you, Dice Goblin, we'll look at that as soon as we finish the DPS tier list, if you're still around. We'll look at the characters and gauge what they might be able to be. Yeah, well, let's get into this first. That clap, I think, was really loud. It just, like, totally redded out my audio. I'm sorry if that was loud. But yeah, I don't want to go down that tangent just yet. So, let's rank Black Viper. I think she's at least a C. I don't know where I would put her in the C, though. Where would I put her? Trying to lock in. I mean, she's decent. She is decent. Yeah, I do think she scales better than Arkan. Who are we talking about? We are talking about Black Viper. Which... I won't go on that route right now. We're too off topic as it is. Yeah, I mean... Arkan has more people available to him to offer positionals. But her scaling is technically better with positionals. I could see her... Yeah, Lucius is interesting. He's a weird one to compare Black Viper to. She's a little better scaling than Drizzt, and less must-have affiliation restrictions. Put her under Fen, to be honest. I think she's got much better scaling than Fen. Too bad they nerfed her even before she came out. They even delayed her for a day. Yeah, the class restrictions is her biggest negative. You're banking we don't be done? No. We only got a lot of them do have a lot to talk about. Krond and Jaheira should be fairly easy, though. I see maybe even low B. I don't know if she... I don't think she makes it quite into low B. Oh, man. There is good. But the bigger buff classes are her restrictions, so it's a nice set of restrictions. But her number is better than Warden, easier to set up. She's definitely not easy. The thing with someone like Black Viper 2 is while she might have good availability, a lot of the people who are the better buffers might not. And she takes a huge hit in those cases, right? So it is a lot more of a restriction already. Because we're talking positionals, then we're talking classes. And then who's good in those classes, it can get a bit rough. She takes a huge hit from not getting Jim. I mean, that's true. She is in seat 7. Which normally we don't take into consideration seats, but we are talking about someone who can perform at the absolute best. I think there is okay for Black Viper. We might change it. It can have a domino effect on D-Power, her as compared to Warden. Alright, yeah. It can. Yeah, let's dive into Jaheira. Let's keep her there for now. We can be open to changing it. I do want to at least get them on the board. I keep getting so sidetracked. I am so sorry for those of you who are like, alright, come on, dude. Those of you who are still around, though, I appreciate it. Jim next if possible. We're going to do Jaheira first, and then we'll open up those top 4. We'll try to be quick with Jaheira. So, Jaheira, get those re-specialization pots ready, because we're going to look at her specializations super quick. In the sake of moving on, I'll go ahead and go to her seat and just find her. So, you took a nap midstream, then had dinner. It's all good. Just unlocked him via time gates. Oh, Jim is very good Infinite, by the way. So, yeah, he's a good one. Final Fantasy 2 any second now. I'm so sorry for those who were curious about the Final Fantasy 2. This took a lot longer than I thought it would. She buffs classes. If we're talking about her exclusively as a DPS, which we are, you want to choose one where she is a part of, but she also scales based on how many of them are slotted, so it does matter. You either will take hybrids or bruisers. I'm just going to go bruisers, and we're just going to make humans her favorite foe. You do choose favorite foe, and that does matter. We're just going to pop out Dynahair. I don't know how much I've... let's see. What is my Melfat here? Because we're going to need a little bit of a farm there. Good. It's because you forgot the T and it thought you were trying to say something else, Dice Goblin. I think you can fill in the blank. I'm going to allow it because you didn't say anything wrong, but I think you can piece together what they thought you might have been trying to say on Night-er. But yeah, that was nothing bad. They just thought you were trying to bypass that. Hybrids or bruisers or Baldur's Gate, right? Deep pushing to 500 in your first trials ever? Nice. Is there a Fast and Furious rule about what favored foes to pick? You almost always go Undead blindly. I mean, if you're pairing her with Viconia, Undead is great because Viconia force spawns Undead. It really depends on what run you're doing and or if you're pairing them with someone who force spawns a specific type. Fierce Hunter. Humanoid enemies are our favorite foes. When an enemy of her favorite foe type is attacked by any champion, Jaheira gains a Hunter stack. Like humanoids with Dynahair, yeah. Lots of people can work with humans, true. Lack of sleep, didn't catch that one. Oh yeah, and again, you were fine. They just thought you might have been bypassing to say something. Twitch is dumb. So yeah, maximum 20 stacks are reset. This increases her damage and the effect of Class Act. And then Class Act is also boosted by Unity. Increase the effect of Class Act for each champion affected by it. So we want to slot as many as the one we chose. And yeah, Imoen can force spawn stuff in boss areas, so you can stack it up. Or for the game and in real life. So yeah, let's go ahead and slot some who fit under that restriction, which was fighters, rogues, monks, barbarians. Fighters, rogues, monks, barbarians. We can keep that in mind. Let's see. Fighters, rogues, monks, barbarians. Fighters, rogues, monks, barbarians. Maybe we should have just done Baldur's Gate, honestly. Oh well, doesn't matter. Fighter, rogue. Monk, barbarian. There we go. Immune is rogue. Fair. Very fair. Fair and valid. Yep. Okay. Let's see here. You know what? She's topical. We can go as... How many debuffers do we have here? Not a lot. Yeah. It would have behooved us to go something else, but Jam for the meme. We already got Imoen in. We can't replace Imoen with Jam, bro. We'll go Puent. Puent's a barbarian. He's stinky boy. All right. So, if you can stack that unity up. Oh, right. Dynahair. Rogue. Or wait, yeah, Rogue was there. There we go. Unity 10. There you go. Increase the effect of class act. Stacking multiplicatively, you stack that up. Now we're looking at it. 8E17 buff. On top of the E5. Wait, which one is her damage? Jaheira gains a hunter stack. This increases her damage. And the effective... So the higher one is her damage. Okay, yeah, the E5 is her damage. Puent smells like an LA street corner. Probably. And then there's Persistent Focus. She gains a stack of Persistent Focus every 10 seconds while Battle Focus is active. The one, right here. After 20 of Jaheira's favorite foes have been killed, the ability activates. It increases Fierce Hunter. And gains more damage as time goes on. It increases the damage of all champions, including herself. So, at the end of the day, we're looking at an E17 potentially, on top of an E7, on top of an E5. So she has multiple ways to scale her damage. And there's a little hidden thing that they don't ever really tell you anywhere, that her auto attack summons vines that are actually bud damage. So if you ever see Jaheira spike your bud, it's because of that, not necessarily because she's your damage setter. Every now and then she'll sneak in as your bud, and you'll be like, why was that her? Someone else set the bud, and then she doubled off that bud with her attack. But yeah, as far as just a DPS, we're looking at an E17 potentially, which is okay when you combined with Persistent Focus, an E7, and an E5. So at her peak, could be worse, smelling like New Jersey. Let's see, we gotta think now. So yeah, like a total of E25, right? So I mean, she's got potential. Her availability, and she can kind of synergize with multiple groups, as the only thing she needs to fit is her class act if she's going to be the damage dealer. Yeah, she is an everyday one, but her patrons aren't great. Yeah, and there's probably not going to be a way... Because she's neutral, so no Mert, and her int is low enough she'll never even have a feat for that. And she's old enough that she won't be Elminster. So yeah, I mean, she's not bad. We're not talking crazy scaling here, but not bad. New Jersey still worse. Could be worse, smelling like a septic tank. She's the bud buddy? Yeah. I need to... let's see. Those numbers really are like the B tier numbers. But those are at peak. you're not necessarily always going to be able to get at her peak numbers on every area. She's a bit, honestly, she's a bit like Warden. Yeah, I'm kind of feeling adjacent to Warden on that one. Time she can double her damage as well to Spike Bud. The Bud shenanigans are kind of weird with her. She can give a tadpole, so you guess an increase to some absolute adversary buffs on her. Yeah, if you pair her with some absolute adversaries, she can scale them up with her Ceramorphosis to further benefit her. That's why I tried to throw lae'zel and Karlach out there. I'm feeling like she's kind of in the Warden range, right? You could accept that by Warden was going to open a discussion using her over Zorbu to define your gate into A. Yeah, we're opening up the gate into A right now, if that's where we're going to call Jaheira. Everyone but Warduke can have 4 will stacks these days. Yeah, she was an easy one to get, will stacks on before Ravenguard for sure, even though Ravenguard's broken right now. I believe first we had Jim on the table, right? Yeah, we can go into Jim now probably, and then Birdsong, and then wrap it up with Warduke and Krond quickly. Well, who wanted Jim? I already forget. Let's see. Oh, Infinite wanted Jim. Yeah. Jimothy Joniel. 4 stacks, while a lot of Ceramorphosis is not for every DPS. It is hard to deny the 4-stack will, but yeah. Well, you wanted Jim too, but even after you left Dark Warrior, someone else wanted Jim. I know you did. I don't care what you want. Punchy Happy Tree Burb is better than many expect. She gets good on boss levels. She really does. Her seasonal rework helped her out a lot. Ugh, not perfect, but not bad. Let's look at Jim Bob. He's fairly easy to look at. Burb Strunk. Let's look at Jim Bob. I said let's look at Jim Bob. Stop it. Fan Club. Increase the damage of Jim and everyone in the columns in front of and behind him by an amount for each affected champion stacking multiplicatively. So we've got a pre-stack on our hands. You can see we're looking at an E4. That's because the scaling is going to the pre-stack. You feel like hating Dahani was a meme and people are just used to that by now. 2 B-grade burbs. B stands for bird. Bish, you'll make Tyredack a clown. Tyredack is a clown. You need to get that on as many people as possible. A great way is Valentine, regardless of Valentine's, buffing. But we'll just put people in front of and behind him for now to showcase it. I keep forgetting I have it set to top on this one. Let's see, who do we want out here? Get Esmeralda for fun and Point for fun. Who cares? And yeah, it would be good in an AI team. We can showcase its maximum potential. I want to show what its kind of average would be before we hyper buff it, right? But so yeah, if you're just using Jim in a formation of people in front of and behind him, you're looking at an E27, right? There's ways to scale it way higher. Its average is 10 because you use Valentine, yeah. But there are many ways to set it above that. Ak Inc. is one of them, where we can pop his specializations, I guess. Jim's right there. Foeman Omen. So you can either increase Fan Club, increase the damage of all champions whose base attack is magic, or increase the effect of Fan Club by an amount, and all members of Ak Inc. and the C team in the formation join his fan club regardless of their position. So if you take that, you can slot someone like Omen anywhere. He doesn't have to be ahead of or behind then. And then you have someone like Evelyn, who you can just put in the front then. and she'll still get it. And then someone like Vi, who can be in his same column and still benefit from it. And then you can focus on people in front of him and behind if you want. And then allow. You people want to bang everything including rhymes. Well, not everyone can just focus on Karlach like you, Dark Warrior, or Valentine. I guess you have two types. So, now... now we're looking at an E36. But then he buffs it in other ways as well. Magical Mystery Tour. The effective fan club is increased each time an enemy, ally, or ally's equipment is polymorphed or transformed in some ways. There's many ways you can get that out. We're just gonna go Fen because she transforms a lot. Bro, why? I've enabled that. Let's see, we can get Strix, who transforms a lot, and is actually a part of that affiliation. Oh, but we want Fen still. That's banned. Yeah. You know, they're very particular about race terms on Twitch, as far as their auto mod goes. So yeah, you can see that's scaling it up as it goes. Boop, 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 boop. And again, that makes him a DPS with a positional. So in a lot of ways, he's highly regarded for Artemis, right? Because Artemis will scale off this pre-stack positional ability. Makes it very, very good for him. Imoen's polymorph count, I believe so, yeah. Anything that will actually polymorph, yeah. At 10k, 10 stacks, no other shenanigans to scale. It's an E69. There you go from Caius. I'm only at about 2k with Jim right now. He's definitely a one I would hard focus if I really wanted to lean into pushing my Artemis even further. He's a great candidate for that. You've never seen a stack to 100. You've seen a total post-stack multiplier of 100%, but you've never seen that illustrious 100 stack. It kind of tapers off. I'll only farm it to 100 for my day one trials run. I'll go back to an area, to a hit-based or armor-based health boss, early level, and I'll farm it up to get my absolute peak damage for my DPS against Tiamat. Because the hardest you hit in your Tiamat day one, I'm sure everyone knows, but I'm just highlighting it. The hardest single hit you can make in your trials run will set your base DPS against Tiamat. So you want to hit as hard as you possibly can, especially on day one, to set your DPS against Tiamat. So I'll do whatever you can to scale everything to its absolute peak. Nrax debuff, full at 60, Magic Mystery Tour, etc., etc. Karlach's Rage, all that stuff. Yeah, so we're sitting at an E39. And again, if we were using Artemis, he observes that at a crazy high amount. Day one pop the potions too, yeah. Except using nerds on that same boss level, we're a trigger fighter. I get annoyed with nerds, anything beyond that. For nerds to be useful, they have to proc that. I just want to passively farm sometimes, and nerds were boring for that. And I just don't like reshuffling them. They're just annoying for me. I do like them in one regard. Like I like them, but I don't like using them. Does anti-tank slot 1 Mr. T count as... Huh? I don't know what you were going for on that one, Yield Dice Goblin. Does anti-tank slot 1 Mr. T count as fiend count as a polyester? I think that one got away from you, dog. See, count as fiend count. Polyester is what I'm really stuck on. Oh, are you talking about the polymorph? Polymorph, yeah. I feel like I'm having a struggle. Yeah, that one, Yeah, Tyrael's trend. I don't think it's a. Is it a? Let's read it. It depends on the wording. I don't actually know. What party would you be in? Actually, we could just find out, right? So yeah, keep in mind, Jim's was E39. It's lower now because someone else is in the front. Polymorph isn't a real word. Yeah, so that was Keen-Eye Deception. Non-boss enemies that spawn are actually duplicative structure. Fiend enemies over shape forms. These enemies count as fiends. Let's just find out. It'll be a little hard. Let's make sure these are attacking. Let's go to a new area. And let's see here. Yeah, must not. Pretty sure it's not a polymorph. Yeah, I think it's just an enemy spawn type. I don't think it counts as a polymorph. You leave best boy alone. According to Automated Communications Department of Text. You have a Reddit link that has all of them listed. Should I post all of what listed? Wait, what? Oh, all of the polymorphs. Is that what you're talking about, Byla? Jim's poly can be annoying sometimes. It kind of can be. Tyrael, second row. Evelyn, also second row. Doesn't he need to deflect to trigger something? Not if we're talking about the Rakshasa. That was just on spawn, right? Or what? Are we talking about something else now? Polymorph, otherwise known as multiple forms of transformations. Yep. I mean, you can, yeah. You can post it in the Discord if you want. Yeah, March of the Rakshasa is just him keeping an eye on what spawns, and fiends spawn. So I don't think it requires anything. Back to Jim rather than polymorph details. Does Merylwyn's Catoform count? If it does, it would count for 1 when you transition, right? Because she only well, she does multiple, like if you come under attack, I guess it would be multiple times. Let's see if moving gives him 1 right off the bat or not. It does. So yeah, the initial cat transformation would, but that just counts as 1 unless you're getting hit and, you know, going from there. Rakshasa. My game knowledge is limited to is the character in my Artemis or AA formation. That's right, you knew like nothing about Yorvin when we were talking about him. So yeah, Jim, one downside to Jim is he doesn't have the greatest availability. But he scales crazy good. Really good for anyone that can benefit from him, as he just needs to be ahead of or behind them. So yeah, he will always be locked out of the con day 1, and will be required to use his strength for the strength requirement. So locked out of 1 day 1 when considering feats. However, locked out of... I guess he gets Zariel with the strength feat too. So Zariel and Strahd he will be available for, but nothing else. So his availability isn't the best. I mean, I say a year is still, it's been all gem farming, yeah. But I say a year is still a good amount of time in the game. Killing stuff okay with these. Then he transformed the mob into a stupid mimic. Yeah. Bro, we're getting flooded with these guys today. Shut up. Get banned! Get banned. Die. Apparently Nixie transforming into a pot counts. Yes, that does. All the tieflings, right? Yeah, Fen is good because she has a quick ultimate for it that transforms her. Strixult transforms her. Nixie turning into a pot counts. I believe her turning blue counts as well? Question mark. But yeah. Okay. So, yeah, overall he's really good. He doesn't have the best availability, though, but he has pre-stack scaling. That's good pre-stack scaling. What about a huge... I think all of the things that affect her, I think, count. Could be wrong, but I think so. Oh, I have the wrong spec on him. That's okay. So, yeah, I mean, even in this scenario, using Omen, Evelyn, and Vi, if you're using them as a DPS, they're all good champions to use, and then you just need people in front of and behind him, and it doesn't even really matter who for him if you're using him as a DPS. Usually he's better served as a support, because all of this buff is granted to whoever is in front of or behind him. What about Feet Picks Averin? Are you calling me Averin now? Is that where we're at? Desmond, yeah, Desmond as well with his fairly quick ult. Right, it's the ult that transforms him. Yeah, there's a lot of ways to do it. No? Well then, where did Averin come from? Gnome Averin or normal Averin? He is just a little stinker as a gnome, isn't he? Azaka in right spec? Well, I think just her transforming into a were-tiger counts. It doesn't need to be right spec for that. She still transforms. That makes it quicker, but... place Nixie and Gem next to Whittle. You can get up to a 96% chance to instantly reduce base attack cooldown immediately if they match your spec choice. Yeah, but right spec is faster. True. You were just saying Azaka in right spec as if that's the only way to do it. I was just, you know, saying. I've never seen that skin. Oh, that's the Spelljammer one? I don't remember that at all. Huh. Anyway, yeah. The most effective way is the only way. Unless you have no respecialization potions and you plan on Azaka farming later in the run, then you still wouldn't do it. Come on. Don't care. So, let's rank Jim. Look at that big boy. Look at that big boy. It's Voltron Averin. Yeah, and when he gets big, that counts too, Averin. So, but I think, well... Who does have the quicker cooldown between Strix and Averin? They're really close, yeah. You can always pull her out into another adventure. Poor man's respec. I mean, that's true. Anyway, so yeah. Pre-stack, good pre-stack. Gets good numbers. Not the greatest availability, but not terrible. Again, another one of those you're probably going to use as a support over a DPS. But I mean... We're talking good pre-stack numbers. Strix smells better. Now we know Dark Warrior likes the stinky ones. I'm thinking he's A. We're talking pre-stack numbers that, with investment, would exceed Crux. At my stage, they're fairly equal if he fully stacks up. But being pre-stack, he would eventually take over Crux. Again, another one of those you'll probably use as a support instead, but looking at him and just his numbers, good numbers, good numbers. I mean, unless someone wants to contend, I feel that's a good spot for him. I'll go ahead and set up the next one, which is going to be Birdsong. But if anyone wants to contend. And we'll go from there. You feel Jim past Crux, but A, you're hard biased for Jim. We could say, we can think about that. I mean, it is true, pre-stack would eventually take over Crux. Is Tyr so mad that he's starting to howl? Did I howl? Did I... Wait, what? Wait, are we talking Strix or Puent for who smells the worst? They would make an interesting pair, that's for sure. They need to add a ranged champion that smells awful as well to compete with the trilogy. Just make it like a stinky Gloomstalker who never comes out of the caves. So let's look at Birdsong. She's very similar to Jim in a way. You're the Dark Warrior. Your Crux is pretty much as good as he'll ever get at 42. Yeah, I mean you're not wrong. Crux does have every day one where Jim doesn't. That's kind of where my mind was at with that. Is Jim not being full day one does kind of suck. But we'll look back at it. E30 buff differential. Yeah, once you've invested 10k item levels, but you're not wrong. Strix probably smells worse. Puent is mostly BO. Strix is actual garbage, but Puent is BO who literally never showers, like ever, and is just in big sweaty armor, probably pisses and shits himself too. Like, anyway, Birdsong. Song of Battle. Increase the damage of champions within 2 slots of Birdsong by an amount. This has a pre-stack scaling. Increase the Song of Battle by an amount for each positional formation ability. This is one way she stacks it. And then there's Crescendo, the pre-stack. Increase the effect of Song of Battle whenever any champion affected by Song of Battle gets a killing blow, or they qualify for her specialization choice, which is between... good... Or wait, no, that's not... So we're gonna buff her, so you would take neutral for this first one. Lawful champions, female champions, or bard champions. Just to keep the scaling in mind, yeah. Point is the skin under the cast. At least Strix can end up falling in water and not melting. Point would dissolve at this point. It's almost always females, yeah. Females tends to take off more than anything else. We're just gonna slot Whammon to get it rolling. She has the charisma for that, right? Not that it matters. I actually don't know what Birdsong's con is. Yeah, it's low. Female unaffiliated. I mean, ideally, I'm just kind of throwing it together, honestly. We could look specifically at female unaffiliated. I'm getting to that point where we should look at... Point's body is dead skin with a single brain cell. I do love how he just autistically flails with spiked armor, and that is his fighting style. Female unaffiliated. Let's just fill it up. Let's see what we got to work with. Yeah, Blushi. We can go Thalora in this case for sure. Come on. Oh, you're already there. That's why. What? I think I have respect to strength right now. I'm not gonna look for it right now. Famale. Worst hug ever. It's a tad late to hyper-focus on optimization at this point. We're doing it anyway. Blushi still works. Let's see. Brahma can work. Yeah. Not a positional, but... let's see. I mean, we could go Naeli, but... Stokey. Rhea works. Why not? Point smells bad. The companions need reaching. Bruner McKing, autistic screeching. B for bird. Let's see. Vin. Vin is definitely a good one. Jang would work if we move her. Could we get everyone's positional there? Let's see. Let's just find out. So yeah, let's get Vin. Let's get Jang for the fun of it. Friggin' monkey. Dude, you'll hear me go. Yeah, we'll go Miria over. And then we need you there. And we technically could get Naeli's there. What else do we got? We could do Barrowin, actually. Yeah. There we go. Let's look at Peak. Oh, wait. No. We need this. And then this. There we go. There we go. The Phantom Hand Dami Mommy. So, we are now looking at Crescendo being at 10, being an E22 buff. We're looking at Chorus of the Lost being 12 at E10, and we are looking at a E39 Song of Battle buff. And again, keep in mind what Kaya said, the scaling gets crazy. So yeah, like right in there with Jim as far as how hard this positional can be. Again, it is often just used as a support since all of this can be on someone else, but as it's her kit and we're basing it on how she performs as a DPS. We also need to look at her availability. And I probably have feats all jumbled up. My feats are so jumbled up from streaming and making videos, dude. I always forget to go back and look. Her patrons aren't the greatest. She can get into Vajra, Strahd, and Zariel, but not Elminster or Mert, being neutral. Again, like Jim. But she does have every day one trial. She's got better availability than Jim. She does. Birdsong Frost at the mouth, fully stacked. Y'all still here? Hey, Cynics. Yeah, shut up. So yeah, what I'm kind of thinking, I hear you with the scaling on Crux, but I'm thinking this. If we do put Crux behind Jim. Stop distracting him with how long the stream has been. I mean, what's everyone feeling about that? New? What do you mean new? Are you talking about new metal? Are you listening to Linkin Park? Perfect, next. We derailed into the woods and back again. We really did. Help tier is keeping us all captives. You can leave at any time, Bila. Jim above Birdsong? That I don't. Birdsong has the better availability. She is day one, whereas Jim is not. E10, E39, so like E49 due to her buffing her own Song of Battle. And I think it just shows it, I think that is its complete buff right now, isn't it? I don't know. My brain don't work good right now. We are reaching into almost hour 8, so either behind of or in front of Crux. Quit distracting him with the peak smasher pass. Gith races only tier list. So lae'zel? Jim can get higher in most cases. But again, I think day one is very important. And I think they're both really close. Really close. With the cocks. And Jim gets slightly better. I don't think he gets... Yeah, no, I agree. I don't think he gets, like... This idea that he's way better than Birdsong is... I don't think that's true at all. I think he's easier. Well, I don't even know if that's true. I think Birdsong is easier to just slot and go than Jim. But I think they're both great. Don't get me wrong. Better numbers is better, but availability. Don't ever forget I'm an availability slut. Day one is important for a DPS. It absolutely is. And Birdsong is all day one, whereas Jim is not. And I think they are so close number-wise that then matters between them. Witherway double the exponent. Jim and Birdsong are practically joined at the hip in numbers, but as DPS you'd see Birdsong edges it out a little more here. I agree. Dark Warrior's always wrong anyway. Point and laugh at him. He can go make what was it, a meat and cheese dish? Make me one too, dude. I'm starting to get hungry now. I don't have to pee yet, but even though I'm 2 coffees, 1 water down, but I'm a little hungry. We're getting close though. Krond and Warduke are left. Shut up, shut it, fatty. Hold on, Dark Warrior, hold on. We gotta break that down. How can I be a fatty while being an Asian twink? You gotta make up your mind here. Tyredack thinks that Birdsong's thighs are better than Jim's thighs. Jim is a lanky boy. Although so is Birdsong. I'm not exactly defending Birdsong's thighs here. Jim can scale with magic users or his affiliation. Birdsong wants unaffiliated positionals. Birdsong takes more patience. She peaks on armored bosses. It's true. We didn't even mention how she spikes Bud on armor or on bosses. Jim takes making information work with his awkward pattern, and Val to reflect it to empty spots, which then takes DPS to fill those empty spots. Time for you to... Pasta you made for lunch, eh? I could use pasta. I'm trying to stay away from gluten. Are we factoring their peak formations into this? Because Jim formation probably beats a Birdsong formation by quite a bit. A where twink? That's a new... I do think they're really close whichever way we're looking at it here. Meat and cheese to keep you going. while they're both in each other's peak formations, I think the point is Jim's peak formation might exceed Birdsong's peak formation is the point. Because Akink does probably scale better than all the unaffiliated whammon for Birdsong, if we're talking peak versus peak, right? Yeah, my cat's meowing for food. But then the day one is important to me. Day one is so underratedly important for a DPS if you're going to invest in them. I mean, it's true, Kaius, too. There are going to be others you use in their place regardless of that. But yeah, Omen and Evelyn are definitely possibilities. Vi, too, potentially. But you're probably trying to use Will. I think they're so close. We're going to move on for now. We can really think about this after we cover Krond and Warduke. But I think either way, they're in that position and either swapped one way or the other. Oh, brother. This, I can't believe. I thought you guys would let me finish this in 4.5 hours. Why am I on seat 4? Why am I on seat 7? I'm losing. We'll go Warduke. The Duker. The Duck now, yeah. Vi will only be if you can't get like 2 stacks of Will, yeah. I do hate the concept of... I mean, I did kind of advocate for it during the Nova Valentine, you know, just because it was so strong. I do get tired of advocating for, this thing is currently the hot thing. It gets so old and boring. Only 16 more hours, shut up. Peak formation is peak formation, it's true, you have to consider it. I just think it gets boring is all I'm saying. Someone else, oh no, I'm not blaming you guys. I'm just openly complaining. Old and boring like you. Hello, you just started playing this game today. What does Legendary Dismantle do? Welcome, Duke Nukem. I got it. The only Duke Nukem phrase I can think of right now is, where is it? I can't think of anything else. Kick ass and chew bubblegum. Legendary Dismantle is the forge system you unlock that you will eventually get to if you're like, I don't know how new you are. Yeah, if you started today, you're not going to use it, so you're not missing out on it. Or you did say today. Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, it's something you're not going to be able to do while it's up. You'll be looking forward to the future, maybe. You will eventually unlock a system. I don't know why that's lingering. You will unlock a system, eventually, that will make you able to legendary gear. That will be it's about the middle game when you start doing that. Early to early mid. And you have to then legendary craft a piece of gear, and this system lets you pull that out to be able to do it on someone else. So you can't even do it yet. You don't have to worry about that. It will be something you might look into in the future. It happens, if they maintain what they're doing now, it happens 4 times a year. Or 3 times, whatever it is. Yep. Oh, and it does do pigments now, Kaius? Okay, I hadn't tested it yet, so I didn't know. Yeah. Pigments and legendaries are a system you'll run into later. You can only stay up 3 more hours till you need to wake up for work. Your Duke Nukem is, I got a peer review study here, and it says you're a pussy. We can do shifts to keep him here, it's okay. Come on. I haven't even gotten a sub today. Sure Shaken's tipped for the Warduck skin, though. So yeah, we're on to Warduke. Let's see. How do we want to showcase the Duke? We can fix that. Someone gifted his sub. I mean, there is the note. I guess I'll bring it up. If you got a Prime sub just hanging around there, you know, and you have fun here, throw it my way. Otherwise, I get it. Miri... Korthor only one Spurt, Desmond, Shadowheart, Vinner, so that's all you got. I mean, I do think Sasaspia is a good fit. Oh, you said Sasaspia, yeah. Sasaspia is great because 2 positionals and evil. I did go evil with that, didn't I? We'll look into it. We'll pod spec him anyway. Never. Damn, it didn't work. Yeah, I would need to go full bait mode, and I'm just not in the mood to full bait mode right now. It never works. It's only worked once, and that's because everyone else was having fun with it. You can't force that kind of thing. You used your prime to get this emote. But I need a prime. Oh, you don't have to, Cynics. Don't worry about it. I mean, if you want to keep me streaming for late hours, eventually, you know, we're gonna have to see some subs if I continue this up. I can't spend these chunks of time without any kind of return, but I'm not going to, you know, talk about that right now. But yeah, let's see, Miria. Yeah, she's a good one. You have a gold item for Celeste, the Ornate Headband of Faith. Yeah. That is an early one you can get from a chest. That is a good for the very early. You'll probably transition out of Celeste eventually, but just toss in the all evil again. You'll need it for the cron team anyway. We do want to think about people who have double positionals. I forgot about the double positionals. Sorry, you used your prime for these. Miria or Zorbu. Miria has 2, but she's evil. Yeah, we want to focus on evil if we can. I mean, yeah, Miria being in the front is actually a good thing. She burns through her clones that way and doesn't just instantly die. It's actually a tank you can use in the front. But yeah, so Miria, Cisaspia, maybe Korth. Was Korth 2? I don't recall. Nope, just the 1. But it does make, because Warduke, what's his dex naturally? Yeah, his dex is naturally low, so that does help that if you need it for some reason. Whether it be a core or whatever. Valentine, regardless of evilness, I mean, you're not wrong. I was trying to avoid using her at all today, but, yeah. There we go. What is she not getting? Is it just because she's not on the edge? Probably. Korth is 1... Oh, it's a special... Well, it should be in effect either way, no matter which way it is right now. But you love her? Love who? Oh, Valentine? Is poor no prime. I understand. You do like this, though? Edgy and creepy at the same time. I don't know if I would call my cat edgy and creepy. Yeah. Maybe I need more cat emotes to bait the cat people. And I like showing off my cats anyway. Valentine is in every formation. Tyredack is just trying not to lean into that. Yeah, it's true, but whatever. Anyway, yeah, let's get, let's see. Yeah, Vinersa, we'll have to switch which direction she's going. Normally I wouldn't care, except... Someone got you and they remained anonymous, boy. Oh, what are you gonna do now, Dark Warrior? I don't even think I can find out who that was. They remained anonymous. Oh, that's what you get. You get the egg. That's so funny. Because it could be anybody. He's got the egg in the face now. Now me. Yes, beggars in chat. So the gifter's gift. Thank you, whoever that was who gifted Dark Warrior. That is both helpful to me and funny because you gifted to Dark Warrior. I don't know who that was. Let's see. What are we doing? That threw me off. Inverted. We're on rear deck. We do need to switch Vinersa. Okay. Okay, at this stage, we found her. Never mind. Forward. Evil. You're okay with begging? Potions, yep. We going through them. So let's see. I was gonna... Where was that? Let's see if I missed anyone here. Vinersa.
あなたの2マスユーザーギフテッドアティアワンサブトゥダークオーリアンテンス
Let's see.
タッチ
Let's see. Okay, we just need evil at this point. Let's see. Ooh, 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 Oh!
Crafty one gifted to Atia one sub to Byrak Byrak. This is their first gift sub in the channel.
Thank you, Japanese lady. Thank you, Crafty, for gifting to Byla. Begging works. You just gotta beg in chat, that's all it is. More beggars. It was Crafty. Well, Crafty gifted to Byla. We don't know if they gifted to you. They remained anonymous. Hype train. Keep the hype train rolling, baby. Come on, gifters. It feels so dirty talking like that. I think it's funny. It makes me feel dirty, though. I don't know, whatever. Let's just even throw Makos in there. Oh, we don't have him. We're going to burn through these specialization potions. You need hype train music? What would that even be for this stream? Final Fantasy 2 next, right? Get a train horn. You filthy pay pigs, who's next? There you go, Dark Warrior, there you go. Keep it going. 2 subs means 2 hours. I'm getting paid $5 an hour. And we would need a lot more subs to jump up to the point we've been at. Baloth, that is what I was trying to think of. Unfortunately, you know what? I don't care. Valentine, be gone. Be gone, thought. Let's see. Desmond counts as 2. We got Baloth, who's evil, who counts as 2 as well, in that same seat, so excuse you. Yeah. I don't know what we would do for a train song. It's even funny to bait it on just 2 gifts. And don't get me wrong, just 2? I'm not saying those aren't appreciated because we don't have many subs around here. I'm just saying like a whole sub train thing, like that feels weird. Am I bobbing my head? I haven't been paying attention. Evil, that's what we're looking for. I am so off track. We are so in the weeds. Oh, all right. Let's see. Whoa, 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 whoa. Don't do that. Whoa, 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 whoa. I'm moving my game on my screen. You guys can't see it, I don't think, but Thomas the Tank Engine? Isn't that what, like, everyone uses, though? Spurt is the only evil positional in his seat. True. I thought we had Spurt out. We don't, though. What the hell? Oof. I mean Astarion at this point, I guess. There we go. Yeah, Astarion for the lulz, yep. Super crunchy version that's all nightmare fuel injected. I don't know if that would encourage people to sub. And again, I don't even know how many, I don't have a viewer counter. I just like to babble as I go. I don't like to know how many viewers are. As long as you guys are chatting, who cares about the viewers, right? Like, I'm probably baiting people who are either all subbed or all can't sub or gift, you know? We don't have any oil princes, but if we do. So yeah, Warduke. We haven't even started talking about Warduke. Oh my goodness. Okay, so the reason we did all of that, we were looking for evil people who have positionals. Because of Warduke. Warduke is a DPS with Drawn to Power, where his damage is increased by a pre-stack amount for each positional formation ability affecting him, stacking multiplicatively. So a pre-stack multiplier on positionals. I don't have him leveled up, that's why it's so low. But as a pre-stack, that can stack up upwards of, what is the cap? I think you can technically get like 14. Such a buff. It's because I don't have him scaled. This does scale really well. I just don't have investment in him. I have him in the 200s. In honor of the subs, Tyredack, click on this. You could link it in Discord if you want. We don't have links on channel. Oh no! 15 seconds until the sub trade or the hype trade is gone. It's quick, somebody sub. Watching you stream, you notice you are not advancing. Is there something you are waiting for? We are just highlighting champions right now. We're talking about champions, not how much we can push. So we are just kind of staying put to talk about the champions. We are currently doing a DPS tier list, which we'll be looking at briefly. We're on our last 2 champions out of everyone who have the DPS role. Oh, we lost the hype train. Oh no, anyway. So yeah, we're just talking about the champions right now and kind of shooting the shit. We get lost a lot here. Twitch said 28 bodies, but that feels high. Wait, what? Oh, I don't know. So, it's time for you to finally sub. Oh, right. Warduck sadly can't be S while missing day ones. Yeah. Okay, let's get back into Warduck. Warduck. Strain runs in a circle. So yeah. He does also work with positionals in that he inverts them. For those who don't know, think of inversion more as it's not directly inverting it, right? Like lae'zel. She buffs everyone in the column behind her. That doesn't mean she's inverting it to be in front of her. That means it's counting as everything but that thing. So with lae'zel, who buffs people behind her, it now buffs everyone not behind her. So think of it that way. It's everything but, not a direct inversion. It's on the Discord. Let's see here. Oh, are you talking about the Duke Nukem? Is that what you're talking about? How long is it? I don't want to get derailed too hard. Let's see. Okay, it's only 10 seconds.
Got a peer-reviewed study right here that says... says you're a pussy.
Damn. Okay, hold on. You just reminded me of my favorite Duke Nukem thing. All right, hold on. Really quick tangent, really quick. I want to do this before I forget. Okay. This requires me to pause. Yeah, I totally forgot about this. Okay. We're watching this really quick. Hold on. Dude, I forgot how much I love this.
What do you mean you lost the baby? Go find it.
That wasn't the best one. Hold on. There's a better one. There's one where the music doesn't kick in. Here we go. This is the better one. That one had worse comedic timing. Here's the one with proper comedic timing.
What do you mean you lost the baby? Go find it.
Dude, oh man. You just showed the one you sent to people deserve it? Oh, you should show. Isn't it? Let's see. Oh, it just stopped itself. All right, we'll show it real quick, and then we gotta get back on track. All right.
I've got a peer-reviewed study right here that says... says you're a pussy.
There you go. Why did this zoom out? Wait, what the hell? That was weird, bro. Okay. Thank you, Dark Warrior. The end of a golden age of webcomics right there. And spicy time capsule. Do we need a derailed trade emote? That would be kind of funny. That would be a hard one to do an emote form. Yeah, let's get, we're almost done and then we can shoot the shit all we want. Okay, so, let's get the boop boops back. My lips are getting dry. What do you mean you lost the baby? Sorry, that's going to be in my head for a while now. Go find it. He has a pre-stack. It scales well. It's not scaled well on my end because I don't have him leveled or shinies or anything like that. Well, I guess I do have a shiny on his health item, but that was random. Then he also has a trained killer. Each time Morduke attacks or is damaged, he gains a remorseless stack. He increases his damage for each remorseless stack he has. This is an additive stack. It's not going to get crazy. He's at 1,000, almost. You're not going to get that normally. And in that scenario, we're still at a 2e8, so nothing crazy. But then he also has his specialization, which is why earlier, I can't believe I'm just like right into go mode now. Which is why earlier we were trying to slot evil people, because his other form of damage increase is from a multiplicative stack of 100, 300, or 500, 500 being the highest with evil. So we have a full 10 evil stacking the highest it can. So there we go. And now we have a League of Malevolence at E10. So baseline, without you needed a brain break finally. We need to finish, then all the brain break. Man, this is, we're getting on. Yeah, I'm probably gonna have to cut up the video a bit. But that's okay. So we have a trained killer. Oh, resetting a specialization, reset it. We're down to E6. Expect that to be between an E6 and an E8. We have drawn a power currently at E16, but that will scale way better if you invest in him. And an E10. You've worked a full day. Duke Nukem refresh the soul. Beyonce doing the single ladies dance to the Thomas the Tank Engine theme is the funniest thing to you. I've seen that. That'd be Thomas the Train hitting a tree, but it's Tier's face. Maybe that would make me more handsome. Is that like a handsome Squidward thing? So, at my stage, he's not necessarily the best self-buffing DPS, but that's because investment. Remember, we're talking pre-stack multiplier here. This is very important. A problem with Warduke is his availability. Unfortunately, I would love him if he had better availability. There we go. He is locked out of 2 day 1 trials restrictions. That's pretty rough for a DPS. 2 day 1s is rough. He does have a feat to become available for Zariel, but will stay out of Strahd. So he's not for Strahd and not for 2 day 1s. Turned down for Duck? I can tell you don't like War Ducks. I like Warduke. I like him. I like his kit. I like what he does. I like the idea behind him. It's hard for me to recommend a DPS. Did you just type nothing, Chibi? Dark Warrior getting a new feat, what? What are we talking about, Cynics? I missed something there. But it is important to note, he is becoming free from the Wormslayer event, and he is getting a feat. Oh, I see. I read that as Dark Warrior because people call him DW sometimes. Or Don't Worry, I see. What did they say what the feat actually is? Do they show it? I think it's just a self-DPS taunt or something, isn't it? I forget what it is. Or does it show in his feat tab right now? No, it doesn't. I don't know. I don't know what that is. I don't think it's gonna save him. But it is worthy to note. Vicious damage. He'll be good in versus Strahd, the self-healer. Gotcha. Okay. But yeah, you can unlock him for free, which is important. If you get 4 of these chests, get these chests as they come. Do it every day. But as soon as you get 4 of them, you get a skin and a feat and him, and chests. So you will have access to him. And I will say, I think he's a good early game DPS. There's a lot of positionals right out of the gate, even with core champions in Brunner and Naeli and Calliope and Makos. You know, there are a lot of positionals to work with pretty early on. It's Celeste, obviously, who gives 2. So there's a lot of ways you can work with him early on, and his scaling isn't the greatest. You know, you need investment to make that pop off, but he still can be good early. But 2 day 1s, that's a hit. It's a Feathered Friend feat. he turns neutral Aarakocra. I don't think that's true. He needs a taunt. He does have a taunt, I think. Yeah. Increase the damage of Warduke, and attacks have a chance to taunt. So he does have a taunt. Warduke. A lot of Warduke fans in this game. A lot of people adore Warduke and main him. He has good pre-stack. Again, mine's not just because I haven't invested in it. He does have pre-stack. He can scale well. Absolutely. The 2-day ones really hurts him, but we are talking a self pre-stack DPS with other ways to increase his DPS. Sick taunt and vicious damage. Time to get that 900% increase with a champion you'll never use in trials. But below the rest in A, I mean, that's kind of where I was thinking, right? I do think he's worthy of A in an overall DPS tier list. And I think that's really close to where Krond is going to go too. Spoilers. 2-day ones isn't that different from 1-day one. You may be able to use him, may not. Boom dung nezd. Nezd. Yeah, we got one left, and at least he's pretty easy, especially piggybacking off of Warduke. We are talking about now another pre-stack scaling DPS. We are talking about Krond. You used Warduke as your main mid-game before AA were a thing. Then your Trials luck said you could never use him and moved on to Dirge. Yeah, that's fair. Krond below Duke done. I kinda don't agree, but we'll look at him. I think they're very close together. And again, Krond is often a time gate freebie, or you can unlock him through patrons. Krond Smash tier list is S done. See, but those are hard for me because I am like as straight comes. I'm comfortable enough with it to look at a man and say he's handsome, but a Smash, there's a difference there. You were joking earlier, but you're still going, shut up, Shakens, quit bullying me. We're on the last champion at least. Oh my god. Poor Krond left for last, no wonder he turned chaotic evil. Krond has a higher base, right? He does. Most pre-stacks start at 100% or lower in some cases. Krond's starts at 3,200 if I'm not mistaken. So not only is he pre-stack, he has a higher base to work with. So we're at an 8E4 and I haven't even really invested in him. He does have a shiny, so he's a little boosted. But for a lot of pre-stacks, you'll note, oh, that's higher than other pre-stackers. After being bullied, Krond became Ace Gatekeeper. I don't think that'll happen, but we'll see. So yeah, his pre-stack is higher than I think every pre-stack in the game. That does matter because you're scaling it, you know. At the end of the day, the thing with Warduke, though, is he can scale it beyond 10. That's a big thing for Warduke. He can't scale it too much harder beyond 10 unless you're cheesing. There are weird little cheeses you can do, but I don't focus on that stuff. But Survival of the Fittest will give you a stack for every champion who is either evil or a strength of 16 or higher. Let's see his debuff team as, yeah, if only Ez had her strength feat. Man, if only. I don't think she ever will. +2 has never gone to someone who is over 10. You never know, though, but it would be so cool because you have evil debuffer. Let's see who else was in that. So we'll stay evil and look at debuffing evil. Yeah, Toragar and Warden are definites. I have cat hair flying around my room. Spirit, we got Spirit out there. Caddy, yeah, Caddy's a debuffer with the with a strength feat to make her qualify. So we'll throw that on there. Just overdo the dwarf one. Put it to a vote, Krond or the Duck. We'll see. And yeah, let's see. Let's look at strength instead of evil now. So we've got Puent is a good option. Ayla's a good option. And we're just doing this for the funsies. We can get Celise out there. And who was the other one? Ayla. So, he will be at 9 now. This would be cool if Esmeralda got that strength feat because now we're at 10 out of 10 debuffs as well to scale her like crazy. But unfortunately, Esmeralda herself does not fit for survival of the fittest, and evil Orkira. But we go debuff for Ez these days though. Ez is the debuffer now in seat 1. Like, this will go down once her buffs are gone, but I also took all her item levels away. So with her item levels back and her current event buff gone, she would still be in a really good range. Krond is a bit of an all-or-nothing strong pre-stack, but it's the only thing he has. If you can't stack it, then he has nothing else. It's the same thing for Warduke though, right? And positionals. It's the difference of you're looking at positional champions or you're looking at evil / 16 strength champions. Use evil Orkira, but Ez is everything. Yeah, Orkira, what is her just strength actually? 13. And we count her as a half-elf and a Aarakocra. But yeah, so we'll throw in just someone with the strength. Go Bruner. You can actually squeeze in a decent amount of buffing with some of the companions in him. With Wolfgar, Bruner, Puent, Caddy, which will scale Bruner up decently to be in the E18 range. I'm not saying these are perfect, I'm just throwing around stuff. But at 10 of 10, with my item level, epic, 350 shiny, we're looking at an E31. Decent buffing, and this benefits greatly from scaling as the highest pre-stack base in the game. Artemis is an all-or-nothing pre-stack, yeah. If you don't have a bunch of wide pattern buffs on DPS, he's got nothing else. Yeah. Yes, Chibi with the specializations on Warduke, but the specializations aren't what's getting him the most damage. It is the positionals. But yeah. Kraka! Make her evil. I mean, but that's her. I'm just saying, if I was to lean into debuff, I want it to be Esmeralda, is what I'm saying. You're dumping all contracts into Ez during Dismantle to see how much you can save up for Briv. Yeah. Technically, Warduke scales with positionals and with his spec, even if it's not as good. True, Bila, but I was saying specifically to Chibi's comment. But positionals are easy, like half champion. I mean, honestly, evil / strength 16 isn't that bad either. You probably will get more from positionals, but it's not that bad. If we're not looking at debuff, look at how many are 16 strength plus, and now we'll also look at evil. Evil is on the lesser side, but there's a lot of options for Krond as well. There really is these days. But doesn't it dismantle? Yeah, the only thing that stops the dismantle is if you buy chests directly with the currency. Evil or strong, doesn't matter which, yeah. It can be either. You can Valentine the Duck. Good game, you lose. You know what you can't do the Duck, though, is 4 out of 4. Will. You can't for Krond either. It's true, though. You can Valentine the Duck. And you can Valentine Krond, but that does take away a stack, which is important. But one thing Krond slightly has over the Duck is... again, he doesn't have full day ones, which does hurt. Which, again, it sucks for those two. It really does. They should both be day one. But he's only locked out of one day one, where Warduke is 2. Yeah, so, I mean, again, we're talking about pre-stack DPS who has good pre-stack. But yeah, there are limitations. There are. There is give and take. He does have more damage with Eldritch Strike, but it's not huge. But it's what makes him a debuffer. Enemies that Kron damages will take additional damage from his cantrip spells on subsequent attacks. It's only an E4. I don't think that scales at all anymore. His cantrip scale, though, which are his specializations. I'm just gonna find him. I can't even find him here. And his specializations, you are choosing between AoE, multi-hit, or stun. You have the same problem they both work with the deadies, so both are fun. Yeah, the deadies aren't as good as they used to be, unfortunately. I still use them for fun runs sometimes. They're still good. But yeah. We had this debate when we did the overall tier list. Oops. I think ultimately we ended up putting Warduke above Krond in the overall tier list. I mean, if we want to stay consistent, that is what we would do. Is a little bit of something like that. I gotta close my blinds while I think about this. 1 second. People can see me when it's dark outside. I don't like that. Oh. Done. You don't like being seen? Let's make a Twitch channel. There's a difference between me knowing what I'm putting out there and someone peeking in on me through the window. Now, oh yeah, that was one of the main reasons we did put Warduke above Krond, was Warduke is still usable for Elminster. That was kind of the deciding factor. Yeah. Move both above Birdsong and you won't argue Krond needing S for the next 3 hours. She's got a pre-stack just like them, baby. And she actually is all day ones where they're both not. End of stream summary from top to bottom, so you can just clip that for the VOD. You know, the mishmash. Nah, because I can't make an entire YouTube video on that. The rant for the spoiler zone. There was something else we might talk about too. Birdsong and Jim arguably have better self buffs than Warduke and Krond. Yeah. And Birdsong has better availability than all of them. I think Krond, if we're looking just item level to item level, I think Krond would outscale all of them. Right? Technically. I could be wrong on that, but... It's normally at 14 or so in real formation. At least Warduke can tank too. Krond is a sad case. You die on hill now. Duke scales harder than Birdsong Krond. Krond scales the same. The same as who? Because Krond should scale harder than Birdsong. He has a higher base than her. Wasn't there someone who had like an E200 Krond buff? Probably. Yeah, Warduke being able to go over 10 is definitely beneficial. They have 1 million item levels on Krond. Post list topics, spoiler rant, and someone who may be absent wanted to know. Oh, the Saturday morning squad, that was the other thing. I'm saying his scaling is naturally better because he has a higher base, is what I'm saying. If you're scaling a higher base number, he is scaling better. Still here, dead on that hill, though. Let's see. I guess we could just give an overview, right? Well, I mean, you're not necessarily wrong, Caius. I'm just saying... I mean, you know what I'm saying. The Saturday Morning Squad. Bro, I've been yapping for over 8 hours. Give me a break. Let's see. Summary good enough to be a tier list book end. Not so much on its own. Solitary video, yeah. Bruh. Let's take a look at what we have here. We've got Artemis and the Dark Urgent S, the best scaling DPS and the most available, while still a good pre-stack scaling buffer. Self-buffer. We've got A tier full of either pre-stack or hardy buffers like Karlach and Crux being just good buffing numbers, and Birdsong Jim, Warduke, and Krond as the pre-stackers, all with potentially great scaling. We've got people who can't quite reach those numbers but still perform or are heartily available, with Ashara, Grama, Dahani, lae'zel, Dadius, Kent, and Zorbu. And then we've got kind of the middle ground, people who can either get okay numbers or start hurting, maybe dipping down further, with Warden and Jaheira kind of leading the charge there with some okay scalings. You've got Drist and Catti-brie and Lucius and Black Viper and Arkan behind. Then you start dwindling with the likes of Strix, Fen, Nahara, Oriza, and Nixie. But then you've got the ones who are either very niche or their numbers just don't put up good. You've got the nerds who are situationally useful, and then people who just don't have the greatest scaling, in the likes of Farida, Delana, Prudence, Jarlaxle, Jamila, Ishi, Rosie, and Yorvin. And then the ones at the very, very, very bottom. You've got those who either just really are contrary to being a DPS, or just have terrible numbers. The likes of Grim, who has a very low self-DPS buff on top of a rather low debuff. Minsk, who has an average buff with a small damage buff on his own attack, but they kinda don't always work, and it's kinda hard to do sometimes. Binwin, who just isn't the greatest, kinda has one main buff he gives himself, and it doesn't scale great with not good availability. Azaka, who's more used as a gold champion, and really does not excel at being a DPS. Toragar, who can work as a buffer, but when it comes to his own DPS, he doesn't buff himself. And Makos at the bottom, who has a singular buff he gives to himself, and the scaling tied to it is not good. And his single number just doesn't keep up